and welcome to Day 2 of the WePlay Academy League Season 2. It's a cold but sunny afternoon here in Kiev, but we'll be hoping that all 4 teams will be bringing the heat in the matches that we have today. Of course, later today, we will have ourselves one team getting through to the grand final. A nice positive note to start with. Unfortunately, one team will also be sent home.
You say unfortunately. I look forward to see who's going to be sent home. I mean, Tom, we gotta figure out who's the worst team at the tournament. We gotta figure out who's the best, and I'm for once looking forward to the
You don't have to enjoy it that much, though.
What? Just smile so much, you know.
I mean, on the other side of it, we've got a team that's going to push their ticket forward.
Exactly.
At the event.
Thank you,
I'm
Mal.
going to look on the bright side here. I'll be
the bright side is always so boring, you know.
Pimp's Yang.
This is why you're wearing grey and he's like in the colourful, nice little purpley pink sort of jumper. It's like it's almost like the good side and the bad side of the desk, and then I'm just sort of.
I don't know what you're
know.
doing. I don't know what you're wearing, actually.
I don't know. I like it. I like the fact that
clothes.
I still think, I said this to you, I think this looks a bit like Creamy Moses. So if that's just been put on my jumper, I'm very, very happy with that.
That's a great reference right there. Yeah.
It is. I'm a big fan of. In fact, I actually based my look off of Moses, in case you couldn't tell.
We can see, yeah.
You can see.
I think every bald person in the scene actually has copied him.
But there's also another Moses who's also bald, so it gets way more confusing. So
that's true.
Different game.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, how are you doing today? I know that you were streaming until like stupid o'clock in the morning because for some reason you don't like rest.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, Pim. I don't know how you do it.
I feel like I've been neglecting that thing called sleep lately, and it's probably a bad call. I don't know if the players are doing the same thing. They need the good 8 hours of sleep so they can focus, and probably part of the reason why I lose so much as well, because it is not going too well right now.
That's true. That's true. But
Did you get your 2 cheeseburgers in bed?
I wish. No, I'm not getting a cheeseburger out here. I'm going with the local cuisine, actually. Sushi.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't you order like noodles or something? The classic Kiev. But we can take a look at what happened yesterday. Of course, we had a couple of matches to kick things off in the tournament, and I don't know, Pim. Were there any surprises yesterday for you?
Yeah, I think the second match was surprisingly close, according to my taste. The first one here, unfortunately, for Big Omen Academy, went kinda like we expected. I was a little bit disappointed, slightly disappointed to be completely honest, in Big Omen Academy's performance yesterday. I thought they would be able to make the game closer. I thought coming into this day, I think this could have been the game where we could have seen 3 maps. It could have been a game that, you know, could have been close as well, but for me, it felt like Young Ninjas were not 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead, maybe even 3 steps ahead throughout that entire series. And unfortunately for Big Omen Academy, they never got going.
NIP showed why they're a contender at this event. We saw how structured they were. We saw the quality of players that they had among them. And then we saw that Big, didn't quite find any footing in this series. And it was supposed to be, it was always supposed to be a Young Ninjas victory. But to be this dominant, I think is more, I give more credit to Young Ninjas in that regard. I think that they played very well. Both their CT side, I mean, pretty much everything that they were doing just felt like it was very well constructed, whereas for Big, sometimes the rounds came out a little bit flat, and you can see that if Young Ninjas are allowed to do whatever they so choose on the map, they're going to make the right decision a lot of the time.
Yeah, I feel like at least in this first map, though, there were aspects from Big Omen Academy, Pimp, that it was not a massive positive, but it was something to talk about at least.
There were a lot of rounds in the beginning of the game that could have gone the way of Big Omen Academy, so I agree the scoreline didn't really reflect how close the game was, but then again, if you lose 16-3, 16-4, the game is never really close, and you see the same scenario play out here in Inferno as well. Big Omen Academy, they had a couple of chances, I would say, early on in the game to actually establish themselves in the game and maybe potentially make it a close one, but it felt like whenever they had to win the rounds, whenever they had to win the clutches, Young Ninjas were just a couple of steps ahead every single time. And when you're playing at this level, you gotta win your clutches, you gotta be clinical, you gotta have that killer instinct, I'd say, and we just didn't see that from Big Omen Academy yesterday.
I would attribute it to probably some land nerves. I think the comms had a few bad breakdowns on the side of Big that usually they would have put it together, and that's kind of the difference. When we're in the arena, when we're on LAN, some of these teams aren't going to perform as well as they would at home, and you see that gives certain players like Fuzi, for example, on Young Ninjas, a huge buff, because if you're not going to take him down with your first couple shots, he will find you.
Now, the second matchup, I feel like Mr. Negative, as we've sort of called you. Do you want to talk about map number 1? Because we were a bit scared with how this series was going to go.
Why do you call me Mr. Negative? I feel like I'm always so positive. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, Tom, and I sleep well at night, you know, when I sleep.
When you sleep, when you're not streaming.
When I sleep, exactly. I'm a bit of a vampire at that point, but there's not much to talk about here. Na'Vi came into this series, and we had high hopes for them, right? We thought that it could potentially be a good matchup.
It was their choice.
It was their choice, and that was the biggest problem, because this game was never any close. Again, there's a couple of rounds you can argue that Na'Vi could have won, should have won, but at that point, MOUZ were just one step ahead throughout the entire game. And when you pick Ancient, you know, and you come in and you fall flat on your T side like Na'Vi did, then it makes you question why on earth would you even pick Ancient to begin with. And that was the biggest question mark for me after yesterday's performance, because, you know, moving on to map 2, map 3, Na'Vi Junior did one hell of a job.
Yeah, Inferno was a much better site for them. I personally hated this pick from Na'Vi Junior. It showed that they believed that they were the underdogs, and that they thought they had to go for a surprise pick against MOUZ. But if you really looked at what MOUZ has been doing lately, you would have expected that they would be a strong team. JDC said in the post-game interview that even though maybe it was a little bit of a shocker that Na'Vi picked it, they never felt like this was going to go the other way. They were always in control of the map. And Inferno is where things got interesting, because this is where Na'Vi got to show how skilled they were individually, and how if they just try just pretty simple, clear-cut rounds, that they can make a lot of things work for them.
But yeah, the other thing I want to sort of touch on as well, Pimp, is the fact that one of the win conditions we almost spoke about going into this for Na'Vi Junior was, okay, this has to be the m0NESY show, he has to just go off the charts. I felt like this map was anything but that.
Yeah, he was the lowest fracking player for Na'Vi Junior in this one. I think he finished also with the lowest ADR in the entire server, so it was anything but the m0NESY show. And if anything, it was a player that we have highlighted. You know, we know him for many, many years in Flamey. He has not had the best time in Na'Vi Junior, let's be completely honest. Season 2 has been a little bit disappointing for Flamey, individually speaking, but on Inferno yesterday, I think we saw the best Flamey we've seen in Na'Vi Junior so far. He was doing a good job. He was finding a lot of impact, and he helped his team to get into a scenario where they could win the map. And as we spoke about yesterday as well, Maui, when it got close, when it was this nitty-gritty back and forth, you know, where they had to micromanage each other, where they had to make calls mid-round, Na'Vi Junior actually seemed like a well-playing Counter-Strike team yesterday. So I was impressed with the way they were able to conduct themselves in Inferno.
Definitely the LAN experience did not hurt Flamey on this stage. You can even see in his body language that when he's walking out here, he's just so cool, calm. He's seen it all. He's seen bigger stadiums, bigger arenas, and for a lot of players, this whole environment is, you know, making them play a little bit worse. You can see that sometimes, especially with Big, for example, their comms broke down, but with Flamey, he's used to this being the norm. He's used to seeing just huge crowds that are probably even messing up some of the comms for him. But in this kind of situation, he's done pretty well for himself. But the last map here, it felt like it was pretty close in the first half, but once MOUZ got onto that CT side of Mirage, they just ran away with this game. Na'Vi Junior had nothing to speak of on the T side other than a single pop-off round from m0NESY. It was pretty much lights out. One round once Na'Vi Junior got onto that offensive.
Well, that's the thing, Pim. Do you put this down to MOUZ NXT having an incredible CT side, or were you kind of hoping for a little bit more from Na'Vi Junior?
I would say a bit of both. I think the round we're watching right now was the moment where everything went wrong for Na'Vi Junior. Torsi with an amazing round with the Deagle, getting 3 kills, and from this point and onwards, it was all about MOUZ NXT. Yeah, the CT side of Mirage is very strong, and the reason for that is it's such a well-rounded team. They have good players on all positions. There's no weak link on the CT side, but then again, if you're Na'Vi Junior, if you want to win this tournament, you gotta be able to put up a fight against MOUZ NXT, even on T-side Mirage. So slightly disappointed in that one, but overall, I think it was a positive outlook for Na'Vi Junior, and they showed us, you know, on a good day, they can beat pretty much any team at this tournament. So we can't discredit them, we can't count them out of the race just yet, despite them being in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so now we move on to the matches that I guess we kind of expected Maui, but maybe not necessarily in the manner we expected them in.
Yeah, you would say that MOUZ NXT were probably even heavier favorites than in their matchup than Young Ninjas, and despite that, they did drop that singular map. But I think that the matches today, we get some pretty interesting ones, because Na'Vi Junior have really had Big Omen Academy's number. Throughout the regular season, there was pretty much no contest from Big. Yeah, every single time they're destroying them. And this time around, you want to see a little bit more from Big Omen Academy. You want to see, can they punch above their weight a little bit? Can they undo what happened online? Can they perform better on LAN? And right now, it doesn't really feel like it. They got battered by Young Ninjas, so if they had a bounce back from day 1 to day 2, now's the time to show it. But for me right now, I'm questioning if they have it within themselves.
So with that second game, just briefly, Pimp, do you believe the Young Ninjas from yesterday have a chance? We've seen that MOUZ NXT can bleed, but is that enough?
I think if Young Ninjas are playing at the same level they were yesterday, and if MOUZ NXT is still feeling a little bit the favorite syndrome, you know, where they go in and they know the only thing they can do at this tournament is lose, them winning the tournament itself would be like, we're not even going to raise an eyebrow, right? We expect them to win. So I think they play under a lot of pressure right now. So given the circumstances of that, I think MOUZ potentially could lose to Young Ninjas, but there's no doubt MOUZ are the favorites and they are the best team at the tournament. They just need to show us and the rest of the world that that's also the case this time around.
Mao, are you going to be predicting anybody's kill tally today?
Kill tallies? We'll get them. We'll get them in the pre-games. Don't worry. I'll get a couple out.
Do we get a Monacy 30 bomb today?
Monacy 30 bomb against Big, yes.
Yes.
28.
Okay.
No, 28. I'll keep
That's
it.
not a 30
I'll keep
bomb.
it modest.
That's
I'll
not
keep
a
it
30
modest. No. Yeah. Well.
So the answer's
every
no.
time I go one, I pick a number. It's always one beneath it. So what I'm going to
should
do
you lower
is
it?
2 beneath it.
Oh.
I'm going to counter it. Yeah.
Or you'll go 1 below the 2 below, and then you really will be screwed.
Eventually, we'll just end at 0. And
I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, it is time for us to start getting towards our first match of the day, which is, of course, going to be Big Omen Academy facing off against Na'Vi Jr. Well, it has been a slightly underwhelming performance so far. A team to make the playoffs for the second time. What are we going to get this time from Big Omen Academy? It is time to welcome to the stage the German powerhouse Big Omen Academy! A team full of CIS superstars. It is time to welcome Na'Vi Jr. Join me in welcoming the hometown heroes. It's Na'Vi Jr. Well, it's time to dive a little deeper into what is going to be our first match of the day. Of course, Pimp, this will be elimination, and I know you're very excited about that. I want to kind of set expectations a little bit earlier than normal. Realistically, from what we've seen so far, there is only one team walking away with a victory here.
Yeah, I think anything else would be a giant surprise. If Big Omen Academy were to win this game, then we would be left not really feeling sure about what this whole Na'Vi Junior project is all about. I mean, this is really a testament and a testimonial game for them as well. They have to win against Big Omen Academy. They have to progress into the tournament, and I would even say so. They also have to beat either MOUZ NXT or Young Ninjas in the next game and place top 2 before we can really take stock into this Na'Vi Junior lineup. Whereas if you look towards Big Omen Academy, I think them qualifying for the lane itself was the success, right? Them being here at the tournament, sitting on the stage right now, was highly surprising. You said it yesterday as well, MOUZ NXT. They were down 14-8 twice against Fnatic Rising in the deciding game, playing to get in here. So the fact that they even qualified was surprising. And honestly speaking, they can go in here and play with no pressure whatsoever. So it is 2 teams right now who have completely different mindset coming into this game.
It would be a huge shocker if this team, Big Omen Academy, is able to take it. I feel like if that happened, we would just be on the desk kind of twiddling our thumbs, wondering what went wrong for Na'Vi Junior, and like you said, Pimp, wondering what the future of that project even is. Because Big Omen Academy have yet to do anything against this team. The match history between them is pretty much a just constant 16-8, 16-8, 16-6.
I think they took a map in Season 1.
Yeah.
And that's it.
It was the very first map that they played against each other, and it was pretty close at that. So after that, Na'Vi Junior, they haven't looked back. They have become better. They're stronger now. Big Omen Academy, on the other hand, they're still reeling because of some of the roster changes that they made from Season 1 to Season 2. Taking out their in-game leader in Lapex, making the star player in Aqua begin to in-game lead. It hasn't worked out for them in the way that I think they've wanted to. They believe that their ceiling is now higher overall, but at the same time, we're not even seeing kind of some of that middle level that they were able to achieve last season. The Aqua from last season is gone. I don't even want to talk about him anymore. I want to talk about Prosis. I want to talk about Glaive. I think there's other players now that need to be stepping up for this big lineup, because we simply can't demand this performance from Aqua because it just hasn't shown up.
Well, what I will say is, like, looking at Glaive so far, like you mentioned him as one of the players. I know that Maui will want to talk about Process, so I'll give him that one in a second. But for Glaive, it's looked like a pretty rough time so far. Like we saw him playing very aggressively and not really having much success.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was map 1 or map 2 yesterday. He finished with 3 kills, 317. So it was definitely not looking good for Glaive. The thing is, he picked up the AWP role, and he's going up against one of the strongest AWP players in the entire tournament in m0NESY. You see him on the screen right here. So yes, he had a rough showing yesterday. He had a rough game. Fousey was playing well as well. We can't discredit that. So it was a tough circumstance for him to be in the game, but today it's going to be even harder, right? So he needs to step it up. I will say, though, that Glaive during the online period looked all right. The thing is, he's going up against the best player in the entire tournament in m0NESY, so best of luck with that.
It's going to be tough for him.
Yeah, I think now we can move on a little bit to Na'Vi Junior's performance, Maui, from yesterday. I think it was better than what we expected, especially when we watched that first map. It was like, oh dear God.
Oh no, what are we in for? Yeah. Map number 2 on Inferno showed us that Na'Vi Junior had some multitudes to their play, that it doesn't have to be the m0NESY show, that on care, Flamey even can contribute, and that's going to do them just wonders. If they can beat Big Omen Academy without simply just using m0NESY to the fullest extent, that the Riflers can outduel the opposing players on Big, then there are so many win conditions for Na'Vi Junior in this game that it's tough to even imagine a world where Big has any tricks up their sleeves, even with a 7-map pool, which I was praising before, but at this point, they need to just get some maps on the board.
Well, is it a 7-map pool, Pimp?
If you can only play 2 maps, then no.
No.
That's the problem for Big Omen Academy here. I admire them for trying, but as I said yesterday as well, I feel especially at this level, it's much better to just have a couple of maps you can go to, so you can always win one map. You have a speciality. In Denmark, we used to have it like Overpass being one of those maps. We used to have Vertigo being it. Nuke is a Danish speciality as well. I don't really see that coming out of Big Omen Academy, so that would be the first go-to thing if I were the coach. Find one map where you have the players that fit into the system and then become special on that map, and then you can always try to build upon that. Having 7 maps in a map pool, not even even the best teams in the world can do that. So why should Big Omen Academy be able to?
Yeah, I want to now lean into probably one of your only positive notes that we had about Big Omen Academy so far, which was Process. He was someone that I know you wanted to talk about a little bit more because we haven't really had much to highlight when it came to this team so far.
Right. Process is a player that took some of the star positions, and I think the story of Process himself is rather interesting because from last season to this, he actually, his rating, his stats didn't really change that much, but he changed teams at the Academy League. He was on Fnatic Rising in Season 1 and was probably their second, maybe third best player, and now he is set up to be the star of Big Omen Academy. He's taken some of the spots that really any star rifler should be playing, and he's shown that he is probably a slight cut above. He's not dominating the Academy space by any means, but he is showing that when he's reliable, and that's something that Big Omen Academy can lean on. It's just that can everybody else contribute in a meaningful way on top of that?
Averaging 85 ADR is no joke. That's a lot of damage to do every single round in the game, and you could also see in the stats right here, going from Season 1 into Season 2, he's much more involved in the opening kills, at least he's more successful in it as well. So I think Process also come to the realization now that Big Omen Academy is a team that is not going to win anything whatsoever unless he plays well. So there's a massive pressure on his shoulders, and a massive, I guess you look towards Process, right, and you look towards him being the guy who can open up the rounds. Aqua, as we talked about, he's no longer a dominating factor for Big Omen Academy, so it's all about him now, and he needs to do guards work if they want to stand a chance today.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin, like we've had players switching teams. It's not quite the switch that maybe we want to talk about, but you mentioned Flamey briefly. Here's someone that I wouldn't say had like a blowout superstar performance yesterday, but it may have looked better than how he was playing online.
I agree, and I think it really came into play on Inferno when they got into a close game, right? Flamey was all right. He was not the superstar of Inferno, but I think he ended up being the top fragger, getting, I think, 7 or 6 kills the last 2 or 3 rounds when it was 13-13. That's when he stepped up. That's when he has the experience. That's when Flamey comes into play. So I agree. Having that experience on your lineup is a very good thing.
Looks like we're getting into the veto, and Big, with their 7-map pool, take away Navi's favorite pick of Dust 2. So that's a nice sight to see, because if it were Dust 2, I mean, it would be an entertaining game from the Navi Junior side. I don't think it would be that fun for the Big players. So going into the picks here, I mean, there's a couple options for Big if they want to. I mean, the original punish picks would have probably been Overpass here or Nuke. Obviously, Nuke's going to be taken out, so Overpass is there, and that is going to be a map that I actually have liked the calling from Big on. And when I've watched some of their games on it, I think that Aqua has actually kind of shown that he has great a macro understanding of the map. It's just whether or not they can get into positions to take advantage anyways, because they're going to be fighting against m0NESY at A, and then a whole lot of great riflers at B.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them, no matter what map they were into. So there is no punish pick. Inferno coming in from Navi Junior, that's interesting.
They're confident in that now.
They are. Like, that's apparently a go-to map all of a sudden for Navi Junior. I would have imagined Mirage would have been a go-to pick right here. But then again, I do think the Navi Junior also sense and feel that they are the massive favorites in this game. So it makes sense to go for a map like Inferno. The way I always portray it when we do these segments is that Inferno is a map everyone can play, and they can play it to a high level, but the best team usually wins. And Navi Junior feel like they're the best team. So they will go into Inferno feeling comfortable. It'll probably be a game that could get close, but Navi Junior feels comfortable.
I think we could get a Vertigo here. I think it could be a Vertigo decider. I think that Navi showed a lot of comfort on that map.
Mirage. Mirage. It has to be Mirage.
I mean, I would have expected Mirage if they picked it, but now it's almost like they're second guessing it based off of what happened yesterday to them. So they are going with Mirage though. Okay, I'm glad they still trust it. I just thought it would come out in the first phase here. But either way, going back to Overpass, I think this is probably the best possible pick that Big could have gone for. But I just feel like the other 2 maps are pretty heavily leaning towards Navi.
We have a scenario again. When you look at the 3 maps isolated, Overpass, yes, Big Omen Academy picked it. I would still say Navi Junior are the favorites.
Yeah.
You go into the second map as well, Inferno, Navi Junior are the favorites. And should we go to Mirage, a third deciding map, well, Navi Junior will be the favorites. So if Big Omen Academy want to win this game, they have to pull off not only 1 surprise, but 2.
That's not a good sign. I like the honesty, I'll be honest. I appreciate it, but...
not so negative anymore?
I feel like that still was kind of negative. You basically said that they were not favored on every single map and that they would have to shock on every map to win.
That's not what I said, but that's what you...
That's kind of the story we got from the group stage, though, honestly. The fact is that Big have failed to put up more than 8 rounds against Na'Vi in any of their previous encounters in Season 2. So for Big to pull this off, it would be a bit of a miracle. It would just be flat out incredible, actually. It would just be the biggest land surprise. I think there's probably no matchup that is more stacked heavily against another team than Big versus Na'Vi Jr. They have literally never been able to take them down in this season.
So predictions seem kind of pointless. We haven't really been doing them anyway, but I think I know which way both of you are going to be going. But I want to know just a player to watch from each of you. Like, who is the focal point of this match that will be the most exciting?
I'm going to say Aqua for Big Omen Academy. I know you don't want to talk about it anymore, and I understand that, but I think if he all of a sudden comes to life again, as we saw in Season 1, then we can start to discuss whether or not Big Omen Academy have enough firepower in order to make this game competitive. Without Aqua playing well, it's all up to Process, and I don't think it's going to be enough from him going up against Ankara, going up against MOUZ NXT. So I'm looking towards Aqua. I look towards impact from him as a caller, as a player, and then maybe, just maybe, we can have a close game.
Just a name, Maui. I'm not giving you a chance to talk. Just a name. Who are you picking?
Oncare.
Okay, Oncare. There you go. I want to know who the casters I think are going to be the player to watch, though. Connor, Mohan, who you watching?
Don't disappoint us.
Mohan, scrawny.
Yeah, don't call this guy Mohan, dude. That's Launders.
Trust the process. That's what I
Launders.
always say. Trust the process.
Yeah? Trust
That's the
process.
prognosis.
I'm keeping my eyes on Modesty today. I think it feels like this is the one. You know, we talk about how Big. Listen, unfortunately for Big, they've had to. It feels like they've had to play Na'Vi during this season more than all the other teams combined. And for that reason,
They should stop losing then.
yeah, you'd think you'd improve, right? You know what you're getting into. But I feel like Na'Vi they're so content with this head-to-head matchup that they're just gonna gobble them up, spit them out, pick them back up, do what they got to do to them. And Modesty's gonna be at the top of that list tonight. That's what I expect.
Major champions, man. The only thing that can beat them is the expectations at this point, right?
Yeah.
We're all assuming this is going to be 2-0. It's going to be like 16-3. If it was 16-3 each map, I don't think anybody would bat an eye. So, well, you know, at least for Big, the pressure is totally off. No one thinks that they're going to win. They probably step into the server and expect to lose this game. They have to overcome, right? They have to overcome right now the odds, the mental game, everything like that. And I will say, yeah, I think there are more players on other teams that look good overall. But for me, Process was looking almost every bit as good as the NIP players yesterday. I don't know if the stats were exactly there for him. They were good. They were good for sure. I think he was pulling like 85 ADR off yesterday. But overall, just the land moves, like how he looked in those decision-making moments, I felt like he was looking like a super quality player. I didn't see any nerves from him. I'm really liking Process. I know a lot of conversation was around Glaive and around Aqua in the last season. A lot because of the first season and because of the interview where Aqua talked a lot about Glaive and stuff like that. But for me, I've seen a lot of flaws in their games personally, at least compared to some like Process, who I feel like he's just looking very, very comfortable at every stage of the tournament so far.
Yesterday as well, I think Headtrick started to kind of kick it up a notch.
Oh yeah, Headtrick actually
versus
super
MOUZ.
solid, yeah.
That was something that I was very grateful to see, just because he can fly under the radar. I think when you're looking towards Onkir, when you're looking for Modesty, but it was that third edition, right? That third frag star in Headtrick that was really kind of elevating Na'Vi Jr. towards the end of the regular season. Even Fear, I want to sing a little praise for Fear because dude, he was smashed on Ancient. Poor guy was trying to call the shots, had like I think 4 or 5 kills by the end of the game. Like was just not even in the server. The analysts like very politely mentioned it just because it kind of felt like not only are you getting dominated, but it's also this 4v5. And damn, did he ever turn it around in the following maps? So you know,
Also the leader of the team.
Yep, exactly.
Yep, doing the calling.
So for him to have just kind of kicked it up on an individual level, to have not gotten shaken or shook. Or shooketh, yes. There was no shakeths on the side of Fear. He recovered, but we're going to hey.
Oh,
This is illegal.
yes. That's what we'd like to see, Maui.
Oh,
Great work on the wall.
ooh, yeah. Keep it up. You know what? I support your artistic expression.
How do they do this?
I don't know, man.
God, it's so beautiful.
Some kind of magic.
That's your brain on Source 2 right there.
And now they're already running underneath Maui Snake, straight through the tunnels into this B hit. We are live, baby. We're straight into the action. Big Omen Academy with a great opening in terms of this B hit, but they dropped the bomb because Onkir has this short control, and the more time he buys, we're going to get that graffiti peak soon enough from Fear. Woo. And Onkir's not afraid of anything. Goes right back into it, despite having a teammate to tether off of, and he drops bomb, pushes this into the Process, who tries to chase Fear, now exiting around towards Heaven, looks to dive down, difficult shot to hit on that one, and now Onkir has this advantage of a distance and a teammate down beneath.
This engagement so hard. You know your teammate below. He's just waiting. He's waiting for you to take contact, and he's going to peek, but he actually repositions, which is huge. And now Process has his work cut out for him. Being in heaven is nice, but it's going to be difficult now that he has to get the bomb as well. And he's just got to pray to the Glock gods to be able to find the headshot accuracy from that distance. USPs go up a level, up a tier in terms of the starting pistol to use from that range.
Yeah, Glock gods do not care about your suffering.
Yeah.
They help no one unless you put it on burst. That's the only way they'll help you out. So Navi Jr., they're going to take away that pistol. But considering it was a 4 versus 2 for Big with sight control, man, Onkir on short, just such a nuisance picking away at them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know all about Onkir. This man, he definitely delivers. And yeah, you know, lots of good things to say about virtually everyone so far. But I think when it comes to this LAN, the team aspect is getting heightened because, you know, almost capped out individually in terms of how good most of the pieces are on the map. And you can really see where maps are won. And it's usually based on the rotations and all the finer details and stuff like that. You know, the reason we watch CS at a high level. So, okay, we've got m0NESY inside of the stairs. They have short control. Doors blown open as well. But it's a bunch of pistoling players that are approaching from all sides.
Oof, Prime Taps, poor guy. Shredded. Possibility of a short pinch looking less likely because Aqua with that solo AK is just trying to pry into the B site. So it's going to be the job of the pistols to come get him out. And, well, not going to happen. 2 kills. In addition to the first, 3 HP left over. m0NESY's going to find that evacuation route. The AK finally does come looking back to try and kill him, but not going to happen here.
So smart for m0NESY. His own smoke, he uses it to just ninja escape out through the back ladder. And Aqua will end up going down. An off angle here from Onkir as he pushes. Process all alone, 1-on-4. The quota is to get 3 kills if possible in a round like this. And,
yes.
Well, there's 1 of 2.
Yes. Remember, m0NESY 3 HP away from death, so that's the quota you mentioned. Very close to have already achieving it. So we will, you know, put a little respect on this one.
Keep the economy fragile. Okay. Fear we'll find it. Yeah, so big 7-map pool. Never know what they're going to pick. Here we are on Overpass this time. Yesterday, was it Mirage?
It was Mirage, yeah.
It was Mirage, yeah.
Which is in this series as well. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, it's one of their maps, so.
Like Maui said right before we went into
the great thing about Big is, like, no matter what they're playing, they play it.
Yeah.
So you can't really punish them.
We're going to jump into the Navi TeamSpeak for this 3rd round, see if they can convert fully off a pistol for that 3-0 sweep.
Можешь баснуть? Я хочу разбить по 2.
Зачем? Замёрзлых выпьем там. Молик дашь?
Да, даю.
Давай. Подвал не слышно. Антираждал флешмонстр. Не попал молик.
Пикаю с тобой.
Добрал.
Люк, я должен уйти на длину.
Под Б.
Понял.
Я также подвал играю. Давай. 1 мид. Левый часть.
Монстра не вижу, я на гриле.
Да, он не видел.
Подвал не вижу.
Монстра не видел? Да, вообще никого.
Я думаю, я уйду справа.
Длина.
Справа. Я шел с подвала. Я
Тут кольт на воде. Кольт на воде забери.
Я не забрал.
Да, он не двигается пока. Я смог туалет отдаю.
Давай.
Я им...
Нужен 2-й на. Подойдете?
Да, я ушел уже.
Левая клумба может быть, длину пока не видел.
Окей.
Подвал не
У меня
видел.
будет смог на клумбу левый вроде.
Давай. Я пока длину забрал.
Да за член. Его сыграешь в монстр? Да.
Ты спотишь дугу?
Дугу? Нет. Я на тараке стою.
С-под банка буду играть.
Я
не
на
гранат
прыжке.
нету.
Окей, я на прыжке.
Взял длину.
Дашь-ка ты гранаты монстр?
Да. Аккуратно за смоком.
Монстр не вижу. Пикни монстр с моликом. Зачем?
Бил длину?
Нету.
Хорошо.
Еще длина.
Еще
два. Под хае. За иксом 2 и банан. За иксом и банан.
Коль в
Хорошо.
банке, Илья. Или банан кого?
Икс, красный икс. Зармор. Дать поставить.
Хорошо. Кольт в банке. Кольт в банке. Найс. Хорошо.
Хорошо.
Нужен 1 дроп.
I just heard her so much.
Yeah.
It's just going to become a part of my vocabulary. I'm going to say it to my NA pugs.
That's all right. Gotta, you know,
Let's go.
Speak more languages, Lunders.
Let's go. Yes.
What do they call those people who speak many languages? Polyglots?
That's just someone who's really smart, I think, who just knows a lot of things.
Like Maniac.
Just multilingual. I don't know. Polyglot.
Okay. Think about it.
Yeah.
You know what? I think Big have given Navi a couple things to think about so far. Aqua, 2 clean Deagle kills that last round. Pistol, a 4 versus 2 for Big. And in this first gun round, they've got a man advantage. You know, there have been little moments here where it's not like total blowouts. Of course, we'll see if they actually get tested. But, you know, the door is ajar, right?
Can peek in.
Whether you're walking into Navi's booby trap the moment you push through the frame, that's soon to be found out. But unfortunately, that man advantage they established has been lost already. You know, it's a big pickup killing m0NESY, but you lost process.
A little
process in the process.
In process, yeah.
That was tough.
Trust the process. A little thing about the smoke. The reason they smoke the end of the tunnel is just so that T's can't walk up to the end of the smoke and pop through on the other side. But it does mean that you have to peek deeper to see the end of it. But this is by far the best way to do this at Monster, because if they pop through the end, there's like a running period. You can actually throw a nade and stop them on the other side of the tunnel. And now that the smoke comes up, you can see they're kind of like fully naked all the way at the back of the tunnel, and there's lots of time to react. You see the counter nades coming out now. They bought themselves some time.
Flamey's going to play down inside of the pit. Flamey on B-site overpass. I mean, this has got to be one of the best reasons for you to bring this guy into the team. Onkir pegged in the head with a grenade and then a bullet. Glaved. Going to get back that man advantage that they had started with, and Flamey's patience could very well pay off, but he decides not to interrupt the bomb plant. As Aqua comes off of the bomb, he'll die. That's going to lead the last 2 Ts beyond the pillar, and Fear with a good bit of an opening here to try and move forward, but they don't want to die to that op. Glave's been doing a good job of keeping them at bay. Prime taps, loses his duel, and Flamey's got the headshot. So another moment where, again, Big have a chance. Opening 5v4, post-plant 3v2. But Navi Jr. prevail in both those situations, and they'll take that 4th consecutive round win.
Yeah, there's a lot of good riflers out here. And that was a moment where Flamey could have just peeked and shot it in the default. And you'll see, like, you know, 1 out of 3 times that rifler will take a risk and they'll just go for it. Flamey gives them the benefit of the doubt and says, you're probably covering this. I'm not going to swing on default. And of course, the natural cover is just from the back of the pillar on the right side. And in that situation, you know, Flamey didn't have to be respectful, but how respectful Flamey has been in this Academy League. He's, I think, taking a moment to realize that, like, you know, it's hard. I mean, these players are really, really good, and he's definitely put in some work. And I feel like we've seen a lot of impactful rounds so far here on LAN. And towards the end of the season, one of the main reasons I feel like Navi were able to qualify when in Season 1 they were not.
Maybe that'll be the key. You know, there's been a lot of games between Big and Navi Jr., but never on LAN. Maybe this is where the Omen Academy have an edge.
I think where Flamey shines in that, you know, 4v4s, 5v5s.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to calm a lot, and he's never been much of a clutch player. But, you know, anybody peeks him in a dry duel, he's not going to be scared.
Yep.
And he's very sharp, and that's what he's known for. And I think that's where Navi Jr. need to use him.
I feel like, you know, the concept of using Flamey, in reality, Flamey's just kind of like an anomaly on this team. You know, it feels like a team of 4 plus Flamey. And not to say that, you know, he's not a part of the crew, not a part of the gang, but just that his playstyle just suits. I feel like you could just put Flamey with any 4 people and you're going to find some level of success from him. Because like you said, it's not like he's overly calming. It's not like he's intertwining with the other players. He's just doing his thing, and he does it well. Well enough to be heavily impactful here at the WePlay Academy League. Right now it's going to be m0NESY, and a chance for him to add a highlight to the reel because he's got bodies coming at him here from the bathrooms. They're getting very close to the site because of this front side smoke, and m0NESY now, he's going to be under pressure. So this is a little bit of combat hopping, and he's only able to find that 1 kill. Meanwhile, Prime Taps attacks the B site, and Fear, fumbling with his gun, but he gets it back out in time. He loses his first rotate and Onkir, but that's good damage off of the nade. Good enough to put Headtrick into a clutchable position. Aqua 65 health and barely any for Process up close, but the empty gun,
no
that's
bullets.
what's going to cost him. A dry mag and no longer a dry run. Big on the board.
It looked like he wanted to try to draw out that second duel. You could see he was getting ready for it, but didn't have the ammo to do so. if that was a Silence M4, everyone would be throwing shade on the Silence M4. But look,
where are your 5 extra bullets now?
exactly. Why'd you spend that 200 extra bucks just to have the same result? Silence M4 would at least kill the truck guy.
Damn. So,
that was nice. That was nice. I think the second frag from Process is the huge one, right? Because Fear sees them both cross, which is also the info for the CT player. He throws the HE over, he gets some damage off, but then Process one bullets him when he comes in for the swing. Definitely advantage to the CT, I would say, in that position, knowing exactly where his next fight was.
What are we doing back here?
Look at the sky boost.
It's like Homer Simpson's coming out of the bushes.
Yeah. We spotted. This is the
Hey, diddly-dee, neighbor.
CIS off right here.
No.
Can you even...
Look at Flamey's got to lean in. He's like, what am I looking for? Oh!
Oh!
Go!
That's not easy.
Come on.
But he saw them go back to B. Honestly, I would be calming that because they didn't know that he got this info.
But he's just like, I don't know what I saw. I saw something.
Are they just not coming back? I would just go stack B if I saw that personally.
Do it. I mean, thing is, it's going to take a little while for the CTs to all get down there. There was nobody at this B site.
Kind of took a long time there.
Yeah. Had that decision been made, just 3-4. Oh, but a missed heaven smoke.
They missed the heaven smoke. Okay.
7-map pool.
And 7-map pool, yes. Do a lot of smokes to remember. So,
bomb plant. Default. Okay. This is one of those rounds where, you know, we're going to forget about it, but it could have been very interesting had that rotate happened just a few seconds sooner. Would have been some level of resistance down here. Would have been even cooler if Flamey just rails that headshot.
That's true.
But, yeah, that's a tough one to hit. Still.
That was one of those situations where I was like, you don't know what kind of opportunity you're going to get. Like, are they going to stand there?
Yeah.
Maybe not. You know, but when do you take the shot? If it's really hard, you don't want to miss that first bullet. And now it looks like the CTs are going to just try to scare everybody in the site, get some damage, try to get some people to die to the bomb. It won't happen. They come in a little late, and they all die.
Okay, Process will go down at least.
Okay, that's nice.
There, you get one. You get one for your efforts. One for the road, folks. Bombs exploded.
And they did some good damage, though. That's why they got this round versus pistols in the first place.
All right, big, man. Good anti-eco. Kind of gifted to them, seeing as B was completely free. It's not even though you had to get past some of this deagle potential from Na'Vi. They were just nowhere to be found. But a couple of round wins and a couple of chances in the rounds that they lost. Okay, I think it's you know, I'm trying to up big a little bit just because of some of the expectations we have coming in, knowing that Na'Vi Jr. have blown them out of the water multiple times across this season. It's like any little bit of success I think is worth noting. It's going to mark an improvement. You know, if you are going to lose to Na'Vi Jr. again, I would love to just see some improvements from Big. That's the point of these seasons.
Yeah, it's fair to say they definitely look like the least improved team so far. Just it's not easy with these top 4.
Yeah.
But
and hell, they're in the top 4.
They're in
that cannot be understated.
Yeah,
you know, like
they got this far. So.
If the narrative of them being here is they are the weakest opponent, yeah, but they are still in the top half of the season. So I'm not here to rip on Big. Na'Vi are though. Na'Vi Jr. are definitely here to do exactly that.
They're about to hand out some new buttholes.
Glaved pushing forward on the bathrooms. This is going to activate for Fear. I think he would have heard that drop, so he's going to be coming around these corners with a little bit of information as to this forward movement from Big, but there is somebody coming back.
Oof.
Yes, Process doubles back just to check that flank, and sure enough, a man advantage for Big.
That's nice from him, and he's coming back. You can see to line up a smoke. It looked like that was maybe the protocol at first, but he's just very careful about the way he does it. Some of the front side smoke is just, if anybody's spotting with an op or something like that, it buys 15 seconds where they can't clear anything out. If there's no one inside the bathrooms, then it can open up a site like B, for example. They'll force their way in.
Yes, they will. Flamey going to go empty-handed alongside Head Trick, so no kills on this B defense whatsoever. A little bit of damage, but all things considered, Big Omen Academy with a very successful hit into this site. Onkir Modesty going to have to contemplate their options.
That was really solid.
Onkir can't even really exit, man. He is stuck here.
But at least he's stuck there with a very nice Famas skin.
The commemoration.
I feel like every time I see it, it always looks factory new.
It's one of those skins.
It's one of those skins that barely get a scratch if you wanted to.
He's got a sticker on it, too. We don't know what it is because he won't inspect it.
It had a crosshair on it.
Yep. We'll never know.
How come you don't know?
Okay, if I think it's bit, to be honest with you. 95% certain that's bit.
Oh, it's a bit signature sticker?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you had a crosshair in it?
Yep, and it would make sense, you know, Navi Jr., they're inspired by Bit's
Major
journey.
champions.
Bit is their guy. They would like to be one of him. Big Omen Academy with another round win. Props to that. They've got a T-side ball rolling now. It's up to Navi Jr. to respond.
Very simple. I mean, we go to the default, they punch the 5v4 push, the one risk that Navi take of the round, and then they try to deny Navi some information. And then my favorite part is that they move very fast into their V-hit. They don't let that smoke information expire. They organize really quickly, and then they come through with a lot of conviction out Monster. And while there are two people there, it's not one of the better setups for defending against a Monster push, but okay, let's try to figure out if we can understand why Big are so good in this round. Let's listen into their team speak.
Monster Smoke, geh kurz an Alex.
Ich komm mit.
Okay, warte. Ey, Mitte nur Smoke. Ja,
Da bist du alleine.
Anti-Flash Monster. Hittet.
Ja.
Smoke kann ab, ja.
Soll ich Monster spammen, Nico?
Nee, mach mal nicht die Runde.
Okay.
Lass mal direkt lobern. Komm mal zu mir
Ja,
lobern.
warte.
Wird
Checkflash gemacht.
Na, Jiggle,
War
jetzt
close.
Nanti.
Playground.
Ich halt nicht mehr kurz. Ja, er ist not weggesteppt. Ey, Nick, lass mal zusammen kurz rein, Contact.
Ja, warte.
Einer hat Playground gepusht, wir haben tiefe A-Info, Jungs. Ja, ist fein, ist fein. Ich bin die 3 A, Jungs.
Hast du noch
Kurz
Nico
einer,
Spacing?
kurz noch einer kurz. Ich
flashe
flashe vor dir, Flash
Go.
vor dir fliegt. Nice. Waren beides B-Spieler.
Einer bitte, Jungs.
Patrick ist noch Monsterspieler. Halt mal hinter.
Ja, ich hab kurz.
Ja,
Kurz.
ich hab von jetzt hoch, ich hab das einfach. Wohl, kannst du das? Egal. Ja.
Hast du es gerade?
Tarek. Mal tauschen gleich dort. Ja. Einer war auf jeden Fall noch Mitte, Jungs. Da geht einfach dann
können, okay.
Monster.
Ja, lass zusammen Monster gehen.
Schon gepusht. A-Spieler.
Hier komm, ich geb dir AK, Alex.
Pistols am B, Jungs.
Ja, du musst vorgehen.
Kurz kann jetzt pieken.
Molo,
Jetzt Monster noch. Kommt.
Einer ist kurz.
Einer ist kurz. Smoke Side.
Ja, und Molly dann noch kurz, Nick, bitte.
Molo, ich smoke kurz.
Kann er
Ich hab CT. Kurz, schnell.
Brücke down. Nice, einer ist kurz und der andere anhauen.
Wasser.
Hier, Wasser killen. Was rum?
Schade, Mann, ist ready.
Schade.
Okay, aber ihr müsst zusammen.
Absolutely gutted, mate.
Oh, it's a somber scene, man. We were just trying to hype up the big show, and what do you know? They lose out to the Eco. I believe FOMIS and A1S is what was saved from the last round.
Did they have a bad smoke on short, too? Was that the problem? Because they left a corner gap there. I think one kill came. It's not a bad idea to take Monster on an anti-eco. Now, typically, I think most people would agree that a long play on anti-ecos is the highest probability play, but it doesn't mean it's the only good one, especially if that's understood. You always do that. So going on Monster is also kind of nice, especially if you know, number one, Monster's not smoked, and there's no one playing on the right side to defend against the tunnel. When they're out, you should be a very big advantage, but you got to get that smoke down properly on short.
Yeah.
And we've seen Big miss a couple of smokes now.
That one looked decent enough. It just looked like m0NESY just nailed one of those sprays through, right? Like there was little chip damage here and there, but then he just hit the bomb carrier with a full-on spray through smoke. So that's the X Factor. And Flamey this time, we've seen that exact same fight before. Previously, Aqua Juan-digged him. This time, Flamey's going to come out with the kill. So 5v4 for Navi Jr. as they hold the 5-3 lead. And we've got a close proximity outside bathrooms. m0NESY, blind shot through the heart of Prosus. Nothing he can do to answer back, and, well, m0NESY's not afraid to continue on here. He's going to linger towards mid, and that'll ultimately cost him Nixay to claw this back slightly, somewhat, and still with ample time. 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Flesh went right over the scope. So m0NESY cannot punish, which is, it's okay for Navi Jr. just because they're still up numbers here. Comfy on the site. No one in a weird position. Hard to punish from Big. All sitting outside the A site, and they've got a fair bit of utility, right? 2 smokes. They can take the A site with this if they'd like to. And with no op on the site as well, it's probably Pretty tempting situation.
Ooh, he saw him.
Yeah.
Jump spotting using the front windshield of the truck. Whoa, a little sketchy, but he gets
Gotta get
there.
that one.
Solid enough recovery. Big swing from Fear, but it's prime taps and Glaive. And now just down to Glaive. Flamey gonna walk in as the bomb plant's coming through just to seal the deal on that one. Ices out the Opper. Good trades inside of the site, but I think it's that first kill where Onkir is able to recover this awkward crosshair placement.
He gets blinded, and he's behind the truck, and he has no idea someone's approaching.
Yeah.
You know, Nixe's got to win that duel. That's the moment where you break the rotations completely if you get truck control. No one can come up CT stairs. No one can rotate into the site. No one can interrupt the plant. And you can even just sit there on the truck, not even move. And just them knowing you're there means you have the site. So very important kill to not be able to grab, unfortunately. It boils down to that moment. And it's a 3v4, right? So, yeah, because of that, every kill just becomes that much more impactful. So Navi's lead grows. That one rested on finer margins, though. Big still looking, I think, better than they did yesterday.
A round or two, actually, for Navi, I'd say, on fine margins. And then there's just that awkward, you know, solo M4 round from m0NESY. But the round count, ultimately what's going to matter at the end of this first half. Right now, it's that 6-3 lead for Navi Jr. looking good, but at least Big come in with a bye. You know, they've not had to fall into the ecos themselves, not yet. That threat looms. And so the smoke plumes right in front of them.
Looks like they were thinking about going to phase it. The refresh comes in, and again, we look at the mini-map and we see that Navi Jr. are very well prepared for a monster hit. We're getting prepared on the Great, as well as playing the half wall, and they've got a flash set up here as soon as the smoke fades. So they're wanting this B hit to come in.
And they'll get what they want. Head trick, double kill. Peek from the right and from the left, but not at the same time. So he's able to recover the accuracy, then poor Flamey gets flashed.
That was their flash,
yeah.
But he's still up on Great, so oh man, that's messy.
That's, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting turn of events.
Put a pin on that. Round's not over.
Let's hold on. 3v3. We'll have to talk about the fault if it costs
Jesus.
3 people lining up for the spray down. Frag from Fear is fine, and m0NESY's op from the heavens above pushes this 2v1 a step closer. Prime taps wrapping around this bomb site. Hasn't been noticed by m0NESY. Oh, but the nade, his hands are busy. Fear's going to run up because the molly wasn't on that close spot. So, yeah, okay, Navi Jr. back to their winning ways, but definitely made that harder on themselves than it had to be.
Yeah, so they had all the perfect setup for the defense. They had a multi-layered, but I think what they're expecting is Head Trick eventually dies sitting on top of the Great, right? But he gets 2 kills, and he literally just sits there because he's full HP.
Yeah.
They haven't killed him yet. There's no actual threat, so all they need to do was chill. If it's not broken, don't fix it. That kind of moment. And instead, they throw their flash that they were supposed to throw if Head Trick dies. Flamey swings out, dies. Head Trick drops off because he gets blind. Then Head Trick dies. So it's expensive, but expensive, a little messy. But Navi get there in the end.
That's too funny, man. Head Trick does his job, and then they treat him like he's dirt. Like he didn't even exist anymore. This is that problem that I was saying Big were avoiding, just these pistols. See if they can make it happen. Flamey on short side, 1 and done. Tech9 of Process gonna get this one. Head Trick, good spray, 2 kills to his name. Looking for the 3rd, and he'll nail it. Makes mincemeat of this light buy. An 8th round win for Navi Jr. CT side very much stabilized now. We are starting to put some distance between those rumblings of Big's early success and what will be a lopsided Navi Jr. half.
Yeah, it'll be nice to talk about some of the good tries that Big have, but this is life or death here. This is Navi losing to MOUZ yesterday, NIP beating Big yesterday as well, and last chance, and you know, Big's toughest threat, but it's because they lost, so, you know, there's going to be, you know, the consolation prize of knowing that they played well and still lost, but I think what's paramount is simply winning, and right now it's looking tougher and tougher, so see if they can get back into the game. m0NESY will spot one before that flash goes off. They'll now come through with faster approach. m0NESY just straight up repeaks. Process sitting there holding for his position.
Like a duck.
m0NESY said, I don't feel like rotating out through long, actually.
I'm gonna come back, take one with me. Now Fear plays the front line with m0NESY giving good support over top.
Jesus.
It's going to activate Fear to try and gather some more info, look for another kill on his own accord, and he'll take it. So that's 3 frags coming in from this A-site defense. And they haven't even had to fully concede bathrooms. They're just holding on to what they've earned.
Yeah, exactly. They literally haven't lost any ground in their default at all. So not a good position to be in. m0NESY yesterday wasn't insane. I mean, he wasn't like unbelievable in terms of the numbers yesterday. And it was that they almost didn't need him for a minute. They even won a map versus MOUZ, which was pretty impressive over on Inferno. And now I think we're getting level 2 m0NESY where he's feeling and looking a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sometimes your trigger finger's too fast.
Too fast, yeah. We've seen that happen a couple of times. Okay.
And that one's CS:GO's fault.
Oh!
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
It's an op, 30 health, 20. Okay,
wow.
Never mind. Kind of overplays his hand.
He could feel the timing there. He was like, I just need to get in.
Yeah.
I need to get in. But he almost died to that molly.
And I was trying to, you know, that was looking like a 5-kill blowout. A defense never faltered. Big at least racked up some costs there.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think for Navi at this point is that they win the rounds. Sometimes they're a little too expensive. But they got money to blow.
I was going to say, if that's like, you know, if that's the biggest asterisk on this success. And, you know, Navi, yeah, 16-3, but they could have saved a little more money.
We lost, but we made it pricey.
They had to rebuy every round. m0NESY headhunting, looking for that quad boost. But it's not there.
But once a half.
The ambitious little wall bang.
You're betting on green every time you hold for that boost.
Yeah.
Only flashes here for Big. They'll try something similar. Hetrick, smooth transition up into the boost, and they're once again waiting for this to come through. The boy band on the other side of the smoke.
See, last time they didn't pick him at the same time.
Oh, wow.
I love it.
That's a great shot.
Stark improvement from Big on that exact duel. So calling out Hetrick and pushing the pressure onto Flamey. A4, only good for the one. m0NESY down inside of the water, but it's Fear and Onkir instead to just come running in, rampantly overwhelming what looked like a decent entry.
And pre-aiming the great.
Yeah, well, previously,
nice.
you know, last time they fought him like one after another, and I even called out the fact like, well, that could have been better synchronized. This time they pre-synchronized.
Yeah.
That was a pre-order. Don't pre-order, gamers.
Why?
Because they take your money and run.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
pre-order.
Pre-order games.
Stop
yeah.
pre-ordering. It's 20, you know, we've been burned as a people.
What about Elden Ring? They allow you to play alpha.
Okay, pre-order that one.
Yeah, they allow you to play
That's how they get you. Oh,
Don was playing the alpha.
But all that, but you know what? They should be paying you. You're just a game tester.
I just want to play Elden Ring.
We'll give you this special day 1 skin. Only $30 more.
No way. I'm down. Sign me up. Oof. Oh, well, Process. Oh, this is interesting. Flamey dies over on the ace side, over here at long, right away.
Look at this aggro.
Fear sees one hand over face with the op in hand. Slink back into the fountain.
Oof.
Wow, looks for a decent angle. Process 2 on the round. Hetrick 1 back.
There's the answer, but look at the health here. 39 on here, 12 on Hetrick.
That's the moment where I feel like Big normally would just go back to B. Oh, they get a 3rd kill on the A site.
Yo, they've got this round in the bag. Right?
What'd you just say?
I said Big's got this round in the bag.
Okay. I mean, look at the stack.
I'm not nervous.
Big like ending B here.
Oh, no.
So, I mean, prime time's kind of low. You know what I mean? Crazy. I'm going to say crazier things have happened. Okay? Look at this angle. You think he's not going to get one?
Stop making me nervous.
You literally can't wrap versus Onkir.
Oh, I said Big.
He's barely showing one eye on this position.
I said Big can't lose this round.
They're ending B. And Navi aren't hearing anything.
Oh, no. Let's see it.
M4 is really strong these days.
51 health combined for Navi Jr. That's all they've got to work with.
Oh.
First one is there, but that player was already lit. Okay, Prime Taps, he was meant to die. It's this follow-up from Glaive and Aqua that's really going to save the day. There's only 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
And the last man sitting down here inside of the water. Aqua's going to clear him, and Big can't lose this round.
We had you scared, though. We knew that was going to happen, but we had you scared.
You made me nervous. 4th secured, 1 more to go. Big shooting for that 10-5 half.
Yes. Could be worse. It is their map pick, but they don't have a map they don't play, so it doesn't matter because we're going to go on to the next map. It's another map they play.
I'm just excited to see, you know, if we get to a third map, we get to see another Mirage from them. For those of you guys who weren't here yesterday, you know, Big chose Mirage, a map that they have a 0% win rate on and a very low play rate. You know, it's supposed to be some kind of a curveball. Their opponents, Nip even said, like, yeah, that did catch us off guard. We weren't ready for that. We didn't expect it whatsoever. Well, getting wrecked on it did not deter them from letting it slip through for the decider here tonight. But maybe we don't get there. Time will tell. It's still early in the evening. Settle in, folks. Settle in. But late in this first half, final round of it.
Why are they so broke? Oh,
inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
Oh, dude, nades. And a heyday for damage to the side of Navi Jr. Flamey's got 2 guns.
Damn, he's got the Christmas dualies.
You. A little spot from Head Trick there, just trying to gather the info.
I feel like one of Big's biggest problems is being a little bit predictable sometimes. We're all creatures of habit. Everyone's got tendencies, but so one thing for them is there aren't too many nades and options for Navi to go and seek out some information. So Prosta's got to do a good job selling this as his teammates group up towards B, but there's still 3 in the site.
Okay.
Monty will drop a shot. No rotations coming through just yet. Head Trick sitting back, but they're making some noise here on the site. Oh, first player eats his own flash.
Yeah, not ideal. At least that one's traded right away, but Flamey is flanking. The problem with Flamey is he only has dual Berettas. Oh, and he gets hard checked by Glaved. Good intuition there from Glaved. Meanwhile, that A play in process will die out, and m0NESY has already gone down to this B site with that rotate. So they dealt with the potential of a flank on a threat, and we just get a nice even 3v3 to close out the first 15. Onkir, the front runner. Nixay's barrel goes unspotted, and Glave's op gives cover. Good enough to get the man advantage in the post, and even better so. Fear dies out. It's all on m0NESY. He also dies to the Opera. So a big round from Glaive here to ice out the T side. 3 frags for him, and crucial ones. Finding Flamey on the flank, making sure that op didn't exchange hands, etc., etc.
No, and we do see, you know, we see Glaive kind of break through the, you know, his these rows in the concrete type rounds where you're like, oh man, tons of potential here. Overall consistency sometimes isn't quite there, but you can see why he's been talked up a lot by his teammates. That round is a great example. And it's not a wildly competitive half, just the numbers. Even if they just managed to get one more, did get ecoed in this, like it'd be a much more convincing half, I think, overall, because some of the quality rounds look great. They're definitely moving quite well, but it's still in some ways the same Big where sometimes I think they're a bit predictable, a little bit one-dimensional, and also just can flat out get destroyed just playing a default even, not even able to get map control.
Look at this augmented reality. Ooh. Sometimes technology scares me, but this kind of technology...
What do you mean it scares you? You said you would literally put microchips in your arms.
Didn't say I wouldn't be scared about it.
I know.
I'd do it.
But if you're going to be scared of technology, I think that's the one place where it'd be the most normal. You're scared of augmented reality, but you're willing to put an iPhone in your wrist.
Yeah.
This is what I have to deal with, chat.
Oh man, we've been working together for long enough. You'd think, you know, it doesn't always make sense. It doesn't always make sense.
I'm scared of that.
Just embrace it.
What if I had an allergic reaction to a circuit board?
Elon, augment me.
That's why we need to have caster voice lines in the game. Elon, augment me. Okay, enough of that. Let's listen to the big team speak for the second pistol of map 1.
Kon einer runter.
durch. Wieder 50 Mitte. Noch einer
2
Kon.
Kon unten.
Der Leiter, oder? 2 Mitte, 2 Kon dann, wenn du das gekocht hast. 6.
Nein, das hören die, wenn die close sind. Nein. Wir haben im Kon gesteppt.
Lang ist Black.
Lass mal zu dritt vorgehen.
Könnt ihr machen,
Ich
ja?
denke, die sind weggegangen, weil wir
Peek
gesteppt
jetzt.
haben.
Lass jetzt pieken. Go.
Ich gehe gegen rechts.
Ja, Chat links weiter. Geh Mitte wieder raus.
Kon frei. Ich gehe hoch.
Frei. Ja, da. Nice.
Kommt.
Noch einer. Alarm B. Alex, du bist alleine.
Big gesteppt,
Ja.
glaube. Ne, da war, wenn du hast gesteppt.
Nix kurz.
Pass auf lang auf.
On Zeit. Die Bombe CT. Du hast den Lurk getötet, Digga. Pushen CT. Hier über A lang.
Ja,
Bank
lange
drin,
auch. Ja, ich spiele sehr late am
Kannst mich
State.
baiten, Alex.
Bin Bank drin, ne?
Beide hier, Nico.
Landen jetzt für Bank.
Ballern. Doppelpieken Cube, zwei Bank rein.
Einer Peak CT mich.
Bank tot, einer. Noch einer close, was denkst du?
Das Kit liegt tief CT drin, ne?
Ich geh. Einer close.
Jetzt hier einer close. Schade.
It's one of the rarer post-plant positions that you'd grab. So, of course, they connect the sight box to long, they attack through the back, and they plant back dice, and they go take over bank control. The reason this post-plant is sick because playing from bank and from CT is really strong, especially in a 1v1 where you can peek from bank or CT and rotate around within 5 seconds. But the way that it can fail is if the rotators don't come fast enough, and then you plant the bomb, and now there's the natural players outside bathrooms, plus the CT players that can both clamp down on you. And Big did do a good job of waiting a little bit. They didn't actually rotate too early, so I think Na'Vi, they were scared to plant right away because they didn't get those early fights in CT spawn. But they still won.
Oof, damn, Glaive, you had a choice to leave, and he chose violence. So he was given violence. Nice lineup. Oh, so close with the MP9. Deagle's there to trade one. And Onkir stuck around. That's 2 now for Aqua, but a third player, what do you know, comes flying down the ladder and will finish off that little bit of connector success that Big Omen Academy were able to add. Still 2 kills, right? We say 3 is the 3 is the quota.
I guess it has to be on the 2 saves. A total of 5 is ideal.
Okay, 5 across the 2.
Yeah, 5 rebuys across the 2 rounds. Try to get all the players on rifles, and then also make sure they can't rebuy the next round if possible. Speaking ideally.
Oh, okay. Unfortunate. They know he's here. They're not gonna run away from him. Flamey's gonna come hunting. Ooh, and he's been unspotted. So yeah, Prime Tap's not ready for that left side peek, and Flamey sticks the landing. We've got another win for Na'Vi Jr. T-side off to the races. That's both pistols, both conversions off of the back of it, all the way of Na'Vi Jr. So not
Marvin the Martian.
Who's that?
On the hat.
Oh, I was like,
their coach's name is Marvin the Martian. You didn't know that?
I was confused for a second, but yeah, that is Marvin the Martian indeed.
Let's go.
Underrated character. Important part of the Looney Tunes.
Yes.
Have a fun.
Back 10 in play here for Flame Dogger. He's going to try to mop up some USPs.
Oof. Okay, that's a slaughter.
Okay. Didn't break a sweat. They all die in a line. Human Centipede here. Look at the X's on the map. One player up. Prime Taps once again up to bat.
Poor guy. Not going to happen. 13th round win for Na'Vi Jr. And that one was the easiest one yet, it feels. But now we get into the bread and butter. Okay, Big Omen Academy, CT side, gun rounds up. How much do they have to offer us? Well, they're going to offer up the double op setup straight out the gate.
They just be getting eaten alive by Na'Vi Jr., man.
Dude, Na'Vi Jr. have, again, this is they've played, this is what, the fourth time I believe that they've played throughout this season. These 2 teams head to head. Every time BO3, and it just doesn't happen for Big. Like, there's just a clear difference between these 2 teams. And you thought maybe as time goes on they'd be able to bridge that gap, but so far, not looking like.
It's only widening. They're adding lanes.
Like a Los Angeles freeway.
Yes. Frontside bathroom smoke, and Big are playing it normal so far. No aggressions on either part of the map, but they've kind of receded into the site, which is totally fine on overpass. You can play this. You still have a lot of information outside the inside of bathrooms. You can take a peek on long with a flash here and there. They got a deep angle with an op to try to catch some short lurk. This is good. I mean, this is a moment where Aqua just has to use his discretion and find a time to kind of swing out a little bit wider. But it looks like they spot him and now are just trying to avoid the scope if possible. But this is where I think this is where men are made, okay? They've lost all of their aggressive options. Oh, and they've come right back into the scope, actually. m0NESY will take that duel. Nice from Aqua to find a place to squeeze into.
They definitely confirmed a second player in there as well.
Maybe they didn't see a scope and they thought it was just a rifle or an AUG holding outside monster or inside monster.
Well, it's not going to change the direction of Na'Vi. They still know what they want. B-site hit coming in. Aqua, good for the second frag. Predicting some kind of a push through short. Skims a shot along the smoke. Flamey will catch him mid-air, and Nixay's gonna dive down into the water. Prime Tap's one and done. Man advantage up for Big, but it's being taken back. Onkir's headshot is crucial, and Flamey just coming off of the plant, but with such little health, it's not gonna happen. Prosus charging him down, softening him up, and then sending a message. This is the 6th for Big Omen Academy.
Very, very toxic. I mean, I think that's important, you know?
It's healthy toxicity.
No, it is important. It's land. You should be a little toxic. It's all fake. It's just for the show. Okay. Shoot the dead bodies.
They're already dead.
Say something in all chat every once in a while. Type period. Just enter period. Call someone a bot.
Maybe a question mark or two.
Question marks. Oh,
those get me, man.
I'll actually just make.
I lose a 1v1, you hit me with a question mark?
No.
Oh, you're going to get it.
Oh, you're in my head forever.
You're going to get it,
forever.
man.
And I don't want to admit it, but you're in my head forever.
Yeah.
Oh, we try to be. What do you hit a empty, like a
freaking lamppost?
Yeah.
Who put that there?
Damn.
It's one of those things you never even notice is there. Missed shot from Glaive.
Unlucky. Pre-aim looked good. 2 ops now for Big. Now the stairs approach is so they're not combining it with anyone coming up through balloons, but this can scare oppers and stuff like that off of bathrooms, which is huge. So they'll jump out and start clearing things, and this is where Glaive and Prosus will have to work together. Clean shot from Prosus.
Oh, very nice.
He's got more.
He's got the cover too. That certainly helps. He's going to come back at it. Does loop Glaive, and then Flamey off of the party peak is able to recover to at least a one-man advantage on the way of Big.
Not bad.
But really clean moment there from Prosus. Slipping forward, getting the kill, dodging it, drawing them into the scope of Glaive. Just really nice tethering going on inside of the bathrooms has created this exciting mid-round moment. 45 seconds, bomb not yet picked back up. And they will not have an open route down towards B, so feels like A is inevitable. m0NESY, oh my, he finds timing on Prime Taps.
Oh, the read is good here. I mean, they got the bank player, and the re-aggression up the stairs, man. Damn, that's nice patience from Na'Vi, but here we're crossing the 30-second mark, and that's when Na'Vi would start to go towards the site if they wanted to.
Yep.
Maybe we mistimed that flank push, but they got a little nervous on that. MP9 come up, and now it's down to Aqua.
His position known. Utility goes the wrong direction, and a blind shot from m0NESY to just ice that one out, man. Patience, name of the game. Like you said, 30 seconds is when they would have had to start moving, and that flank, I feel, only activates because of the kill inside of the site from m0NESY.
The thing is, yeah, they had the 2-part plan.
Yep.
But the A site wasn't taken yet, and there was still the option for B. And as long as we're around that 30-second mark, that's when the Ts haven't necessarily committed just yet. And you might feel comfortable that it's not B, but I think if you wait 3 or 4 more seconds, then you can be super sure. Then it's a very hasty rotation. Around the 20-second mark, coming down the stairs, you're going to get to the bomb plant zone after clearing things out on short and throwing your smoke with like 5 or 7 seconds left. But 30 seconds, a little risky. But they're feeling the pressure.
Onkir moves in quick towards close B. Just pistols, of course, this time for Big Omen Academy. So that was the round. That was the moment that Big could have used to maybe springboard a bit of a CT side. Maybe they can pull it back with a little eco magic. Glaive does get his hands on the AK, but he fumbles with the nades, and that'll absolutely cost him. Flamey finding the better of the timing. I feel like we rewind the last round as well. Like, they just didn't expect m0NESY to be making such a play that far forward alone. It's like they for sure assumed that the second terrorist was already up there, and Counter-Strike, man, a game of milliseconds.
That's why you just got to play.
Heartbreaking.
You play the numbers first and foremost, right? Like, if I don't die, we starve them on time, we're consistently advantaged. But to give up a free one, Na'Vi are going to start cooking. And this one's
sharp.
Just about done. Prime Taps last alive once again here in CT spawn. Deagle in hand. Good luck, sir. See what that name is all about.
Nothing, man. Head Trick's got him dead to rights.
It's kind of like the perfect counter name. Head Trick
versus Prime Taps. Yep. The trickery.
They both picked that name because they're good at getting headshots, right? So, all right.
Oh, man. Bit of a heartbreaker.
Is this the last round of the game?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to say that.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be positive, and then I'm supposed to be negative.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought Pimp was supposed to be negative.
Is this?
We're both supposed to be positive.
I'm kind of the pimp of the duo, if you think about it.
Wait, what?
Just
I
less
think people
Danish.
like you more. That does something
Pimp's
doesn't
gonna
add
have
up.
something to say about
something
this.
doesn't add up. Right now, the numbers have added up nicely for Navi Jr. One more. 9 map points to close out Overpass. And I like this. A little bit of a short play coming through from the Omen Academy, but it is being held by Onkir. And just as he turns his head, Onkir lines up too, but Glaive could go unnoticed. Sure enough, gets 1 kill and sticks around. Flamey, though, his patience, dude, he's just so cool. He's so chilled all the time, never stressed, right? That's what we talk about in terms of his play style. Doing his own thing, tapping in these headshots, getting players closer towards the B bomb site.
Flamey's only 24, dude.
Secured. Yeah.
He's the top 10 richest CSGO players ever. He's only 24.
Woo! Woo!
That's it.
That is it, folks. Navi Jr., they will take away Overpass. It felt like it was inevitable.
Yeah.
Always felt like it was on the brink of it. You know, there was moments that we had to praise Big Omen Academy. That first half, I think, could have been even better had they started a little bit stronger. We have to remember that they gave up a 4 versus 2 advantage with sight control and the pistol.
Yes.
And then, yes, they made both of those ecos close. What if they had won at least, the first 3 of one of the halves? But you lose both pistols, and you're playing Navi Jr., it's a tough day in the office.
No, everyone. I think everyone played their heart outs, but I'm gonna assume. But Navi are just they're just really good. And there's also the thing where like you can expect a team to improve, but you can't forget the other team can be improving while you're trying to get better as well.
Yes.
And that's Navi. They have shown that they've become a better team. They qualified to LAN, which is a marked improvement from the last season. They're looking to win the LAN. That's their goal right now. They're the underdog. But at least in the games that they're supposed to own in, they do that consistently. And they just figure their favorite opponents. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Navi Jr. chew up big every time they face, and it doesn't seem like LAN has changed anything. It doesn't seem like this month off has changed anything. I think, your point is the most important. Like, not only do Big have to improve so much to catch up, but they've also got to keep up as Navi Jr. improve themselves. So ultimately, it's Navi Jr. on the rebound, so it seems we've got 2 more maps maybe coming up. What I do know is we have an analyst desk standing by.
It's Maya.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scrawny. I feel like I want to go back to your point about a 7 map pool. I feel like we're starting to run out of maps, Maui.
They're trying everything. They're trying everything. But that's why I commend them. The fact is that they will go for something that doesn't seem to work on paper or even the stats or even when we watch the game. But they'll try it. And for that, I give them
So you're going to give them a
light
participation trophy at the end?
A little medal. They made
of
it to
wood?
the LAN. They're happy with that. They made it.
What's after bronze? Pim will know
copper.
this. What's after a bronze medal?
I have no idea.
Copper, I think.
I have no idea. I've never tried it, man. I've never been in a final.
Yeah, tin maybe? Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely a bit of a rough one. I think even one of the things that we were sort of talking about in the green room is the fact that, again, similar to what we saw in Inferno yesterday, there were some opportunities there for Big.
That's a problem. That's a problem that you have this tendency to be in the game without being in the game, right? When you have rounds you're supposed to win, when you put yourself in a scenario where you have a 3v3 or you have a positional advantage or something like that, and you fail constantly to convert that into a round, there's something fundamentally wrong with the way you communicate, the way you process Counter-Strike, and the way you do it. So again, we discussed it, right? Big Omen Academy, I have no doubt that some of these players have great individual skill, but as a team right now, they're just not gelling together. And that's why I want to commend Navi Junior as well for this game, because we've been used to in every single season so far, especially in Season 1, but also in the beginning of Season 2, that it was always about m0NESY, and if not m0NESY, then Ankara. Those two would be the two players to look out for. Those two would be the two players to always drop 25 frags and do the dirty stuff. In this game, I believe the top fragger ended up having 20 frags for Na'Vi, and the bottom fragger with 16 or 15. Everyone was charming, and everyone's having a good game, so it's a team performance all of a sudden, and that's when I start to fancy Na'Vi Junior, and that's when I start to fancy their chances of actually going deep into this tournament. And then again, back to Big Omen Academy. I mean, we may look at a scenario here where they're not going to have a single map going double digits at all in this tournament.
That would be a really disappointing fate for Big, but it's one that feels like it's not going to get too much better. I'm sure we'll talk about Inferno more, but I think in this one, just to kind of cap it off, really, there was not a lot to be super excited about when watching Big. I mean, we see that Prosis did well, and he's the guy that we were highlighting. I mean, and Pimp, you were talking about Aqua. He had a couple of moments, and I think that this game, those pistol rounds in particular, where they had deagles for Big, and how close they got, we could see that the skill from Big is there. It's just that in some of those 3v3s, 4v4s even, it always felt like Na'Vi were just in control of the situation. Even the way that m0NESY and Flamey played what I think was a 2v3, maybe a 2v4, that kind of situation where they just slow the game down, they feel like they're the ones in control, and even though Big are on the CT side, it's Big who are trying to force the issue, always trying to find more info, and then they're just walking into the crosshairs of the Na'Vi Junior players.
Well, one of the things as well is that it seemed like, for example, Head Trick, I think it was someone that had a pretty good map. It looked like his teammates at times were even trying to make things a little bit more difficult for him. A few on-care flashes that went a bit wild, Pimp.
That's the scary part, right? Because Na'Vi Junior made mistakes as well, and there was a couple of rounds where you said it yourself, they were team flashing, they were not, in good positions, not in good health for each other. But anyway, they managed to dominate this game, right? Of course, we don't expect Na'Vi Junior to play a flawless game. Again, this is an academy league. We're here to learn, we're here to gain experience. But overall, they played a good game of Counter-Strike, and even when they were making mistakes, the opponents weren't, taking advantage of it. They weren't punishing set mistakes, and again, it just felt like a walk in the park. So, to be completely honest, I'm slightly disappointed in Big Omen Academy. I think they're good players. I think they've shown progress and promise, but we need to see it now before it's too late.
Yeah, I think we're slowly just going through every single member of Na'Vi Junior and just looking at the stats. It's been a tough map to follow, but I guess we can sort of start almost a little bit early looking towards Inferno here, because realistically, I would say again, there were moments from yesterday for Big Omen Academy where their Inferno didn't look bad. It was just the crazy clutches from Fuzi, for example, that ended up taking them out of the map. Maui, what do you want to see from them here? Is it more of the same without the mistakes, or is it just some new stuff altogether?
I would love to see them just build out their playbook a little bit. I just think that Big Omen Academy right now are a little too default-centric, and we saw how those defaults worked on Overpass there. They just got picked apart a lot, and that's something where if you just take the guesswork out of a round, take control and just go straight into an execute, then you simplify things. You don't have to worry about your mid-rounding or how you get information later on, where do you pinch the bomb site at what time. Just run an arch wrap or run a B exec. Like, it doesn't need to be that complicated for Big here. And if they're able to do that without taking too many casualties, getting in position for it, then I think they can make this one competitive. The problem is, though, that Na'Vi Junior have pretty much beaten every good team on Inferno. They've beaten Big before. They've beaten MOUZ. We've seen them do that recently. And they beat Young Ninjas during the regular season. So Inferno wasn't really a map for Na'Vi in Season 1, but it's something that they've definitely worked on, and they've shown mad improvement.
Yeah, it's still looking a bit dicey, Pim. I would say as well, like, what is it from Na'Vi's Inferno that we saw yesterday that was, I guess, the reason that they were able to take down the Titan of MOUZ NXT?
I think, again, it was about the team of Na'Vi Junior and not necessarily about m0NESY or Ankara stepping up. Yesterday we saw a team working together well. We saw a team that handled the pressure well as well. It was 12-12, 13-13, and against MOUZ NXT you think they will be the favorites to edge out a game like that. But Na'Vi Junior have looked much more like a team in this tournament at LAN that they probably have ever done. Online it's always been about m0NESY. It's always been about Ankara. It's always been about the individuals shining and stepping up and maybe, patching some of the holes they had as a team. But it felt like to me that with the addition of Flamey as well, that it's much more team center now. They're playing with each other. They're playing off each other. It's let's call it a well-rounded team. No.
I'm just looking at now. It almost like sort of brings home what you were saying earlier, the 62% 5v4. It's like we see that they... I think that's the main thing that worries me about this squad, is that they do seem to give up the advantages they have rather than necessarily the disadvantages.
It doesn't feel like they have ideas of the proper setups all the time. They don't always know where they want to get more info. You know, a lot of teams nowadays in modern Counter-Strike, even when they have a man advantage, they want to prod for a little bit more info. But every time Big does that, they die. They don't, and I don't think they make the best mid rounds anyways. So that even if they get that info, I don't always know if they know how to convert off of it in the proper way. So that's something that they can work on. You know, that's kind of an in-game leader thing. That's something where everybody, once they gain experience, they can do, or just run. Like, that's why I want them to simplify things, though. I just want them to take that kill and then just go into an execute or just try to convert off of it. Very simple.
Well, some of the stuff we saw again yesterday from them on Inferno was actually almost like these kind of weird proactive plays. So it was like in their afterplants, it didn't work when they sat back. I think they got isolated quite easily. It was when they went for a riskier idea that kind of worked. Do you like that, Pimp? I can kind of see from your face. I think the answer might not be yes.
Actually, I do. You know, if you're on the losing team or if you're the underdogs, it's much cooler and a better feeling to lose in your own terms. Like, you want to be proactive, you want to do a move, you want to set up a plan, and maybe the plan wasn't good. Maybe you didn't have the aim to execute the plan, but at least you tried something. There's nothing worse for a Counter-Strike player to sit in a corner feeling like, oh, I have to make a move, and then not making a move, and then end up dying. That's like the worst feeling ever. So I would go as far as saying, yes, be proactive, but be smart about it. You know, make the right decision, make the right call, and at least try to play the game on your own terms instead of just sitting back and allowing the game to unfold in front of you, because that is the worst feeling if you end up losing.
Now, I believe again it's going to be the choice of Big, which side they actually start on. Would you rather they started on the T side this time, Maui, just to maybe give them a chance to actually set the pace a bit more?
Yeah, when we looked at the percentages, they actually do better on T side. Both of these teams, as a matter of fact,
they are starting on T side. There you go.
Okay, yeah. So that's good to hear, because I mean, if they're better on it, why not just try to get... I just want to see them get 10 rounds, honestly. I want to make sure that they can make it competitive.
Set the bar high.
Seriously, yeah, it's been a rough road for Big so far at this, and if they can make it close for their last map, start on the stronger side so that you have some momentum going into, you know, what is normally your weaker side, that's something that on LAN kind of translates a little better, you know, when you have... That's why so many teams want to start on the CT side of every map, because if they can take a little bit of that momentum into the weaker side, that can carry them to finish off a map. And you know what? It would be pretty heartbreaking to see Big come all the way here to pull off the huge upset win against Fnatic in the group stage, and then just kind of go out with a whimper. You want to see them go out with at least a bang, make it close.
Yeah, for Na'Vi yesterday, I think their B site hold was something that I think impressed us on the desk as well. I think it was Flamey and Fear. If you're on the other side, how do you look to break that apart? How are you picking those players out, Pimp? What would you do in this scenario?
I try to kill them first and foremost, Tom.
Just headshot them?
Just headshot them. I think that's the simple way. He's talking about simplifying the game, you know, making it as easy as possible, and just kill your opponents is
Don't miss,
is the
just
way to
win.
go. Exactly. I think it's tough, though, because yesterday we saw Na'Vi win a game against MOUZ NXT, and m0NESY was the lowest rated player on the server, had the lowest ADR as well. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think m0NESY will feel more freed up to do, you know, more stuff, and probably Banana will be an area where he's going to come out with the orb and try to shut it down. So I think initially that B-bomb side is going to be contested a lot. What do you do to deal with that? I agree with you. As I also said yesterday, simplify the game as much as absolutely possible. When you start to overthink it for Big Omen Academy, we've seen it time and time again, 3v3, 4v4. They don't have the players who are able to do that. They simply don't have the brain and the understanding of the game to do that, or the synergy for that matter in between the players. So the more you simplify it, the more you just hit a bomb site, you hit a timing and just go all in, throw all eggs in one basket. I think the larger of a chance you'll have of winning some of these rounds and potentially making it a close game.
Well, 10 rounds is the hope from Maui. Maybe they'll even be able to take themselves a map. We're going to throw it back over to the casters to take us through Inferno.
I just don't know if we simply have the brains to
cast this.
Yeah, Inferno game.
Yeah, simply don't have the brains.
We're in the 2vx, so...
Damn, man. Pimp's lethal.
I love that.
Wild.
Tom, I have one question. I mean, you can answer it the next time you get back on the desk. How come you only have one line on every page written down in your notes? So you look, you've got a full notebook, but you've only got one line written down on each page.
I like that we've decided to choose violence today. We're cranking the dial on the little toxicity, folks.
That's great.
Inferno, man. I hope they have a chance, but I don't know if they do. I feel like you know, everybody's expectations were Na'Vi Junior a step above. First map proved that. Of course, those expectations are there for good reason, and despite Big's best efforts, it's just it ain't there, Chief.
Yeah, I think I would have put it in different, you know, maybe slightly different words than Pimp.
Okay.
Probably a little bit different, but I think it is true that, you know, maybe in terms of quality of players here, we're not on par, and those mid-round. I guess I have to say what Pip has to say. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna take longer to say it, but it feels like they're basically losing in all those mid-round situations because their players aren't as good as the players they're going up against.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it sometimes. And Process, I feel like again, Process, look, he's getting a lot of critical kills. Looks like he's making a lot of good plays. Clavis here and there in spots. Didn't see much from Aqua. Not so much from
Aqua's kill count. He was kind of like he was there at least today. He was trying to keep up the Process, but I think like just in terms of like quality of those moments, definitely Process.
Yeah,
definitely Process. He seems to be like the one-man army at the moment for Big, sadly. And they
missed some smokes on Inferno too.
Yeah, they missed smokes on Mirage. They missed smokes on Overpass.
Yeah.
It's again like it's just that quality of gameplay is clearly on the favor of Navi Jr. And sometimes it's like depends on the day, right? If your final fallback is maybe today we'll play our best and they won't. If that's what Big's hope was, it's not happening. Navi Jr., every single player stepped up last map. Every single player had like within that mid to high teens kill count. It wasn't as though there was some crazy pop off from one of the stars of Navi Jr. It was the team in and of itself from beginning to end that was just simply better. And that is a very tough beast to best. I wouldn't want to be Big at the moment.
Yeah. And Monacy, he cooks on this map. He's very good on Inferno. I think versus some of the tougher teams, Monacy has some trouble with finding openings sometimes, where his rotations they're always like natural rotations and stuff like that. But I think he could be used a little bit more aggressively. I think there are setups that they could use with riflers to support him more, so he could go a bit deeper into an angle or be a bit more aggressive or flagrant with a peek. But on this roster and versus Big, it doesn't really have to as much, and he'll still find like a lot of opportunities. And I think Mirage is another map that they absolutely dumpstered Big on last time. So we'll see if we can get that far. It's Inferno first, and this is what the map we're playing on Source 2 today, baby. So just a chill moment, nothing special happening. Oh, what's that? Oh,
Lieutenant Commander Rickshaw.
Is that his name?
That's his name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you not know all the agent names?
I don't know any of them.
Come on, Longers.
I thought the other guy was Samuel L. Jackson.
No, that is Mogassi. That is Mogassi. I don't know all of them.
Then there's the one that looks like Moses. I guess it looks like Tom.
There's the one that looks like Semler. That guy just has bigger muscles than the other one.
Yeah, right.
Them they're big arms. Every operation, the guy's biceps are getting bigger and bigger in this game.
Damn.
I don't know if that I've never considered it. Is the hitbox bigger on those things?
That's why you play on 4-3, right? To make it feel that way. Fear from the coffins. He's alone. It's a good site to go to right now. Navi really anticipating the mid pop. So it looks like the rotation will come down mid, I think, for the CT side. Fear's goal, get one, get out.
He backs up. And backs up again. And they're coming at it. Oh, no way. Oh, come on. Only going to get the 2. But still, beauty of a first frag from Fear. Monacy very quickly right into the mix as well. A frag grenade to flush him out of the corner. What's left of Big Omen Academy is going to go spiraling back towards this bomb site. You know what? Here's the thing. Navi Jr. are chasing quite flagrantly. And
it's a 10-second stick now, actually, left the kit. So someone should try to get onto... Oh my God, 3 in a row. Will it make a difference? No, unfortunate. He did make a timing there.
Dude,
There's no way they could expect him to be there that quick.
That would have been one of the slickest movement moments of the entire season.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
You know, I'm excited to see a little bit more exertion because he actually was putting down some crazy 12 AA strafes on Inferno, and I had no idea his KZ game was that good. So
I don't even know what a 12 AA strafe is.
Air acceleration on like regular servers is 12. AA is just air acceleration.
Sure.
When you're on KZ, it's 100. So the 12 AA strafes are a little bit more brutal. You have to practice specifically on like official servers or offline or vanilla KZ to get good at that. So it just shows that he does play a lot.
You movement techers, man. Your lingo. Oof, right to the head.
It's one of the biggest pieces of information you can get in this game is hitting someone with a grenade. It's such a thing. It's something that only happens like virtually always because of luck. But when you hit someone with the grenade and you get that confirmation where you're just throwing a grenade and went to cover, oh, it's huge. But
Good clawback, man. They just got. I don't think it can be understated that killing Fear on the top of Banana here is nice. It's gonna give him a little room to wiggle. Oh, and Aqua with the scout headshot.
What the hell? Wait, he didn't even throw the flash yet. Nice shot.
Yeah, he wants that M4. I was about to say, it's like, oh, you peeking that M4, huh? Aqua's like, did you not just see that scout shot, man? I don't want to. Oh, he has to give him the M4. He wouldn't take the Galil.
Wow.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to get a group up towards this B site, perhaps.
Oh.
Rotate's coming.
I think he saw him, actually. I think they saw him. I think MOUZ NXT saw him. He was peeking mid. They might have seen them jump stairs or something like that. So they'll play like this just in case. They'll make this rotation. Will they go through the boost? No, it looks like MOUZ NXT will make his way to Coffins very quickly. And, wow, Baker really taking their time here. I mean, it's 3 CTs already. They're going to flash through with both people. Ooh. Spray's decent. 1v2 now. Headtrick is damn close, and they should have known the flash came from him.
Oh, he gets it.
He'll grab both. What a 1v2. Quick one from Headtrick. Nicely done, my friend.
Beauty, man. Plays inside of the smoke. You know, Flamey creates a little chaos. MOUZ NXT creates a little chaos. Each of them take one player down, and they still have to manage back versus the man disadvantage. Beauty of a 1v2.
I think that was a moment where MOUZ NXT might have saw that they were...
They had to, man.
It's such a different level of information when you see something that they don't know about.
They justified that rotate so quick as well. So we'll jump into the Na'Vi Junior team speak here for round 3. Listen into the comms, see if these guys are keeping it cool.
Давай.
Я 500 поиграю. Окей, я на 20.
Есть глубоко, если хочешь пикнуть.
Не надо.
Дашь моли главку?
За моликом пикал.
Давай сейчас.
Да, да.
Дал глубокую. Бум.
Флешка.
Еще банан.
Дал
Мне
хай
флешка есть,
средний.
Давай.
не надо. Не надо.
Бил.
Хорош.
Не диглы.
Я с высадки играю.
Подшью аккуратно.
Подшить правую часть. Под стенку аккурат. Я
Я
антифлэш.
смещаюсь.
У меня есть флэш.
У меня будет молик ближний. Осторожно, смогу ждать тебя сейчас. Отпустил мова.
Сейчас чекну прыжком.
Дерево не
Можешь
вижу.
отдать дым. Пока не отдаю, он главку подходит.
Можем 2, да. Хочешь просто на контакт?
Бревна.
Бойлер красный.
Выебем его?
Я под стенкой, можешь контролить.
Контроль.
Бойлер
Ты подошел? За контроль бойлер. За контроль
Я
бойлер.
коврейся смотрю. Им ковре дам, подойду к тебе.
У тебя флешки нет?
Не, только дым. Да стоим уже, похуй.
Не, я отойду чуть на минус.
Бойлер. Я смотрю, все, вернись в списке.
Ты просто даже
вернись в
контакт,
списке.
если что, выживать.
Жень,
Я смотрю. Пугавку. А с коврой был, по идее. Был в нижней, да. Убил меня.
Хорош. Диглы тут.
Забираю.
Даня,
вот,
да,
сука.
хорош.
As Sponge would say, easy as you like.
Easy as you like.
Easy as you like.
Just a little tippity tap on the way in there, but that one's supposed to go swimmingly, and it did. Na'Vi Junior very chill. I've made an observation that yesterday when they walked into the server versus MOUZ NXT, Na'Vi, on average, every single player had a BPM of like 120 to 130, just before the pistol started. They sat down in this series versus Big Omen Academy, and I noticed right away all their BPMs chilling at like 100. So either it's because it's the second day and you know the nerves are now off, and they're kind of acclimatizing themselves to the studio, or it's the fact that they do not see Big Omen Academy on the same level as the favorites of the event. But I think either way, it's just very cool to be able to see that on a quantifiable level. Heartbeat sensors are very nice tech. I just want it on all the pros now. Like.
I think what was also cool was like some people had quite high BPMs, but you didn't actually see it affect the gameplay too much. You know what I mean?
Sure.
When it was like high, it made me wonder like what mine normally is if I'm just
chilling,
playing a pug or something. Yeah, exactly.
Somebody get a heart rate monitor on Anders in the middle of a crowd.
Just like 3.
Oh man.
Nothing worries you when everything's a simulation, you know?
It's true. He's in full control. We're getting the brackets control. Big, that is. Honestly, going to keep them back with a little incendiary.
There's all these moments where you can see they're about to pop something, and then Na'Vi's utility shows that they're aware of that moment, that opportunity, and MOUZ NXT full controls the situation. So it completely redirects Big. And look, we're crossing the 30-second mark. We still have an escort at the top of B, So they have an option to go and take the site if they'd like to. Bomb is lagging a little bit behind. So now it's going to come down to these last moment rotations. See, m0NESY is starting to get the idea, okay, there's no emphasis on the B site.
Let's see it. Flamey on the orange boxes. Good for a solo MP9 frag. It's Fear in the backside that really cuts down 2 and cools off this execution process. We'll find an answer, but he's all that's left. No time, and he's low HP, so they just have to eject. You know, it was an all-in moment towards that B site, and the setup defaulted very nicely. Again, 2 kills for Fear, 1 for Flamey, just ice cold on the hold.
Yes, you know, hard part of the game is, you know, keeping pressure on multiple parts of the map, so it's unclear what you're about to do, but we've seen a number of situations where Na'Vi are super prescient about what's going to happen, where Big are going to take the fight next, what the next 10, 15 seconds are going to look like, and that's causing very panicky rotations the other side of the map, and that just shows you that Na'Vi are not only ahead maybe individually, but also as a team, very aware of all of Big's options. So they have trouble basically guising anything that they're trying to do and make it hard to read. I think Big are a lot more predictable than they realize.
And that doesn't bode well. 4-0. Map down. Elimination on the line. Bomb currently down towards the T-spawn. So somebody's going to have to double back and go get that. They're starting to take a little bit of brackets control, or at least attempting to, but it's Onkir locking it down, man, just grinding him to pieces.
That's one bloody wall.
Yeah, splattered. More. Just painting it red, man.
If you're just tuning in, we've got 2 matches today, so this one is for elimination, and Na'Vi are the heavy favorites in this series, and look like they might be able to close this in 2, but there's still potential for a 3rd map, and if you've cleared the schedule for today, we also have NiP versus MOUZ, which it will be an incredibly competitive series.
Yes,
I mean, we don't know how good NIP will get. They looked great versus Big yesterday. They have super strong pieces. I'm really excited about Fuzi on LAN as well.
Hell yes.
As a couple of the others. And, you know, that there's potential for an upset there as well. So
to lock in like that first final spot as well, right? Like last season, we had MOUZ drop down to the lower bracket of things, and now, you know, their big challengers are supposed to be Na'Vi and NiP. NiP got the power up before they challenge. Very excited to see what happens, because if MOUZ just get the better of Na'Vi and NIP, then, you know, it's looking like a back-to-back season, which would be very cool. Cement themselves as the best. Oof, quick little turnaround from m0NESY. He lost head trick inside of Boiler, so an easy response and fallback, not wanting to offer over. And I love how Onkir now tethers off of that.
yeah, he's like, whoever's going to follow up on m0NESY, I'm going to try to deny that. m0NESY frees up and actually makes his way back into mid. So they're covering so many new options, all with this one simple protocol.
They're just so mobile.
Yes.
m0NESY's always on the move.
Oh, they've read that correctly.
Oh my
God, no, he gets both.
No, you can't do that. You can't. You miss the first spray.
Yeah.
They boost up. You go for the second spray. They
walk.
have you pinned. They do 97 damage. Damn. And he sprays both with 3 HP left over. Flamey. Cool as a cucumber.
Or as James would say, cucumber.
Yeah.
If you ever see James Banks on LAN, ask him to show you that video. His favorite video. Nothing will make him laugh harder.
Cucumber. You know, you could put cucumbers in a bottle of water, put it in the fridge overnight, and it has a comparable amount of electrolytes afterwards as like a Powerade or Gatorade. It's like a homemade Gatorade.
Do you have to eat the cucumber?
No, you can if you want to.
We just drink the water?
You just drink the water. Cucumber water.
No way.
Yes. It's a big thing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You know where I learned that?
I'm always scrambling for electrolytes.
I learned that
Where?
in that video you just talked about.
No way it's in that video.
Yes, sir. It's an informational video.
That video has substance?
Yes, sir.
I thought it was just a meme.
No.
Wow. Kojima taught us in Metal Gear Solid 2 that memes are the future of information.
He was right.
20 years ago, he made that game.
Damn.
And he talked about memes.
Imagine being a fortune teller.
Go ahead and buy yourself a PS3 and play that game. That's right. Go to those links.
6-0, big lead. Navi Jr. just confident, man. And it's boiling over. I mean, to go down into the alt mid pick, this is what m0NESY loves to do.
Yeah, and these are the plays that are sick to see with him, where it's like, okay, he's not going to miss a shot if he takes an aggressive option. So give him a little rifle support. Even let him do something like that by himself, but, you know, give him more liberty because he's going to deliver. But, oh, wow. Double response here from Process. Converts right into the op, and he's worried about a third player inside of B, so they don't want to take this too quickly. But it is a 3-on-3, so they're not exactly instantly favored. Process posted. m0NESY might come into. Oh my god! Wow, dude. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, that's the m0NESY that we saw in Season 2 online. All right, peeking directly into an opera in their easiest shot possible and just winning anyways.
That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff.
Blindingly fast, man.
Some people simply built different, and it's head trick with the last one. So m0NESY 3 kills on the play. He was shooting for number 4, but swaps out to save the AK.
There's nothing you can say about that. I mean, Process has, first of all, he reads the situation perfectly.
Yes.
He expects m0NESY to come into this fight. He's holding the angle as tight as he needs to, and he's just simply not fast enough.
Mo, they're so... m0NESY's
Torzy's the only one.
Torzy's the only one that can stop this, man. That's how it does feel sometimes.
Oh, man.
m0NESY so cool and rich that he dropped the op for an AK just to rebuy an op.
Wow.
Because he wants his teammates to be happy.
Wish I had that kind of money.
We'll listen into Navi Jr., see how happy this camp is with this massive 7-0 lead.
Могу помочь? Почта. Не могу тушить, я фул.
Один почта.
Могу молик дать
Молик
позже.
20.
Можем чуть...
Тихо,
Можем уйти
Выжжем
просто.
их, убьем, не хотите.
Ну давай нахуй.
Тихо.
Дал
Тихо.
молик, который
Звук нужен, плиз.
горит.
На, будет флеш.
Флешка нужна.
Флэш? Флэш? Я дал флэш Генку. Ну хуёво. Еще одну главку.
Еще у вас.
15 бежит. С бомбой. Нет, бомба на главке. Он 15.
Яма.
Яма.
Дал хая яму.
Я 20 отпушу.
Жду яму, ради.
Бомба справа, 1-15.
Я еще
Это
успел
он.
двоих. Лас яма.
Иди на.
Илья, забираешь пока?
Ну за что тебе?
Сука.
Посмотрю.
Давай.
Он битый под хае должен быть.
Яме?
Да. Да. Найс.
Красный был?
Где?
6-0?
Maybe. 16, maybe.
Well, I think it would only be right for this matchup
They're
that
halfway
there at least got one 16-0.
They're halfway there.
Because of the amount of times that it wasn't even close at all.
Yeah.
16-0 would accurately kind of... It would actually represent, you know, how dominant this matchup has been so far. Oh, it's the double.
Collateral. Prime taps 80 BPM in a 1vx. Tapping away with the Desert Eagle, man. That's no pressure gaming.
He's got low. He always has super low BPM. But off that, now he's at the highest. So, oh my God, it's so consistent actually.
Let him go, man. Whoom, whoom, whoom.
Scared the life out of that chicken. Big said, okay, let's try B again. Yeah. Oh, the retake grenades are coming. They're gonna try entry off this. The flashes are here. They're running into the sites. Somehow Fear stays alive. Flamey will get one from CT, but now 3-on-3 as Flamey gets blasted through the smoke, and Glaive will take one too. Glaive will also take one.
Here we go. This is why I didn't say 60-0.
Who said 60-0?
It wasn't me, and I can say that with certainty. Glaive gonna hold off on that flank, but I mean, you know, an all into the B bomb site. Flamey still able to get a kill through the smoke grenade. But it gets shut down. Glaive gonna secure it. Big Academy on the board.
On the board, man. First one's the hardest.
But I do think that Navi Jr. have been playing some of these rounds a little haphazardly. Like even in the last one where they're running down at prime taps, you know, they're getting one deke because they're all just trying to finish these rounds quick. You know, it's all boiling over, the excitement, whatever not. And then when you win that one round, that's just a reminder, like, yeah, this is a match.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked if Navi Jr. just turned this upside down and play a more passive style and you know, play inside of the bomb site as opposed to the other side of the smoke. And next thing we know, we're right back to Navi Jr.'s winning ways.
They loosened up a bit, for sure.
Let's find out.
They loosened the tie.
Let's find out.
Uh-oh. Oh, man. Wow. That wasn't even a wall. Wow, that wasn't even a wall bang. That was like that was a tiny micro flick right there. Wicked quick.
Smoke grenade towards Arch to follow up. m0NESY going to be removed from it. Has to actually fall back around to the other side of the site, and Flamey's going to take his position, looking to slip in behind the juice, sees the back of Prosus. Nixay trying to recover somehow, but m0NESY just comes right back in, takes down that bomb. And what do you know? From a lost round to all of a sudden 5 players standing and fireworks on the brackets.
It's going to be this quick for real.
16-1.
It's the resolution, 1024 black bars. m0NESY, he's got to be playing on Simple's res, right? 960 stretched. Any native players?
Yeah, man.
Is the question. Who's on native in the Academy League? Do we know?
Y'all got that 1440 by 2560 or what?
No, I know there are some fans, which is great. Some fans on Twitter of the Academy League players are following closely to the next gen, the real enthusiasts out there.
Yeah.
I'd like to know if there are any players in 1920 that I don't know about, but there should be.
Molotov kill. Unfortunate for Prosus, won't be able to play out this one. Aqua tagged down to 28, so they're going to try to force the fight into the spray of Flamey. He's got himself 3. He's gunning for the ace. Needs the reload for it.
Do it, Flamey.
And that's his chance. Taken back by Glaved. Ace denied. But painful nonetheless for Big Omen Academy. How's Glaive going to bail himself out of this situation? Turns back around, does find Onkir. Unprepared for the fight. Scares him back a little bit. However, Glaive's still so boxed in.
Sad state of affairs when your biggest win is denying the ace.
No, m0NESY's posted up on you. You're not going to be challenging with anything, so sure enough, you're going to die out to that op shot. Another round win for Navi Jr., an impeccable CT side thus far. No signs of slowing down.
I think Flamey is Rookie of the Season. I had to say that too. You're drinking water. I had to do that.
Okay, man.
I think he's most improved.
He is actually the most...
Dude.
Yeah, the crazy part is...
He's looking like Navi Flamey now.
When Flamey came in, when Flamey started this season, it hurt me.
Yeah.
It emotionally hurt me to see him getting knocked around the server and for Navi Jr. to be losing, maps with him not being able to recover anything. And he slowly powered up, and now he very much feels like he's in his element. And he should be, man. Look, he started both these rounds back-to-back with some kind of utility kill. It's on the money. Fear going to die out to just the one. Flamey here to continue shaving away Big Omen Academy's players. 2 to his name already, 2 more to go. Falls back, calls for the rotate. Onkir soon to arrive. And not going to play around with that CT cross, but rather just get towards Coffin's process with the op. Knows that Flamey's still backside somewhere, but he's lost his teammate, so it's going to need to be Prosus. 2 kills, 3 kills. Looking for the last, eats the flash, blind as a bat, and without his bomb, head shot from head trick.
Damn, wanted that bad for Prosus. That would have been WePlay of the day for sure. For now, it'll be Flamey's 4K, but what a wonderful try in that clutch. Not even the primary. He's just a part-time opper.
Doing what he does.
He's just a contractor.
Freelance. 11-1, folks. Double op setup as well now for Navi Jr. Flamey going to pick up the big green. Impeccable CT side.
Nothing bad to say about it, and I like how many more aggressive looks we're already seeing out of m0NESY, definitely. He's been a key piece of the rounds, just getting information almost every single time. They always know it's B because of him. Whether he gets a kill or not, if they go A, he always has his hands on the rounds, and you ain't out-opping him. Oh, I mean Flamey. Got another freelancer.
Just here to have some fun. Fear going to swing out. 2 players stuck inside of the smoke, 2 players stuck inside of the pit. Molotov over the top, and Fear goes right back into it. Nobody holding for his peak. Flamey's going to drop the follow-up shot. So we've got a 3v3. But now we've got the real opera in position.
Uh-oh.
He saw Nixe's barrel, heard the shot.
Oh, he's going up top for the peak.
Yeah, takes to the top rope. Onkir killing Prosis. Now it's just the players inside of the site. Modesty going to try to chase down that shadow. Immediately ejects back around the coffin, leaves it on only the Opper, and what do you know? Another solid retake from Navi Jr., man. Big Omen Academy just cannot keep up to this level of play.
They just can't. They just cannot. Unfortunately, they're not allowing the discourse to change, right?
Yep.
That's not our fault. They allow Pimp to be toxic.
It's their fault.
It's their fault. You allowed toxicity. Maui Snake at the end of his videos always says, remember guys, being toxic is a choice, but here it's a necessity. You have to be toxic about this. This is levels right now, okay? Big are not good enough.
The thing that people need to remember, though, and you know, if you weren't watching throughout the regular season, if you didn't see how these 4 teams of the 8 Academy teams actually got here, you know, it was incredibly fun to watch Big's journey.
Oh, yeah.
And their head-to-head versus Fnatic Rising. Oh my God, Modesty just instantly runs in.
Big money Modesty.
Ops down a man, just continues this slaughter that's unfolding. But, you know, Big's comebacks versus Fnatic Rising were some of the most exciting maps that we watched during the online season. They nabbed this spot. They got to come to LAN, unlike Fnatic Rising. Oh my God. But this is their reward, Launders? This is what they get? Congratulations, you qualified for LAN. Now Navi's going to chew you up. Monacy, he swapped out to the AK.
Oh, he got a new gun.
Follows up, more impact, time and time again. Wow. You just can't stop Navi Jr.
Oh, he's going to flash from... Oh, it's a good flash. Oh, that's beautiful. He can do everything. And you know, the other thing I noticed in watching his games, he's got great utility usage. You always see him with the op in hand. He was getting rifle entries when he needs to. He's opping most of the time. They always set him up to do so because he's best in that weapon. But he's got super solid rotations. He's got super good nade usage. I think he's missing some dimension when it comes to... his aggressive maneuvers, but we're even seeing some more looks here from Monacy in this game. Like, the amount of times that he's come down the stairs for this pick is huge, and I just feel like a player like him should be taking way more aggressive moves because he's just got such
speed on
He's got such insane speed, accuracy. He doesn't blink, you know? The kid does not have eyelids.
They're just... It's like a fish.
Like a barracuda.
Yeah.
They have eyelids. I was thinking of a fast fish, you know what I mean?
Yeah. A fast, lethal fish.
Cheetah of the sea.
Like a tiger shark. Or a sturgeon. Oh my God. Dude,
What?
Oh my God.
That was such a weird flick, too.
Oh, it's so bizarre, isn't it? It's so bizarre to watch a god.
Not an easy angle to flick to. My God.
Yeah. Some of us are mere mortals.
Just Kodak moment after Kodak moment.
And some of us are Monacy.
That's why you should be watching the Academy League.
So that when this kid takes over, you can recall your first memories of Monacy.
Major winning organization with the best opera in the world right here, folks.
Insanity. Problem right now for Big Omen Academy, despite having a couple players on the A site, is about how do they escort Glaved, who has the bomb, into this site. Fear is just locked in to cut this off, but
he's getting.
He could technically cross.
Yeah, and they're not coming in from ult exactly, so
look at this.
They just might not see him.
Game of millimeters, man.
That is weird. That is so weird.
But now Fear activates. He still has time to catch them off.
They're clearing out B as well.
He could hold the porch drop down, and nobody's actually holding this. Prime Tap's starting to turn back. Now he does have this being held. 2 players ready for the peak. Sure enough, that's going to confirm bomb on site. A second round to end the half, unless 24-year-old Flamey comes in with a little bit of clutch. And I like that we're ending the half with a round like this because it's either Flamey's moment to just take it back from Big.
Oh, wait, surely.
Didn't see the barrel. Players up close, dies instantly, does barely any damage. Flamey looking for the other 2, 1 in the backside, 1 up close. He can section off these fights, but it's not going to happen. Prime Tap's position catching him off guard, and at the very least, a second round win for Big Omen Academy.
For dignity.
Yeah.
For dignity. I mean, the 2 rounds they won were great. So it wasn't luck. You know what I mean? It wasn't supposed to be a 6-0. They earned those 2 rounds.
At least.
They gotta go shake hands after. Best part about LAN. Sportsmanship.
Forced sportsmanship.
I mean, sportsmanship sometimes is forced. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's forced, but that's the only way you learn.
Going back for that second one, just nasty. And I was also just waiting that moment where Fears locked into the mid cubby. I was so expecting him to just come around that little bit of a corner.
I like that scoreboard reveal.
Yeah, right. They literally hit it behind a curtain.
That's cool. Oh, and it's behind the wires too.
Wow. I suppose that's a bed sheet, not a curtain. But, you know, what are bed sheets if not glorified curtains?
Oh, just horizontal curtains at the end of the day. Have you ever noticed that chair arms are just arms for your chairs? Or chairs for your arms?
You ever noticed your arms?
You are now aware of your arms.
Ah.
You are now aware of your tongue.
You are now consciously breathing.
So things that we probably shouldn't do on broadcast.
Yeah, right. It's like
someone
the
did that
worst
to
thing
me,
you can do,
it would
people.
affect me for minutes.
Yeah.
Minutes on end.
So let's take the power away from the two of us, and we'll give it to you guys. Listen on in to the Big Omen Academy as they try to scramble back on this CT side.
Ein T-Ist ist gesehen. Den nix Mitte. Einer hinten Second. Einer hinten T-Ist jetzt. Hinten Richtung B gejumpt.
Einer Banane,
Einer Peak B. Ich hab Flash ready, sag wann.
Flash?
Einer
Hab's schon gesagt gehabt, aber egal.
Einer ist B oben. 2 B flashen.
Einer war noch Mitte unten.
Einer ist durch B, Pool.
Ja.
3.
Auf CT.
3 Spot. Molly mischt, kommt der Spot. Einer piekt Ruine. Er geht durch Molly. Er piekt durch. Er hat meine USP gepickt.
AK. Einer Ruine.
War das nicht durch?
Nee, kam nicht durch.
Yeah, that's a sigh of desperation at the end there.
Tough. That's tough.
I mean,
That's tough.
Never a fun time when you're getting battered out of the server to this degree.
Another Monacy 2K entry.
But, you know, if there's any silver lining, it's that Big Omen Academy have gotten used to losing to Navi.
Damn. And it's like Big Navi and Big Big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tough one, man.
Parallels.
Tough one, but
Yeah.
you know, it's just a shame that like this run from Big Omen Academy, getting to the LAN event, like actually surviving the you know, getting to the top 4 of the season, whatever. It's gonna have this asterisk next to it that's like, yeah, but you got banged out on LAN.
Yeah, on LAN
and,
too.
You know, wow, banged out on LAN. No, it's tough to keep up to Navi Jr. A testament to just how good MOUZ NXT, I think,
For sure.
can truly be.
Yeah, if you missed it, this elimination match, loser goes home, and yesterday Navi Jr. lost to MOUZ NXT. So yes, this team can lose.
Yes,
believe it or not.
Not just lose, but Navi Jr. got 16-3.
Oh, they got mopped up on
16-3 by MOUZ NXT. Then the series got a lot closer
On
and
Inferno,
you know, remained competitive and whatnot. But just to show like the levels, because one of the things about the Academy League I find is like, you know, teams we're here for like to see like the next gen of talent and like who could actually maybe take a step to the next level above them. Sometimes it boils down to the specialty maps. You know, sometimes teams look way better in certain positions, so you get blowouts versus blowouts. Right now, despite their best effort, it's Navi Jr. going to secure that 15th round. Big Omen just trying to use those pistols close, get a couple kills, do something, you know, extend this game.
I'll ask you again, is this the last round of the game?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just feels like it, man.
You're
feels
supposed to be positive. I'm supposed to be negative.
Listen, man, we jumped into that TeamSpeak. You know, I think it's poetic in a way that the final TeamSpeak of Big Omen Academy literally ended in a sigh. Because that's just how they feel. You know, their BPM is nice and low.
Like that.
It's just,
yeah,
it's hard to bounce back from this level of a score when you have this level of an opponent ahead of you. But, you know, use this as a showcase while you can. Let's see a little bit of talent, maybe. You know, Glaive did have a scout, I believe, or Process has it. Auto shotty on Nixe, and that's got a kill, at least the one. 4 versus 2, and 2 of the 4 tagged up on Navi Jr.'s side.
I think some closing notes. I think Big do need a bit more. They have an IGL problem. I think as a team, they definitely don't look that good. Got some good pieces on here, and I think some unactivated talent that would be a lot better if there was a bit more structure And then Process is doing good despite the structure.
Yep.
But overall, you can see that they're lacking that department a little bit. And we're going to give this one a congratulations. Big congrats to Navi Jr. will make their way into tomorrow to play the winner of the loser of NIP versus Mouse Sports in our next match of the day.
Yep.
But for now,
we have to remember,
congratulate them.
You know, our previous champions in MOUZ NXT lost their first game when they came to the LAN finals in Season 1. Navi did that exact same thing. Can Navi run this event all the way back from the lower bracket? Well, if they're going to be this much better than Big Omen Academy, if they are going to possibly best NIP tomorrow, assuming that MOUZ lock in that final spot, then you know the run is potentially here. But ultimately, this one will be marked by the fact that Navi Jr. showed promise yesterday versus the favorites of the event and showed that they are infinitely better than Big Omen Academy here in the first losers match, which means that, you know, I think now we have 3 teams of a competitive caliber that remain in the event. You know, the question is, will MOUZ secure the final spot right away? And the follow-up, who will ultimately be their final challenger if we get this nip Navi in the lower game tomorrow too?
Absolutely.
So lots of action still here for the WePlay Academy League Season 2 LAN Finals. But unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Big, who made a hell of an online run, had some of the most exciting moments during the online stage, but just weren't able to kind of, you know, get that momentum beneath them here on LAN.
Worth going back to YouTube and check out their celebration, if you can find it, of them beating Fnatic Rising after come back from 14 down.
It was literally that. My favorite map of the online stage was thanks to Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, that overpass game, 14-8 down, and they came back and qualified. So they kind of overachieved in that sense. If you can see, they're maybe like, you know, struggled a bit here, but did a lot to get here in the first place. So
yes,
yeah, that's it. We're going to throw it to the desk now. I hope you enjoyed that game, and stick around because we got another series coming up next.
Well, thank you very much again, Connor and Launders. It's one of those ones that's a little bit difficult to come back to because that was an absolute slaughter coming out from Navi Jr. I do kind of want to almost premise it though, Pimp, that it's sad if you're a Big Omen Academy team. For the tournament, it's not bad at all.
For the tournament, it's very good to see Navi Jr. play at this level again. It just confirms that what they did yesterday against MOUZ NXT was not a fluke. They are here to play Counter-Strike at a very high level, and they were looking much better than Big Omen Academy. I think both Launders and Scrawny were on the money, saying that in this scenario, right, Big getting to the playoff, Big getting to the LAN was overachieving, was achieving enough in itself, right? That was coming into this one unexpected, and unfortunately they couldn't hold up with the caliber teams like Navi Jr., like MOUZ NXT or NIP for that matter, but just qualifying, just being one of the 4 best teams in the Academy League is an achievement in itself. So yes, it does suck big time to go out like this. There's no sugarcoating it. It wasn't good enough from Big Omen Academy, but I agree with those two that they delivered fine play in the online stages, and they should be somewhat proud of even being on the stage. I think that's a sentiment I wanna build on.
Yeah, in a loss like this, it's tough to learn. It's tough to walk away and say, oh, we just messed up this 1 or 2 things. But there's still a lot of great footage of Big Omen Academy that you can be hopeful for as they move into Season 3 and other endeavors that they have. I mean, these are some of the toughest teams that Big kind of get to play against, because right now they're playing in the ESEA main season, and they're actually doing very well in the ESEA main circuit. So this is Navi Jr., MOUZ, Young Ninjas. Those are teams that are in higher divisions or just simply better teams than they're facing normally. So for them, this is kind of a privilege in a way, and that kind of feels a little condescending to say that, you know, you're using a LAN experience like this as a privilege, but at the same time, they were kind of overachieving when it was online. The fact that they were able to get here in itself was a big accomplishment for Big, and they shouldn't hang their heads too low, because even getting to this top 4, it's a competitive Academy League. So props to Big for at least getting here, but obviously bigger props to Navi for taking them down.
Well, yeah, I think that's the angle we now have to start looking at, Pim. Have we finally just see the unleash m0NESY? Because he's been a little bit quieter. Not bad, but a little bit quieter than we've normally seen. Not in this map. This was an incredible performance.
It was an incredible performance, and actually I didn't get to say it leading into Inferno, right? But his stats on Inferno have been, you know, at least to m0NESY's standard, not that well. He was the lowest rated player yesterday when they played it. I think they played it once or twice during the online season as well, where he was not going off like he is right here. So to see him play this well on a map like Inferno is definitely good to see. On the stage, delivering the big numbers. m0NESY checked into the tournament, and if I'm MOUZ NXT, if I'm NIP right now, you better make sure to win that game, because you don't want to face that guy, in a lower bracket elimination game.
none of the teams ban Inferno. It's probably going to come up in the future. Na'Vi Jr. have now beaten every team at this LAN on Inferno, whether it's online or in person, and this is a scary map for them now. They're actually making a quick case out of thin air that they might be the best Inferno team. That's something that weeks ago I would not have said. Last season I definitely wouldn't have said it, and we can see the progress for this Na'Vi Jr. team. The leading's getting better, and what I loved about this map victory is that it just felt like it all came down to the individuals. Every single player was able to just find multi-frags at every single position. We could see how formidable their CT side was, and their CT side's not even their good side. They're a better T side team on this map, and for them to put up a performance like that, I mean, now every team should be pretty terrified if they have to face them in the lower bracket.
Well, we are now going to go and have a quick chat with Aqua, obviously from Big Omen Academy, of course. Commiserations. I know it definitely wasn't the tournament you were hoping for. My main question to you is, do you feel like you've come here and taken something away from the Academy League?
I guess we can say that we at least qualified again, which probably many people didn't expect, especially because we had to change a lot of roles. However, I did expect us to do better than we did, because we got stumped on almost every map. So I think that's not the thing we expected. We obviously thought that we can maybe go even higher this time, maybe place second or third, but it didn't go as we expected it.
Aqua, how was the preparation coming into the tournament? Because as you said, right, just qualifying for the LAN finals in itself was a big achievement and a big surprise. So did you guys prepare properly, you'd say?
Yeah, I think we did prepare properly, because 2 weeks before the LAN, we had no officials in other leagues or something like that. So we had lots of time to prepare, and I took the time, prepared almost every map. Did try to include new stuff, try to fix our defaults, try to fix our CT setups, and I think we actually did quite good in doing that. And even in practice, we had really good results, also against good enemies. But it didn't work out on LAN this time. I think maybe the pressure got us again a little bit. I think especially the communication was really off in the games. Yeah, and I think that's why we really suffered, especially on our city sides. I think they were really, really horrible this tournament.
You live and you learn. That's the way it is. I think qualifying was a good achievement. In terms of your own individual play, you were one of the biggest surprise to me in Season 1. You played hands down some of the best Counter-Strike in the season, whereas Season 2 has been a little bit more quiet for you. Can you try to elaborate why that is? I know you took over the in-game leading role as well, but just for the viewers out there, maybe not knowing how good you were in Season 1.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a secret that my performance has dropped off really, really dramatically, and I think it has part-wise it's because of I have to IGL, because I definitely have to focus more on the whole game and not just on my own. When I didn't IGL, I had way more focus on myself. I could just hear the other ones talking, get the information and do my play with it, and give them the information I get, so that our AGL can work with it. But now I have to look at every player. I have to hear what everyone wants to say, try to include the information in our next play, think about what we should do next, what the enemy's done, what we can do against them. And it really is hard, especially because I've never done it before. I was just mostly the guy who was second calling, I would say. Especially for example on Nuke, I was in the lobby lurk and giving my mates outside information if we could go ramp, A side, maybe you can drop down vents. And when we started playing as me as an IGL, I was also trying to lobby lurk while doing it, and it was almost impossible. And so we also changed that so it's really, really hard to focus on my own game right now. And but it's not that my performance has dropped off just because I'm IGLing. I also think that I'm just not really that consistent as I would like to be. I think even if I wouldn't IGL right now, my performance would still not be at the level it was at the beginning of the Season 1, which is kind of sad, but I have to work on it. I'm definitely keeping on grinding so I can back to shape, and I want to prove everyone that this hasn't been just some lucky games from me, that I can do it on a regular base, and I'm going to work the hardest as I can to prove everyone that I'm actually a good player.
Yeah, you got it.
Aqua, I mean, you're talking about improving, and I'm curious, I'm sure that this didn't go as you guys expected, but during the group stage, it's safe to say that you guys probably captured the attentions of a lot of people with those tremendous comebacks against Fnatic. And for anybody out there that is a fan of yours, where can they see you guys play more? I think you guys are playing in ESEA main right now. What kind of other future plans do you have to play?
Yeah, so currently the only league that's playing besides like WePlay is the ESEA main league, which we have some officials like after we departure to Germany again. But also like at the beginning of next year, the German leagues will start again. So there's we're going to compete at those. For example, playing against the top German teams like Sprout, No Limit Gaming. Alternate attacks, like I think they're Kawana right now, yeah, Kawana Gaming. So it's also really nice to play against German competition, and yeah, that's basically it right now. If we get some tournament invites, for example, we're also gonna play them, and also like when we play Season 3 starts again, we're gonna be there again, and hopefully we'll qualify for the LAN again and have a better showing than this time.
Well, I have to say we're very excited to see that. I think with every event that goes by, I'm sure you guys are going to come back stronger and learn more. Thank you very much for joining us, Aqua, and as I said, hopefully we'll see you again next season.
Thanks for having me.
Well, I have to say, I'm always impressed, especially when someone is so informative in an interview straight after you've just lost a game.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of the most difficult things to do, but I genuinely came off the back of that interview thinking, I've just learned a hell of a lot about him and this team as well.
Aqua gives straight up the best interviews. Like, he has so much information, and he's not shy to just tell you everything going on with the team from his perspective, teammates' perspectives. Like, he's very in touch with what his teammates are feeling and what he's thinking, and he's not afraid to share it. It's awesome, and it's almost like he's been media trained.
You know, there you go. Well, speaking of a little bit of extra media that we've got for you, we've now got a video showing Big from this tournament.
Most of the stuff does work fine, but some things are still sloppy, so that's why I only rate us a 6 or 7, because I really think we can do a lot better than we're doing right now. Many people, again, didn't expect us to qualify, but we proved a lot of people wrong once again.
One thing that like turns me really on to play it and to grind it even more is like the competition, because I always want to play against others and show them that I am better in the end.
Now he's going to be in the back line. Ooh, 2 kills back, make it 3. And as they push inwards, Wolf decides to wrap around this side.
We want to experience this feeling walking onto the stage, seeing the crowd playing in front of a huge crowd, hearing them cheer for your team that you will win. That's what everyone wants to achieve.
Oh, commits to it, won't get the second. Oh, there's actually a round. What's up? So now Aqua definitely has the advantage. Comes out and wins the fight, wins the clutch.
Shoutouts, of course, to Big for making this possible, and for owned by HP. They are our main sponsor from the Academy team.
Thanks to our big supporters who support us in the way that we qualified again for the LAN finals when we had to do the comeback against Fnatic Rising. A lot of you people messaged us on Twitter or Instagram and really supported us, cheered us up, which was really, really nice. I also want to say thanks to supporters from the other teams, because without you, we couldn't really play on that stage. So I'm really grateful that we have a lot of viewers. Even though, like, when other big Tier 1 tournaments were played out, we still had great viewerships. I hope you will stick around, watch the finals, and cheer for everyone, and may the better team win.
Well, it was great having Big Omen Academy at this tournament. Of course, there were still some bright sparks from this team. I think, Maui, I'm going to give you the chance again. I know you love talking about Process, so I'll let you go for it. But he still put up some numbers considering the results that they actually had.
And he was doing it from an aggressive position. Consistently the entry fragger for Big, taking a lot of the first contacts in pretty much a lot of rounds. And to succeed that well with what we saw was kind of a flimsy structure for the rest of Big, it's impressive that he was able to accomplish as much as he did statistically. It's a shame it didn't translate to any kind of wins on LAN, but in the online portion, he showed that he was the difference maker, because he left Fnatic Rising. Where did Fnatic Rising end up? They didn't make it to the LAN, and when he joins Big, Big, they do. That's pretty awesome to see, and his journey is one I'm going to be sure to keep track of moving forward.
He's a hot prospect for sure. I think he did a good tournament this time around. He was good in Season 1 as well, and let's be honest, right, without Process, they probably wouldn't have beat Fnatic Rising as well and qualifying here. So he's definitely a player in high stock value right now. I think you said it pretty well. He's not dominating the league, but he's definitely one of the better players out there, and a player you need to look out for in the future.
Well, we're now going to start looking at some teams that I would say so far have been dominating the league, not really having any troubles in the regular season. We'll be off to a short break, but we'll be back with Young Ninjas versus MOUZ NXT.
It's a trivial thing, but when you get killed, first give the info about the position where you got killed. Not the f***s and the shit. You can say that off microphone. Never, ever put your swearing ahead of the info for your team. Get disciplined.
Disappear, scumbag!
Never throw flashes without a warning in voice chat. Folks that are talking about such actions are successful in all aspects of their lives, and in solo matchmaking for sure. Never try to argue with toxic teammates. In their perspective, they are better at everything than you. So don't try to share their toxicity by getting involved in a quarrel. Never stop when you're hearing a rush B call.
Throwing fire. Throw flashbang. Throw flashbang.
Listen carefully to the calls of your teammates, even if it sometimes seems bad. This way you increase the chances for your teammates to not ignore your calls and increase the chances to build chemistry with random people and win your game.
Yeah, boy.
Never bait in silence. Baiters are hard to like.
Listen to me, I don't like you.
Players that care only about KDA rather than team play are seen from afar. Even if you decide to make a bait play, be honest with your team and propose to have a play that will include the sacrifice for one of your teammates. Warn the team about your intentions to avoid raised eyebrows.
Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 2. I feel like content so far has been on point. Like I think we need to just give a small round of applause to the content team because they've just been incredible. I've also learned quite a lot. I learned that I should never argue with Pimp. I've learned that he should always rush whenever I say that we should rush B.
True.
I think that realistically, James has taught me an awful lot in the last few minutes, and most of it involved you.
Pimp, stop swearing when you give me calls. Every time you give me a call out, you just swear first. Usually, like they're beeping B. Like, come on, man. I need concise calls.
I need this. This may sound controversial, but I really do hate noobs.
That's okay. You're one of the toxic teammates that James was talking about. So you just think you're better than.
I was just gonna say it seems a little bit sad that you hate yourself.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Hey!
You win this round. You win this round.
You know he played for Liquid.
I did.
Did he?
I did.
Yeah.
Was that during the
They also
academy?
paid me. That was a payment. And
not
that was
academy.
before.
Who did they replace you with?
Twist. Well, they didn't
That was a good move for them.
It was close.
That's not bad. Not a bad one.
Well, to be fair, right? I replaced Symbol, and then that didn't really go out too well.
Is that a good move for them, though?
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Who made that decision? Either way, I think we should start moving into our second game of the day because I think it's a certified banger. We got MOUZ NXT facing off against the Young Ninjas, the champions facing off against the team they beat in the grand final. If anything, this is the most expected grand final, right, Pimp?
Could be. I think it's going to be a great matchup, especially because these two teams are in a relatively early stage of the history of this league, really building up quite a storyline. They faced each other many times so far, especially last time we were in this studio at the LAN finals. They faced each other twice in the grand final as well. NIP won the first game, MOUZ won the final, so there's a little bit of a grudge match going on right here as well. MOUZ obviously still the favorites. Young Ninjas looked super well playing yesterday, so I'm really excited for this one.
Same. You really just never can count out a ZTR-led team, especially at the Academy League. He has shown that he is incredibly well-versed when it comes to mid-rounding, and that they have a lot of different options round to round. And Fuzi also, he's also made a case for himself that he's challenging Torzi for being one of the best players at this event, and I would love to see if he's able to come up big and show if they really do have a chance, or are they just pretenders?
I also feel like, in comparison to Season 1 at least, is it just mirror the stakes a little bit higher this time? Because a spot in the grand final, I think that Na'Vi look a lot stronger than what we'd seen from previous teams in this tournament. That realistically, whoever falls down could actually just go straight out, Pim.
I think you're spot on. Because last season, without being disrespectful to Big Omen Academy or Fnatic Rising, we were all sitting with a feeling that whoever loses that game will play themselves into the final with no problems, which is exactly what happened as well. Whereas I agree with you, if you drop down to a lower bracket, we saw Na'Vi yesterday, they were able to pressure MOUZ a lot of the way, taking a map off them, and Mirage was also very close in the first half until it fell apart from them. So if you're Young Ninjas right now, or if you're MOUZ NXT, you want to avoid that lower bracket game 100%. I still think MOUZ are looking quite hot in this one. The one thing we have seen from Young Ninjas was a game against Big Omen Academy, and we've seen how poor they've been in this tournament. So I feel like this is the first real test for Young Ninjas as well.
Yeah, Young Ninjas right now haven't gone through too much. Even the group stage for them wasn't the toughest of tasks, but MOUZ is looking flat out like the hottest team here. They seriously look like every single piece makes sense. A few of their players have gotten even better from Season 1 to Season 2. Exertion in particular has made a case that he could be just flat out the best player on this team, and people were always talking about JDC or Torzi, but look at 1.41 rating, 93 ADR. Like these stats are incredible for Exertion, and on top of that, look at his opening kill ratio. This guy's an entry fragger. He's always doing the dirty work. All those early engagements are going his way, and he has been thriving in them.
Yeah, I almost feel like we need to start comparing his stats to the main team rather than his current team, because it just seems ludicrous how well he's been performing. I also really like the attitude of this squad. I think we had the interview with JDC, and it was like, oh, were you surprised by the fact that you lost Inferno? And they were just very accepting of just like, no, it went wrong. We're going to learn from it. We'll come back. Like, there was no like, oh, yeah, it went really bad, or we made mistakes. They're not actually as good as you think. It was like, they were good. We didn't do well enough, and that was it. And I feel like for an academy team to have that level of attitude, that's kind of crazy.
Again, it may sound controversial, but I do think MOUZ NXT as a team, you know, and the way they conduct themselves at tournaments and the way they conduct themselves in interviews are doing 10 times better than some of the pro players getting paid millions of, not millions, thousands of dollars in order to play Counter-Strike.
What team is this?
Well, I mean, if you knew about the sticker money, then a lot of these players are making close to millions of dollars. Anyhow, I really agree with that sentiment right there. I think JDC is a fantastic role model for these guys as well. Yeah. He's the old guy on a young roster, and I think he's always conduct himself in a very fine fashion as well. You hear him behind him as well, always the loud guy trying to hype up the team. But again, it comes with a balance. You need to know your limitations. You need to know when you can hype up a team. You need to know when you got to be serious with your team as well. And to me, it seems like the perfect fit when in this lineup.
He's been the heart of this lineup. He was one of the first people that put it together with the coach Cyclone. I mean, JDC and him worked to find these players. They scouted a lot of different demos, a lot of different games, and the whole European region. They've been just finding people, and they've come up with this. And to me, the only thing that's going to tear it apart is if MOUZ just calls up their players. And there's a serious case that a few of these players should be on the MOUZ roster now. Exertion for Bemis, Torzi for Acor. I mean, these names are becoming more and more a scary prospect for the players on the actual MOUZ roster. They actually should feel a little bit of heat or them breathing down their necks, because right now Acor's not doing that well, and Torzi is just tearing everybody up.
I do want to point out that's where it gets super, super interesting to me with this whole Academy League thing, and quote me on if you want to, but let's say Acor gets thrown off the main roster and goes down to the Academy team. The Academy team is still of a caliber where Acor still have plenty of opportunities to showcase himself as being a good player, either to get sold to another team or to fight his way back into the main roster. They're playing Tier 2 tournaments. They beat Dignitas 2-0. They're playing some of the great, Tier 2 teams out there. So if you're Acor right now, sure thing, losing your main roster spot would be a bad thing. Same goes for Bemas or anyone else within MOUZ, right? But there's a pretty quick route back, whereas if you go into the Big Omen Academy roster, for example, from the main roster, they're not really playing that many tournaments of a high caliber, so it's hard to showcase that you progress. So that's where the real value comes into me for these Academy rosters. If you have a strong secondary string, oh boy, it gets interesting.
Well, before we dive too deep, we need to actually bring our teams out. So let's get into Young Ninjas facing off against MOUZ NXT. Well, a team that might have revenge on their minds. It's the Young Ninjas looking to try and take down the champions. Join me in welcoming the Swedish superstars. It's Young Ninjas! course, there's a team that's been standing in their way throughout the season. It's MOUZ NXT. They are the team to beat, the reigning champions. It's MOUZ NXT! Now this is a match I really think is just going to be exciting to delve into. We got so many cool matchups throughout the server, so many superstars that have been performing well this tournament. Now you mentioned briefly, Pimp, that obviously so far from Young Ninjas, they've beaten the team that was easiest to beat. Do you take much away from it? Just even the manner in which they were playing, I don't think we'll see the same style today.
That's my problem, right? I don't know how much we can put into that performance from Young Ninjas. I don't feel they were tested at all. I felt like they were giving room to do whatever they wanted to, and that's not going to be the case against MOUZ today. You're spot on, you know, it's going to be a complete different dynamic on the server as well. So to me and to Young Ninjas, I think they feel this as the first big test they have at this tournament. Can they beat MOUZ NXT? Then of course they can win the entire tournament. Can they make it competitive? Well, then we still have to have them into, you know, consideration for winning the tournament. But do they end up falling short against MOUZ NXT right here? Then we may have to question where Young Ninjas are at, because the only team they beat so far was the worst at the tournament, and I'm not quite sure yet if Young Ninjas got it.
For us to get a competitive game today, we need the heavy hitters from Young Ninjas to hit even harder. We need Fuzi to go for 30. We need ZTR to call out of his mind.
Sapek.
And we need Sapek, a rifler that has definitely caught our attention this season, to just lock down every single spot that he's into. Debo, little bit less experienced player on the roster, and Rolf, I'd say, has been a solid anchor for the team, but they're right now looking like some of the odd men out in this 10-man engagement. So for the other three, the big trio for Young Ninjas, I need them to perform out of their minds for this to be a good game.
So you mentioned, Maui, just moments ago about ZTR. Like, how do you feel that Shui on the other side matches up in terms of the in-game leader battle?
I would have said last season that ZTR had that hands down in terms of tactics, but I think Shuhei's progress has shown me that there's more dimensions to MOUZ NXT than just their individuals. And I think I have to give Shui a lot of credit. JDC's given him a lot of credit, and I think he's taken the role, even though it's his first time as a leader, and shown he can put together some pretty complex rounds, ones that have good macro understanding. And to that, I'd say it's actually becoming pretty even in terms of strategy.
Yeah, I think the one thing that worries me a little bit for Young Ninjas comparatively is the fact that the depth on MOUZ, it doesn't really seem to be a weak link at all.
No, not at all, to be completely honest. I feel like they have 5 playmakers. They have 5 players who can be the best player on the server. Maybe Sheen haven't really played the best tournament so far, but he hasn't been needed that much. So maybe we get to see that here, right? I think Torsi is another player we've discussed quite a lot, and him going over against Fuzi, I think that's going to be the battle of the game right here.
Yeah.
2 AWP players who have definitely raised their level from Season 1 coming into Season 2, and now they go head-to-head in a game where whoever wins that battle could be the turning point, could be the tipping point for these two matchups, especially if you're NIP and you're Fuzi.
All right, we got the vetoes coming out, and the perma-bans are as expected. MOUZ bans out Overpass, NIP bans Z2, and now the punish pick for MOUZ should be Nuke. It's a map that they've been incredibly successful on. They just beat Young Ninjas not too long ago on the map, and there it is. They even beat Namiga, a team that I know Tom really likes. Jo, your man got taken down, actually, by this MOUZ team.
I will say Namiga might be one of my least favorite teams. Just how aggressive that team is genuinely still blows my mind to this day. But they are still, I feel like they're taking names. I think that's the more important thing.
And MOUZ took them down, though. Yeah. So
good.
On Nuke.
Well done. Thank you, MOUZ NXT.
For the pick for
Where do you go? Like,
yeah, there's not a lot of great options here.
No.
You could do Inferno.
Yeah.
You could do Vertigo.
Ancient again?
Maybe. I think Ancient's the surprise pick. I think that would be something that. But MOUZ, the thing is, they just showed a very good Ancient.
Yes.
Yeah.
Against.
okay.
They see. I should be the analyst.
Wow. Maybe. What do you think about
Probably
that?
not, but you know.
I'm not sure about it. You know, MOUZ, they absolutely manhandled Navi Jr. on
they
Ancient when
did.
it got picked against them. They were looking super solid. The thing is, we didn't get to see much of them on the T side, right? Because they wanted the game on the CT side, and they only had to play a couple of rounds on the T side. So maybe if Young Ninjas have a better understanding of how to playing the T side and then pressuring MOUZ in to do the same thing, then we see a new face of MOUZ NXT. It is a bit of a gamble, I will say. They've shown a bit of weakness on Inferno, but again, it's a map where both teams are probably 50-50. So I think if you're NIP right here, you're thinking, MOUZ maybe got a bit lucky yesterday, so let's test him one more time on Ancient.
Yeah, I think the fact is that they at least have some footage that they can go over. They can see the CT side of MOUZ and how it was able to beat Navi.
Exertion, I mean.
Yeah, the thing is, it's just really hard to breach their defense. But for the decider, we will get Mirage, and that's I was kind of hoping for the Inferno decider, but MOUZ said let's not test ourselves on that because they just lost to Navi yesterday, and if it gets to Mirage. I think that the game really opens up for both teams there because Fuzi, I mean, he just showed that he can absolutely take over that map.
I'm afraid of sounding like a broken record right here, but I feel we again have a scenario where you look isolated on all three maps. You have MOUZ being the favorites, definitely on Nuke. You have MOUZ being... I would say maybe you can stretch it and say small favorites on Ancient, but the way they played against Navi Jr. yesterday was just hands out some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen MOUZ NXT play so far. And then Mirage, I think MOUZ is quality on Mirage. I think that's the perfect decider for them. So again, if you're Young Ninjas in this instance, you have to make not only one upset, but you have to pull off two upsets against MOUZ NXT. And we saw it can happen yesterday. We saw Navi Jr. pressure MOUZ NXT, but I'm sitting back with a feeling for Young Ninjas here that they have to play probably the best Counter-Strike ever as a roster, especially with Debo, in order to even stand a chance of pulling up two upsets.
I think as well the fact that MOUZ NXT actually then take out Inferno Maui, it almost looks like they've gone, okay, well one of our maps looked a little bit weaker, so we'll just fall on the other 5, which I think that's still the most terrifying thing about this team is that they genuinely can play 6 maps to a pretty high standard.
Yes, they can, and it's something that Young Ninjas are going to be facing an uphill battle against. The fact that there really was no incredibly strong place to go in this veto, even just looking at all the win percentage for MOUZ, the lowest win percentage for any of their maps was Ancient, but we just saw how good they were at that map yesterday. So this is a really tough task for Ninjas in the veto. We saw where they went with that pick, but I think MOUZ are feeling really good right now about these 3 maps.
Just look at the nuke. Just look at how rough the nuke is.
Yeah, that's where it's just it's already a possibly just starting in the hole. If
yeah,
Young Ninjas.
I mean the one silver lining right here for Young Ninjas is that they get to start on the CT side, and I feel we have seen MOUZ NXT on Nuke a couple of times play very close games. I know they win most of them and they always fight back, but they're always forced to start on the T side, and I don't really think they're that strong on their T side. You can also see it right here. Yeah, by far, the CT side are the better side for MOUZ. So I think that's the silver line. That's what we're looking at towards NIP if they want to stand a chance. Get off to a good start, apply some pressure, and then we saw last season, we saw last LAN finals, that these games between Young Ninjas and MOUZ NXT, they live their own life.
My counter to you, Pimp, will be, I think Exertion has probably been the best player in the tournament so far, and has been entry fragging. So going onto that T side for a start, if he's still showing that form, is there anyone on the other side who can stop him?
I mean, we saw Sapig yesterday play well, but honestly, Maui, I don't think Sapig is going to replicate that performance against a team like MOUZ NXT. So it would require a new level from him, a new level from Fuzi, and then CTR with some great calling.
Yeah. What's also kind of boding poorly for the Young Ninjas, and maybe it's boding well for the side of MOUZ, is that they actually just played pretty recently on Nuke at I think a Malta Cup, and MOUZ were able to win that 16-7, where the CT side of Young Ninjas only netted them 6 rounds, and that was with winning the pistol. So it's a pretty tough task for Young Ninjas in this one, but that means there's things that they can learn from. That's probably the silver lining of all of this, is that they just got battered by MOUZ on this map, but that means they can improve some things, maybe change some positions up, try to get Fuzi a little bit more active, because I will say in that game, Fuzi didn't have the op as much as I would have liked him to. Some of the money got weird in rounds, and so he wasn't always able to purchase it, and we saw what kind of force he could be against Big, and I think Fuzi is definitely the biggest win condition for Young Ninjas here. He's going to be responsible for a lot, and stopping those kind of solo pushes which MOUZ sometimes throw in their direction. If there's an op waiting, he's going to hit that shot, so that's going to be a little bit of a relief for his riflers.
Yeah, for sure. And I'd also say, just looking purely at that AWP battle, I think I would personally slightly favor Fuzi in what we've seen from this tournament so far. As said, Pimp, it's only really been against Big Omen Academy, who of course out, but do you think he can win that battle versus Torzi?
I think it's going to be tough, to be completely honest. Again, it's a test. It's a real test. I think he was looking very good yesterday, and also in Season 1, you know, overall he's been a decent player, but what I did notice in Season 1 was that he likes to re-peek a lot. He likes to sometimes overextend his welcome. And going up against an aggressive AWP player like Torsi, who's always coming in behind one of his riflers, you will be punished if you make those mistakes. So I think in stylistically speaking, the matchup between the two AWP players, I would slightly favor towards Torsi, but what we've seen so far in the tournament definitely makes it a very, very interesting matchup.
Maui, what is it about MOUZ NXT on this map, especially on the CT side, that makes them so strong?
Well, I think the fact that we kind of already stated that they're top to bottom just such a great team. There's really just no weak player. I mean, you've got Torzi just being active with the op everywhere, and a good aggressive op just relieves so much for the players, because Torzi loves to just take one shot outside, then rotate all the way to ramp. You know, he'll even go down towards secret sometimes. And the fact that he's so mobile just is so good for them. But I will say that another thing that's nice to watch is that their T sides in particular are called in a way where it's kind of like two things are happening at the same time, where Shane or not Shane, Shuhei will be on a lot of like lobby lurks. He kind of tries to emulate ROPS, I'd say, from the main roster. And then the rest of the squad is just such a tight-knit core with good spacing, good utility procedures, that they're taking map control safely, and then Shuhei gets activated, because a lot of teams want a lobby crunch, and Shuhei's totally ready for that. Every time he gets lobby crunch, feels like he gets 2 kills when they push him. So it's very tough to play against the T side where you don't really have anywhere to go.
Well, I want to look, we have a small delay, so I want to look a little bit further down the series. Obviously, Nuke will be our first map. Going into Ancient as a pocket pick for the Young Ninjas, Pimp, did you spot any weaknesses in the game yesterday, or did we really learn absolutely nothing from what we saw?
We didn't learn much, to be fair, because we only got to see one side of MOUZ, more or less, right? I think the CT side was very good.
Yeah.
Exertion was playing hands out some of the best Counter-Strike he's probably ever played on a map like Ancient. He was very, very good on the, I believe it was the A-bomb side, and just locking it down. So I feel, you know, the surprise package could be that MOUZ NXT and the T side on Ancient may not be as well drilled as the CT side. We obviously for no reason don't know that. Judging by the win statistics as well, it is the weakest map in the map pool, I will say, but that's only because all the other maps they have are super, super strong. So it's hard to say. I think Young Ninjas have a decent shot when it comes to Ancient, but it also depends on how Nuke is going to unfold. Because if MOUZ is winning 16-5 where there's no game whatsoever, it's hard to pick yourself up coming into the second map. So I would look out for how competitive we get to see Nuke, and then maybe readjust my expectations for when we go into Ancient.
Well, I think as well, based on Ancient, JDC in the game earlier was sort of, well, in the interview earlier was sort of talking about how I think that's one of the maps they've been working on, maybe more so than some of the others in the pool, Maui. Is it just going to make it even tougher for Young Ninjas to actually find a hole in this team?
Yes, because the losses that they have on Ancient, you know, it's their lowest win rate map, but it's 2 losses to teams that are higher ranked than any teams that are at this event. It was to a team called Unique and Lingby Vikings, who have been really on the rise in the Tier 2 EU circuit. And so that's just, the losses were close too. So that's actually just a good sign for MOUZ, that if the worst map that they have is to teams that are higher ranked than themselves, I mean, then there's so much to learn from that. They're basically 3 steps ahead of a lot of the teams here. They've already gone over the defaults, the execs, the mid-round procedures. It's that they're nailing down those late-round ideas now, because they've already fleshed out so much of their game on it. So for ZTR and for Young Ninjas to take this, even though, you know, it's probably a little bit of a surprise pick, they must have done a lot of homework. But there are blueprint demos that they could go over. If they watch those games back for how MOUZ lost, then maybe ZTR can take some of those ideas, transfer them to his own team. But the question is, does he even have the personnel to take advantage of those minuscule gaps that are in the MOUZ game plan?
Yeah, I'm also curious, Pim, and just in general, in terms of MOUZ NXT, outside of the Academy League, how far do you actually think this team can go if they were to stick together? Because we've spoken a lot about, like, oh, well, this player could go into this team, this player could go into... If they were to stick together as a core, do you think they can break past that Tier 2 level?
I think they could be a top 20 team in the entire world. I think they could play, you know, some of the qualifiers to qualify for the bigger tournaments. Having them play, you know, IEM Winters, having them play some of the Blast tournaments, I think that's going to be a tough, you know, barrier to break in through. But what I've seen so far, I don't want to set any limitations to MOUZ NXT. Still relatively young squad. I think they have a very rock solid core. JDC seems to be a great father for the team. The coach in Cyclone as well has achieved a lot in Counter-Strike and seems to be doing a good job. And then you have the X Factor and Exertion. Like, how good is he going to be down the road?
Yep.
You have so top 20.
I'll be the bad guy on this one a little bit. I think that something that's going to hold MOUZ NXT back from becoming an actual top 20 team is kind of weird, because it's probably Torzy. I think he takes way too many aggressive peaks that are just kind of like, it's like when Poison was peaking for Complexity. You know, he took all these aggressive fights and he was winning them, but as soon as he dropped in 10% level, that's when Complexity fell off pretty hard in the international space. And right now, I feel like Torzy probably just watched too many Poison games and is doing exactly what he's doing. And right now, you know, he's not getting punished for a lot of these plays, but he will start getting punished by better riflers very soon. As soon as they hit that just near cusp of top 20, then he's going to start realizing that some of those plays are a little bit too risky for their liking. But right now, keep going for it.
Well, you know what? I think it's finally time for us to get this game underway. It's Young Ninjas facing off against MOUZ NXT. Scrawny and Lotus, take this one away.
With pleasure, Tom Bismeyer. Thank you guys for your talking and whatnot. And welcome back to the other speakers. It's time to jump into what I want to say is kind of one of the most hype matches of everything. You know, this is the one I really wanted to see. I'm the guy who, prior to the LAN finals beginning, said that NIP is probably the most likely team to prevent the back-to-back season victories for MOUZ. And what we saw versus Big yesterday was rather uncontested from the Ninjas, but also promising from Young Ninjas. Now it's their turn to try and test MOUZ. Okay, Na'Vi did it yesterday. They took a map away. They looked decent at times. They got blown out at times. What do Ninjas have to offer us? Is it a clean run to the finals for MOUZ? Oh my goodness, Launders. We're about to get some answers.
Yes, we are. I don't know, because it's, unfortunately there's no overpass in the veto here for MOUZ to have to go up against them. So there's 3 maps where it's just like MOUZ could just beat them down 2-0. They could beat them down all 3 if it goes to it. They could be close on one map. They still probably win. So it's a real tough test, and we'll get even more answers tomorrow, you know, depending on who the loser of this matchup is. But at least as we're past Big for NIP, we'll get to see them play against a team versus one of the 3 remaining teams that could potentially win this event. Yes. You know, I think that much is clear. So, you know, this will be a game where even if it becomes close, you know, it's going to increase, you know, change the conversation for tomorrow versus whoever plays against Young Ninjas. And that's not a foregone conclusion. Sorry, plays against Na'Vi.
Yep.
And that's not a foregone conclusion. But it's about breaking ground here. It's about pushing this to its limit. And either team that gets to play against MOUZ will, you know, increase their bandwidth for having to play against them again, potentially, in the finals, if that's going to be the case. So we'll see. MOUZ, I mean, as I'm characterizing it, the team to beat, they look super solid. In my opinion, they've got the best IGL by far in this whole league. I'm so impressed by Shuhei, and I think that some of these players, they might not be as good without him there, creating the amount of structure that he does and allowing them to pull off some of the cool and complicated rounds that they do consistently. They really looked a little bit like they were doubting themselves in some of the rounds on Inferno, and I think that's part of the reasons they lost yesterday versus Na'Vi, and that's the only place where I've seen them be a little bit shaken. But outside of that, in the first and third map, they looked totally fine, and they ended up winning the series, of course. So no questions for me on that end. Less overall super solid players, a very strong Inferno from Young Ninjas. That's what I believe in from them. I think they're kind of happy to play Ancient, but probably somewhat scared.
Yeah, I got to be a little nervous after
Somewhat
seeing what
scared.
happened yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, whether or not Exertion can replicate that crazy next level performance is something that's yet to be seen.
Yeah.
Am I safe in saying that, you know, despite Shui being, let's agree, Shui being the best IGL at the event, is it fair to say ZTR is second best?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too, because that's where I put my stock in Young Ninjas.
Yeah,
I think that, you know, his influence by Hampus, he went on record just yesterday with an interview saying that you know, he's taking what he can from Hampus and trying to implement it into this, trying to be like an actual, you know, like a duplicate version of the main ninjas. So I put my stock in ZTR tonight if Young Ninjas are going to cause this
Definitely.
upset.
I mean, I love how the way that Young Ninjas play. It's so different from their main roster and just how kind of quick and explosive it is in a lot of their rounds. Like how they, you know, fluidly transition from their defaults into their execs. They have a lot of good eco strats. I mean, I'm getting vibes like Nexa vibes, I guess, from the style of play from Young Ninjas, and I think it's been incredibly fun to watch.
Typical analysts, always kicking their feet up, just sitting back and... Oh, him? Oh,
Don't hit the
no! Nuke!
Okay.
Cedar Creek! Yeah, that's some like Duke Nukem vibes to it, man.
Duke Nukem, baby.
Let's get into it, baby. It's Young Ninjas, MOUZ NXT. Somebody's locking in a spot at the finals of the LAN finals. Who's it gonna be?
Fast outside. The bomb is crossing and going at the Usain Bolt pace already down into secret. No CTs have rotated just yet, and they're even causing some distractions outside to make his rotations harder. Shui's taking the round into his own hands.
Uh-oh, fast lobby play, but look at... Oh, I thought Shane was going to have these players locked in. The double Beretta.
Bomb goes down. Shui's in the lobby flanking. Oh, he's going to be a bit slow to this, and the CTs are moving quick.
Exertion already downstairs, locking into the dark corner. Torsey trying to draw attention, but he goes down. Now it's Exertion's chance, but that's two clean headshots coming out from Debo. And Shui, now the clutch falls onto him in the 1v3. Door closed in his face. Two sets of Berettas on the other side, and it's denied. Sapek headshot, Young Ninjas pistols, and the CT side begins with the win.
Not bad, not bad. A little bit shaky there, it looked like, from MOUZ NXT. Outside of Shuhi, who did a fantastic job on that aggressive lurk, and the way they did that was so nice. They kind of just branched off, right? They sent a bunch of players outside. They left one in the lobby, as you naturally would, to come in through ramp, and they crossed outside super quick, punishing anybody for not playing inside of Heaven to spot the cross, anyone for not peeking aggressively outside of Mini, and then they even left Shuhi there to make sure the rotations are just all tied up. We got to deal with Shuhi first before we get anything else done, and he ends up getting both kills. So some fantastic frags, though, on the retake.
First shot, man.
Yeah, especially in there from Debo. I'm just rest in peace to Debo, so I'm just going to dedicate his name to Debo. I'm not sure if that's the way that it's meant to be pronounced, but
you can do as you please, man.
We're all Debo fans here.
It's your show, Launders. Of course, because of the bomb plant, we do get this interesting triple AK buy for MOUZ. So for Young Ninja's sake, they better not be asleep at the wheel. This will be a very important conversion. Could definitely just reset the cash on the Young Ninja's side. Ooh, a bit of a stalemate, huh? Feels tense here in the second round. Feels tense.
Yeah, low utility round. Don't want to give away an opening kill. You have some pistols that you can throw up in front like pawns and use the riflers to try to trade. That's exactly what they want. Still maintain the 3 rifles. One down for the Young Ninjas. And, you know, the economy is very testy these days on the CT side. You don't want to bleed down numbers, even if you win.
Ooh, Sapek able to find one inside of Mini. His back is being covered by the outer player as well. Debo drops down. Kind of welcomes them to come in through the ramp room. Shane up first, dead instantly. Good headshot. Now it's the AK player. That was the real test. Back-to-back double kills from Debo. Bomb found out on Torsey. And this is an AK wielder in the 1v4. But he's tagged down to 73 health with no kills as of yet. And the time, that's kind of his biggest enemy. He'll swing open door and continues to test this. Unlikely save. First kills his. Drops down to the B site. He's going to have to try and sprint this one in, and it's being held the cross by Debo. But, oh, he's got a chance at a plant.
Will he actually get the bomb down? No, okay.
Quick flank.
Jesus.
Hot on his heels and hot on the dead body. Molotov just for good measure.
Super clean round from Ninjas, man. They came to play today looking good. Out the gate, love to see that. And yeah, that is a very scary round for the CT side because that bomb gets planted. money's very strong for the T's, and there's just so much CT economy fragility that if they don't win, that 3-4 plus, I mean, they could just go and lose the next round right after. So no bomb plan is nice. High numbers is nice. And the CT side, again, the game in general is becoming more CT momentum focused, where if the CTs have a lot of money, then they have quite a big advantage sometimes because of the drop utility. But if they don't have the money, then it's just like the old meta, and also things are expensive as hell on the CT side to be able to buy. So that's where the T's can really work their way in. So I don't know. It's hard to say exactly how much the map, round differentials will lean as the months roll on. And I'm sorry, I think we're going to listen into a TeamSpeak. I didn't catch what team it was.
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Rolf CSGO.
Jag målar där.
Ja. Jag sätter mig silo direkt och bara gilla ut med mollo.
Nej, det är gula.
Jag går ner vänt.
Är det? Gula till sågen.
En gula, jag mollar.
De vill nog bara att vi ska vara i standings. Jag pikar på silo nu. En
det är där jag ut.
Jag är ingen på silo. En är på silo. 50 tror jag.
Ja, lätt som
För den.
Jag kommer utmana. Jag smakar.
Nej, det är lugnt, det är lugnt. Jag ser den. Den är röda. Jag pikar silo-killen.
Röda.
Den är silo.
Den är till röd, jag lägger mollo på.
Den är ramp.
Jag lägger mollo på han nu till röd. Lugnt röd.
Nej.
Springer på.
Den är silo.
Den är ramp.
Den är silo. Jag går ner, jag är toppen.
Jag immar den silo. Jag häll.
Bra, gick ner.
Ja,
det är bra.
2 ner i yard. 2 ner i yard. 2 till röd. 2 till röd.
Jag kommer.
2 till röd och rampa. Nice, sista 2 i yard.
Båda var till röd.
Jag kommer ut med in med den, chilla in mig.
Jag håller vänster.
Afrika. Kvar till röd. Till röd.
Nice!
Fett bra.
Får jag gubbar?
Oof, good vibes, clean comms, and very easy anti-eco. 5 players up. Strong start for the CT side on Nuke.
Yeah, and it's just the confidence looks really good. I mean, all their shots are landing. They're on the right spot. You can see the communication there. It's not in English for me to understand, unfortunately. I mean, I could go ahead and take a lesson.
Yeah,
why not?
Tell me what they were saying, Wonders.
Yeah, I heard Silo.
Yep.
I heard Silo like 4 or 5 times, so...
I heard the Molo.
I think that means mini.
Yeah. Yeah.
Molo.
Oh, man. Here it is.
Outside cross smokes. They're not going to use them. They're all geared up inside the lobby. Push may be coming through. Zebo is getting his face pressed up against the glass here.
JDC holds this. Rolf up close. Oh, kind of looked away, was ready to go for his own peek, but instead it's the double entry coming out from MOUZ. Devo's got the answer, and that's the bomb.
Oh.
That's the bomb.
All right, this is a real test, because it's 3v4. Bomb's in an interesting spot. The CTs can try to take advantage of this, but...
Oh, another insta headshot. Dude, and Fuzi gets the player to the right. Now JDC needs to recover this. He peeks into the crosshair, and Fuzi's gone.
He made a hot rotation out.
Yeah, they gave back the bomb control, but that's okay because they've at least established the 2v2.
This is interesting. The bomb is getting a plenty of front sight with this smoke coming up.
Oh, he got him!
It does go down, though.
And then the heaven peak. Fuzi quickly moving to the heaven to come in with that clutch kill. And, oh, dude, ZTR throwing the grenade in and then just tagging up the player enough for the nade to finish him.
Yeah.
Dude, they came. That's a 5v3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that bomb is so huge. We see when the bomb gets displaced, I mean, that can mean more than a player advantage. And the thing is that the bomb could be in a good spot, but you still have to play it really well, and they did with the double ramp push. They were both covering something different. They had the smoke go down to Squeaky, one cover in the left angle, one cover in the right, and they both delivered on a kill. So that just instantly swung the round back into their favor. And Young Ninjas, even though they kind of got unlucky with one of their 2 kills there, switching through grenades, or got caught off, full credit, they got caught off, still brought it back. Beautiful stuff.
Damn. Damn, damn, damn. We got a game, ladies and gentlemen.
And you could see it's off that tactic where they decided to push up aggressively in ramp early. Allowed them to come through the quick flank.
Devo is the clearly lowest rated player on Young Ninjas. Like, just evidently.
Damn, you're going to bring that? I'm just kidding.
Going to bring that up. I'm going to let the people know.
Just kidding, go ahead.
And off of the back of that, I may say, strong start tonight. Already a couple of rounds with multi-kills. A very crucial play as well to drop that bomb last round.
I saw Shane tweet yesterday. He's like, "Oh,
I was only in it
my
for like
team. My team had to play 4v5. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that to yourselves. You're Bruce Lee said your mind doesn't know the difference between the positivity and the negativity. If it's real or not, just
Oof, dude, another fast one, Mo.
Good, yeah, they're coming
Instantaneous
up here.
shutdown. Only Torsi with a single kill. They tried to run it back, and this time the ninjas run it on them.
Damn, even easier. They try it again, and it's that's actually so funny. They come through that upper exec once again.
Not nearly as successful.
This time they come through at a slightly different tempo. Last round they did the outside smokes fake into an upper hit, and they do kind of contact explode, so it's not a full upper exec, but they run through the smokes together. This time they just execute right out of spawn.
Fuzi juggling flashback. Not a very good juggler, evidently. Keeps dropping the damn thing.
He's got a millipede on his arm, million arms.
Yeah. Freaking millipedes, man. Back down to just the deagles. I'm surprised MOUZ ran it back so quickly. The attempt on the A exit, man. That was just you know, two full-fledged gun rounds from them, just trying to smash out A site, trying to keep it pretty simple. No bueno.
Yeah. Sometimes calls like that are mind games. Sometimes it's because you felt like it should have worked, but
it's early.
Or
you know, it's early. You can run some risks, man. We're only 1/3 of the way through this T side.
It was also a slightly different round, so they threw the outside smoke. So,
ooh, just looked away from Secret. Poor exertion. Molotov landed in front of him, so he tried to find who threw it, and at that moment, the Secret peek nails him to the wall. 5 versus 4. And everybody else from MOUZ NXT just comfortably in lobby.
Looking like Na'Vi versus Big right now. The Young Ninjas.
Oof. You know, MOUZ beating Na'Vi was the big one. You know, doing it so convincingly on the first map as well. Felt like they were just putting so much distance between them and the rest of the pack. And we didn't really get, you know, as many answers as we'd wanted from the first game from Young Ninjas. We've already got some answers here early. Strong showing and easy pickup from Sapek and Rolf. Fuzi also into the kill feed with Debo by their side. Just swarmed as MOUZ again struggled to exit on those A plays.
Yeah, still options open for the following rounds because they haven't shown too much of their playbook just yet with a couple of upper hits on these rifle rounds. So we'll see where they want to take it. But of course, we know the nuke T side, it's a lot to do with outside. But at the same time, it's mostly just about at least pretending you're going outside. I think that's the key part, is that you're almost always doing some combination of cross smokes, you know, 70+% of the rounds, but you're not always crossing outside. Sometimes you're using it just for a lurk, but it's just part of the plan. And that's what I think makes the nuke's T-side default so unique and dynamic on this map. And in response, we've got a very nice setup from the CT side to kind of spot all angles. Confident position to be fighting Silo from up there. And this is the great part about the setup, as long as it's not an upper hit, right? You've got 3 people outside and outside information. So if MOUZ throw a late smoke hit outside, but it's a fake, they'll be able to, they have the manpower to be able to check. So that's what's huge. And right now, MOUZ don't know that they're out here, right? So we're going to have the lurk come out. And, oh, okay, Exertion finds his frag. The refrag comes in, and now here's where MOUZ get a little bit nervous, okay? Because they might not have the facilities to get back outside. And time is starting to bleed down.
Still about 50 seconds. ZTR going to draw a little bit of attention here. Rolf sitting above hut.
Oh, they're very smart to immediately respond to it. They get that smoke and molly across outside, clear out the information here. This is what's so good about MOUZ, of course, but still a very comfortable position for Young Ninjas.
Time continues to tick. Kind of feeling out ramp as well. They just threw a deep Molotov over towards ramp. Doesn't really cause much of a rotate. Not yet, that is, but that's a big one. ZTR dying out to Shane. Easy opening. Now pressure falls on Rolf. He's waiting for the hut play. Gets wind of it and can't snap down into that second player. So it's a win. An A site that falls finally beneath the feet of MOUZ. Just squeezing it.
This is like contrasting to Big. I think that's where their defaults are a lot worse than MOUZ's are, where you hear is a moment where a lot of teams would get totally shaken. You know, they lose their frag outside at a point where they're about to decide where they want to go, and then they have to respond to that information, but MOUZ do it so quickly. They get the smoke outside, Molotov outside, and then they clear out back mini and all those close positions where the full flank could come in, or a player could say, oh, they are going to take outside. And at a minute, you know, between minute and 45 seconds, there is still the threat that outside could come and they could cross a secret and still threaten lower. So as long as they leave that as a potential for the round, Young Ninjas have to respect it, and they do get the exertion trade as well, which is huge outside. And that's what gives MOUZ a round. It's a convivial moment for MOUZ.
Yeah, good. No,
hard fought.
Exertion, you know, he's supposed to be the loud guy. He's supposed to be the energy pump.
And they also
it's hard to get rowdy when you're losing.
And they also cleared out ramp at the same time, just after, before hitting upstairs once again. But you can see they've got their heart set on hitting the upstairs site.
There it is. Their crack.
Good match so far.
Got to weigh in. MOUZ tack pause off of the round win. Love to see it. Rinse and repeat. Win percentage for NIP or Young Ninjas.
I think it's about time MOUZ start testing the vent drops as well as the outside crosses. And if they just make a more thorough default, probably not going to see an upstairs hit really quickly out of spawn. And NIP know this as well. But why do we have to ask questions? Let's listen to the MOUZ team speak and see what they have to say.
I save it, I guess. I will call John and Adam smoke, and I will call your Molly.
Watch that nade, electro nade, she. Outside first time. He did the R smoke. Watch that secret up.
Wait.
Ready?
Wait, peek, secret.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Let's smoke. Let's smoke doors.
Smoke.
Forward Molly.
Let's go. Dead. Nice. That's ramp player. That boy's ramp player. They're pushing cut.
Execute lower.
Let's go double. Window.
Yeah. I will smoke right side and over left.
One more radio. They can't pushing. And 3 on A. 3 on A. Okay. Be scared, yeah. Can be ramp now. Ramp already.
Down through.
Flashing off right side once. I'm going for the bomb. It's 3v3, yeah. Go for the bomb.
One left side ramp.
I'm planting for VP.
Radio.
2 ramp.
I'm only left side. Come here. I'm flashing right side.
One ramp.
Take an angle with your up, Adam.
I'm holding right side. Anyone holding left?
Yeah, I'm holding left. Right, I have left. Secret is clear, guys. I'm coming aqua.
Right there.
One left side. He can push right out.
Left out.
Fun. Yeah, he's out. I cannot peek.
Start up.
It's fine.
Cross ramp, counter store, and one diffused.
Cave check.
Open defusing.
He's defusing.
Let's try.
Nice try.
All good, guys. Nice try.
Oh no!
Oh man,
that was
close
tough.
miss.
Dude.
That was a good shoulder peek on the right side ramp. That was the op frag to show
Yes.
Shui gets his kill on the. As Shui asks, anybody watch my left? Then they do have an opper posted, but that op shot misses. Shui gets his kill. The numbers are favorably traded down for Young Ninjas, which is pretty good.
Damn.
These rounds are hard, man. That was
Fuzi, that was such a crucial kill because he body blocked the diffuser and also won with that one bullet into the post plant. And then you saw, obviously, you know, it was just too tough for Torzi to swing out all of the way to stop the diffuser. Fuzi had to hit it, and he did. And that's going to put MOUZ into a very awkward spot here. We've bottomed out the economy entirely for this round. This one right here. If they don't follow up with another round win, it's an 8-1 plus broken cash. MOUZ NXT, their backs are turned. ZTR, oh my goodness. He was about to come out from the garage play. Instead, he slips down into the secret cubby, and the vent peek from Sapex good. There we have it. 3 kills, 4 frags out for MOUZ NXT. That crunch into the A site. If ZTR comes out of garage smoke on the right side, he finds 2 players' backs turned. Instead, he goes back towards secret, and the A site falls.
You see, they had the 2 rounds in a row where MOUZ try something similar, the upstairs take. But their game plan goes farther. They do a slower cross outside that last round, or somewhat quick, and then on this round turn it into a mini lurk. It's tough. There's mind games. I don't know if the timing was called from ZTR that there could be someone in mini that quickly, so that's one thing. But MOUZ used that to their advantage. It's really tough sometimes. I mean, rifling outside.
Yeah.
Like you said, he was trying to phase a smoke, and of course, MOUZ are not trying to be out there while the smokes are while the smokes are gone. So they move with timing. Maybe the communication was stressed to a point where they just were not convinced it was going to be some kind of mini rep, and definitely thought they had a few more seconds to chill out. But, despite how steep this scoreline is, MOUZ showing why they are a really strong nuke team.
Yep. And keeping things, within the realm of their control.
But, Ninjas don't have anything to worry about. So, just yet. I think they've still got another bye, right? Things got kind of expensive on that previous round.
Yeah. Good enough.
Just Rolf, yeah. Rolf is the only one who doesn't have much.
Rolf plays a P2 Fitty with some grenades. All right, critical round for MOUZ to have picked up, and they did it very nicely with a new look as well. And opening up versus ZTR outside already. Sapek trying to plug that hole, but Fuzi gives the good cover. Gets the kill behind Red. Still, I believe a player left outside in JDC. And everybody doubling back around towards lobby. Meanwhile, Shane, he's felt as though he's cracked open this ramp room. Debo standing out in the open, gets the first kill before the rest of MOUZ are able to join Shane up close. And another separate 1v1. 2 kills from Debo, looks good. Another player about to come through, but JDC does alleviate a bit of pressure by fragging versus Rolf. And that kind of stunts things for a second. They stop. 30 health, though, combined for what's left of MOUZ.
He brought it up. Debo having a much better day 2. Starting off here on Nuke. Great ramp hold from them. MOUZ attacking new choke point. Oh, this makes it a 2v2. It's still such a significant health disadvantage that I'm not, hopeful for MOUZ, I guess, in this moment where Young Ninjas, they can hold. Oh, they're gonna.
This is
they're gonna punish
so
alert.
good.
Oh my goodness. If they knew about the health, I don't know if they go for this, but the bomb gets dropped, and Fuzi's going to hear where the last player is. He's been ice cold in these clutch rounds.
Oh, he drops the ball.
Shoulder peek. Oh, my God.
That's crazy. 2 versus 3, 30 health pool.
Damn.
He takes 1 out from the legs, man. Just guns down the legs from out beneath the player on Garage. The patience on exertion.
He did the fat man shoulder peek because he had the op in hand. One of the slower shoulder peeks possible.
Oh. Op the op. JDC with the clutch. MOUZ NXT with their 3rd T round win.
JDC John doing clutches.
Yes, sir. Get it. And now the cache is bottomed out. So that door was being forced open by MOUZ NXT. They've crashed down the drawbridge. Now they're about to run rampant in the Young Ninjas territory. Bunch of pistols outside looking for some kind of an impact.
It's a great game here in the Legend stage.
Shane fragging out. All is good. They've got their entry down to the B site. Yeah, that clutch will be that clutch will have ripple effects.
Yeah.
We're watching those ripples overwhelm Young Ninjas right now. Rolf gonna come in with a nice little hut peek. Had a chance to find exertion with, oh my god, a headshot through the wall. Fuzi's got brain damage. And he's still 11-5.
Yeah, he started 0-2 and then it was like 9-3 instantly. I was like,
this ain't gonna happen. ZTR just running him down, man. Torzi's gonna save the day.
Got some help.
Make sure everybody stays up for the most part. And that's the 4th one for MOUZ on the board. Wow. Good recovery, man.
What a match so far.
Yeah, Young Ninjas came out the gate very hot. Very hot. But it all boils down to that that very important, that one round where we saw the majority of MOUZ NXT wrap in through mini. There's smokes outside and the diversity of the plays that include that.
Yeah, it just caught up to him eventually. Yeah.
Very nice.
They yeah. That's why they feel so confident when they talk like this thing. The game doesn't come down to luck for MOUZ NXT. They're talking about Navi on Inferno.
Yep.
And just asked Exertion earlier, came to the green room, say hi. I was like, do you think it was going to be so close, or were you surprised that they took Inferno? He's like, yeah. If you watch the game back, we could have won, they could have won, no big deal. And I think they did an interview as well where he just said, we could have won that game, made some mistakes here and there.
A couple of rounds,
but they just sounded so professional. But the way that they look at it, it doesn't. It's not. Their answer isn't, "Oh, we were just playing bad that day." It's, "Oh, we made some active mistakes that we can fix, and here's how we systematically change that for the future." And that's the real scary part. But it validates the lead that Young Ninjas got at the beginning to see that MOUZ are still playing well right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Crucial round. Can Young Ninjas get this one back under wraps? Ooh, missed op shot from Torzi. Gives a chance at the mini player while ZTR opens up with man advantage. There's Sapek. He doesn't shy away after that op nearly caught him.
Well, his flashes are so good.
He comes right back at the action to hold on to man advantage.
It jumbled them up.
Whoa, Fuzi. Whoa, whoa. Careful out there. Careful. Young Ninjas remaining active, throwing Rolf through hut.
And they throw that initial
Two
grenade
players
to make
pushing.
it seem like they're farther back, but yeah, they're all the way in here and
All
taking
four.
over lobby. And Shane could easily just get flanked at this moment. It looks like
Oh, a
it's coming
bomb.
down.
Oi.
Jesus, imagine.
That's the FAMAS for you. It's actually headshot animation that screws him over there.
True.
You know, if I shoot you in the head, stand still, damn it. Stand still. Stalemate. So Young Ninjas just decide to play that bomb control and leave these last two members of MOUZ to try and reclaim it. They're going to go for the A-site split. Torzy eventually coming through hut once their Heaven player's in position. And of course, Heaven is being watched by one of the two players just outside of Vent. So this will have to be everything right here, right now. But JDC actually comes beneath this. Luckily, side of Young Ninjas, Torzy gets shut down immediately, and Rolf will double up for those two.
Well done.
Young Ninjas back to winning ways.
I want to call this putting up a dam in front of the tidal wave. Okay, they did a good job with the counter utility. What MOUZ are doing, they're trying to scale really fast outside, and I think try to sneak one into mini with Torzy peeking out the outside of red and just create a ton of chaos. But one flash blankets the outside, covers both of them. They have someone in big garage, they have someone in mini, and they have someone in Heaven all watching. Heaven guy is flashing and just making sure that they're stopping that forward progress. And as soon as that happens, you're out in the open. You know, you need to scale to a certain point before you can get comfortable. And the Young Ninjas are very smart to not let him get that far. Very solid grenade here to the top of silo. Or as ETR would say, silo.
Ooh, JDC gets caught. Trying to wrap around mini real quick. Oh, ramp challenge. Fuzi burning. Takes one with him. Oh, but the second kill, that's a big one. Peeking into hell, finding Sapek's head, and equalizing 3v3 off of the back of that.
Another interesting mid-round, man. This is where you have ramp. You can't plan in ramp, but it's an important part of the map because it threatens both sites. And Rolf has come back into mini. They've seen the lobby pushes. Let's see if they clear this properly. Yeah, they do.
Shui is sharp. That's the entry onto the A site off of the back of it. As you said, I feel like that one's been kind of... There's been precursors to exactly that. Many hut pushes and A site aggression from Young Ninjas. It's literally how they won that last round, so I'm very glad to see Shui clear every single corner. Very meticulous decision.
Yeah.
And it should be locked in. Unless Debo on this lobby flank would have maybe caught Torzy, but Torzy's too quick with the scope, and ZTR knows better than to try and play his hand in the 1v3. So 5th round at the least for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, they're already trying to cover both of his escape rotations here. So it'll be tough for ZTR, but it looks like he might be able to find just a moment of solace here, sitting inside of hell.
Maybe.
Now he crosses, okay, then he'll get taken down. Really wants to try to make the spawn. It's in a decent spot. And now the shoulder rubs come out. It seems like they have to start winning a little bit before the shoulder rubs come out, so it gives them something to
work for,
aspire to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, you come on.
And then that's when they get the momentum, and then the shoulder rubs just become more frequent.
Yeah, you don't get the rubs for just participating.
No,
man. That's
how you get rubs.
That's how you get soft.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta earn it. On the side of Young Ninjas, if you start winning, you just get slapped. You know, that's why it's his name.
Yeah, by a ninja star. Don't do that, actually. It's very dangerous.
Yes. Don't play with shurikens.
Lobby push.
Quick one.
Oh, Jesus.
Instantly caught. Shane's at the top of the ladder, just shooting him like fish in a barrel. It's only Rolf. In a matter of moments, 4 of the Young Ninjas dead. P2 Fitty, good for 1, and the fallback from Rolf is also all right, but he didn't grab a gun, and they are so quickly on his heels that he didn't even expect it. Torzy's like, mine, yoink, and zoink.
Man, a great half from both sides so far, man. Some very, very nice rounds.
Fun game of CS.
Yeah, fun game. Very high-level game, man. This is some good stuff from MOUZ, and I feel like they could have crushed a number of teams with the T-half that we've seen so far, but Young Ninjas started off 7-2, 7-1, and had some fantastic setups, hitting great shots. They won some retakes. Quite an epic half.
But also, you know, to me, it's like MOUZ NXT have kind of erased from my mind just how strong Young Ninjas looked at the start of this. They powered up, they powered through, They won those most crucial of moments. Young Ninjas haven't been able to bounce back the same way MOUZ did. And an 8-7 half would bode very nicely for this T side. Shui opens up, another man advantage, not to mention Shane has slipped down the vents. Unnoticed.
Yeah.
Sneaky stuff.
Now, ZTR is in a kind of catch-all position. That's good, even if there is a timing through the vent. And Fuzi, oh, he doesn't see this. He's going to get spotted, no?
Oh,
okay, JDC is just avoiding the op. Man, they got a couple of lurks in place that Young Ninjas have no idea about right now. Both downstairs and upstairs, or and outside.
Oh, wow. Sapek just missing the timing on the doors, so the players exit easily. 3 instant frags coming through for MOUZ NXT, and a very strong end to their terrorist side, man.
Wow.
Busting through what was a great first challenge of Young Ninjas, and then never letting off the gas pedal once they really got things going.
God damn. They're going to see the frequency of the back rubs are just coming in.
It's like 6 of the last 7 rounds, just all the way to MOUZ NXT.
Yeah.
It's a very little scoreboard, but I can kind of read it.
I think you did a great job. I think everyone did a great job. I think we did a great job casting.
You think so? I hope so.
Couldn't have been that bad.
Where's our scoreboard? Here, next to the Cedar Creek Nuclear Power Plant Facility, the safest plant in the world.
Especially if the CTs win.
Yeah. See, on Ancient,
that implies that it's a CT sided map, you know?
Yeah. There is no safest plant on Ancient.
No safest plant on Ancient.
Safest plant.
There we go. But they expanded the zones.
They did. No, there's actually many safe plants. Yes.
But yeah,
this joke is outdated. Hand warmers.
They're a scam.
Don't smell them.
You literally smell them.
Don't need to.
Because they don't do what you need them to do.
My hands smell great.
They make your hands warm for like 2 seconds. You put them down, your hands are freezing again.
Well, it's because once you put it down,
jacks.
yeah, exactly. It's like I feel like the hands acclimatize.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in a cold room, your hands get cold. If you're in a hot room, they get hot.
You need circulation. You need to do jumping jacks.
I do jazz fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jazz hands. Okay. That's,
just blood-curdling screams. I like that.
That's the exertion.
I think that's the kind of scream I would do.
I love how
you can't even pin the emotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did I break my leg or am I excited?
You never know. Let's jump in, find out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's own them. Show them who's boss.
They smoked door. I'm going down vent. I'm down vent. Watch out outside. I'm vent. I vent. No one down. Watch out outside. One was outside.
Wait, what is the hedging for you?
Like this box.
See that one?
Ah.
Down vent. Down vent dead.
They can sneak secret now.
I have secret. All good. They flashed on the heaven. They smoked main.
I'm ready.
Ramp. And one outside.
One more.
Outside.
I dropped down.
They won't go on heaven.
Close.
To ramp?
Drop down.
Don't please. I'm hiding B.
Ramp.
Coming? No, not coming. They stopped. One is maybe secret. I think one is secret. I'm in hut. Ramp one close.
One can be heaven.
Ramp close to one.
He's faking ramp. He's faking ramp.
No, they will come B. He's waiting for him secret. 100%.
They should be secret.
Yeah, they are on B.
I don't see secret.
Coming from secret.
DP and secret.
Yeah.
Fucking shit. Easy windows and VP. Windows last. 5 bullet.
Nice try.
It was a really good pistol, guy.
Nice play in the clutch.
Yeah, solid attempt. Good awareness by Exertion as well.
Dude,
Called out
those
that
comms are
entire
great.
play, man. And he peeks into ramp at the right moment, but just kind of fluffs the shot. You know, a little too excited. Players there, starts dropping bullet. He knew exactly what was going on. He calmed it properly. So Exertion, just very good awareness.
It's nice to get that window once in a while to see who's got the comms that move the round forward. Plus $1,500.
How dare you, man?
If you right-click the feet, you die instantly. Some people don't know. If you sit on the ladder, even at 100 HP, if someone right-clicks your feet, you're just dead. So it's a weird game mechanic, but That's part of the strategy.
Ooh, oh, it's fast.
What happened? Wow, the one rifle of the round.
It's live. It's live.
Jeez.
We've got a scout and an A1S. And Exertion.
Oh, they had a double outside setup as well. Yeah, so they got Shuhi push up wait. Oh my god.
Oh, holy hell.
Jesus,
that's such a weird shot to hit as well. When like you have never practiced that moment. There has never been a guy running across that box as you push bottom silo.
Still getting kills.
Can he do it on his own? 2 frags for this one. Low health for Sapek.
Oh, this is a nice rotation because it covers the potential for them to go to heaven as well as opens ramp up if they want to retake.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
But nice from Ninjas. They're moving quickly downstairs. Well, Fuzi has put himself into an interesting spot. He's here in the ramp. I don't know how far he's pushed up, but takes a good amount of damage. And now Exertion. How many kills? 3 kills so far.
Yeah, shooting for the 4th. Frag not where it needs to be. Had he thrown that behind boxes, insta-kill.
Hard one to read here.
Yeah, difficult to figure out. And I really do like this post-plant spot from Sapek. He didn't go for the predictable double doors, plays the boxes, and he won't be found out. As long as he cools his jets, peeks at the right moment, knows that it's not the defuse, and he'll get the kill. So Sapek locks it in with that post-plant position. Props to Exertion for trying his damnedest. 3 kills with that 1 A1S.
Yes, chasing him down like dogs. Every single turn, but it was the only rifle of the round. So another one here from the Ninjas. Again, just a seriously competitive match. Look at the kill distribution at the top of your screens between 1 kill apart.
Everybody putting in work this evening. MOUZ going to have to find a chance to rebound. It's another fast one, though. What do we got? Deagle. Deagle for Exertion. Zeus on the field.
And he didn't save that gun from the last round, right? It was just about that solo rifle?
Yeah.
Oh, because he got the money from the knife.
Exactly. Yep.
And then he knocked down like 15K in the next round, so...
Economically, well worth it. Shui. Close peek, but ZTR's ump. Gets the job done. Traded right back, dude. Point blank Deagle to the head. Goodbye.
He's super good at reading those rotations, man.
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes!
And he's got the AK.
And the bomb.
They have man advantage as well.
The bomb is his? Unless it's outside of the lobby wall. I didn't quite see it. But they've got 2 more. This is sick. Shane pushing into lobby, causing such an issue. And JDC able to get his name into the play with the pistol from heaven. Now, JDC, his attention is pulled between a couple of directions. And this could lend an opening over to Sapek. He's got to clear close. Insta-kill easy. 30 seconds left over, and he needs to still go get that bomb. Now, he just gave up 20 health by not quite hitting the roller onto the box. We'll see if that comes back to haunt him. Bomb was never actually noticed because it's sitting outside of this entrance.
Yeah.
And for that reason, CT's conceded. But 15 seconds left, it means he has to run into this A site, and it's going to be a desperate attempt if he even tries to clutch. Shane is up close, and the distraction from the vent peak. A 4-spy victory.
Let's go, Shane.
Not even. They had less than that.
They had nothing, actually. Yeah, they had nothing. That was the full save because they had
Holy
the 1 rifle in the last round. So that was
one Deagle, 1 Zeus.
1 Deagle, 1 Zeus. And a dream. That position works. I mean, there's infinite angles to clear inside of the hut, so a lot of people are, you know, constantly shoulder peeking. Right there, he found a timing, and it was the bomb as well. Wait, it wasn't the bomb. The bomb was just left back while they were doing that, I guess. Oof. It's all the money gone.
That takes the wind out of the sails for Young Ninjas. And without wind in your sails, you're a sitting duck. But they will waste no time jumping down into secret. Does cost health, though. Everybody's down here. It's a party. A secret underground party.
Yikes.
Ooh, flash goes past.
Oh,
two players actually able to cross over.
Love how he throws that flash so he can peek with it. You got the 2 rotations downstairs. Pressure on Shui.
Still just trying to keep himself alive. Doesn't want to give over a gun. Plenty of time for Young Ninjas still to play. JDC looking for legs, chopping him down at the knees. 2 kills, and not the third. Sapek's got an answer. Double Galil frag, dives behind sight. Has support as well. ZTR hands on an M4, but Torzy gonna catch him as he tried to climb up into the site. Sapek with a third on this. Gunning for the ace, and a 1v3 clutch as the cherry on top. He's gonna wrap all the way around.
They got a smoke.
Oh, what's going on? His keyboard's broken?
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, we back.
Windows, key. Defuse stuck, that's it, man. Ah, awkward situation.
Yeah.
That ain't fun.
Some people take out their Windows key.
Yeah.
I use the Windows key a lot, so.
Yeah. That's sad, man.
Pretty low odds for the.
I just saw him desperately tapping away at the keyboard. That's so sad.
Yeah.
Oh no.
To be fair, it was pretty.
You got to disable them sticky keys.
Yeah, hopefully it wasn't sticky keys. That's one of the worst. That's that. Almost sticky keys almost ruined esports single-handedly. Sticky keys. That's pretty bad.
Oh. Still a good round for Young Ninjas. Lots of damage plus a bomb plant.
For
Yada
sure.
yada yada. But let's not dwell on that one because it's sad. Very sad. MOUZ about to tie this game up unless the Galil of Sapek, which last round was pretty damn impactful. And oh my god, here it is again. Opening kill versus Shui, quickly pushing in. Torzi's going to catch him and get information on the secret cross.
Now they're just full attention here on the ramp. That's how most people combine to get downstairs.
Perfectly timed by JDC. He just crouched to make sure he wouldn't get checked, and that's a barrage of headshots off of the A4. It is a tied game, 10-10, and MOUZ NXT CT side looking well and alive.
I love that they're also a LAN team.
They get pumped.
With the energy.
Get rowdy. Yeah, I mean, you know, our analyst desk was talking about them trying to crack into, you know, their skill ceiling, maybe being a top 20. Hell, if these guys can get into like a LAN environment with top 30 teams, I'm pretty certain that they're going to do damage.
Yeah.
That's where I think you can justify comfortably putting them in your expectations. The Young Ninjas have lost their lead, but we'll see if they've lost their energy. Jumping into the team speak here for this round.
Eller nade där. Lägger nade där.
Mollo dörr, mollo hut.
Ser ingen åt.
Smoke dörr.
Jag kan backa smoken till röda. Okej, jag hänger med ner i. Jag tror det var AWP.
Han är han zoomar kvar. Eller du zoomar.
Kom, vi söker mot ramp då. Kom, vi tre söker ramp. Vi tre söker ramp. Håller. Akta lobby.
Jag kommer.
Jag håller också. Du ut med det. Ja, vi söker ramp. Ja. Det var med. Ja, jag kör in lite. Är med det nu?
Det är han inte.
Jag kommer hoppa. Bara fortsätt söka. Han var själv. Wide nu, spring nu. Han var nere i rampen. Jag lägger mollo health. Nere ramp. Jag lägger mollo health. Jag laddar. Hilla nu på mollon. Han har one way. Jag kan gå upp på den. Kom, vi skiftar ner. Skifta ner ramp. Jag kommer smoka heller också.
Jag gör det, boys.
Ja, vi kommer gå ner i ramp. Vi står i smoken. Han förstörde dubbel.
Jag står höger, jag håller vänster.
Han var mot höger alltså. Jag håller bakom så länge. Ja, vi smokar fönster och singel sen, okej?
Jag
Smokar fönster och någon lägger singel. Ni har 2 smokes, ja, jag lägger singel. Och så går vi ut vänster.
Jag lägger singel.
Ja, lägg fönster du kan. Jag lägger fönster då. Ja, vi går ut vänster sida sen. Jag är med dig, kör på. Jag är med dig. In close. Ingen mörka.
Du håller singelsmock.
Ingen mot side. Jag kommer planta bakom silon. Var beredd att haxa tillbaka ifall han haxar mig. Jag plantar bra för ramp. Jag plantar för ramp. Han öppnar dubbel.
Jag låser secret, jag låser secret.
Jag håller kvar.
Har du ramplov eller?
Ja, på dubbel. Jag kommer upp på silon. Ja. Plocka fejda fönster nu. Jag kommer stå bakom silon. Ja.
Står mörka.
Singel inte öppen. Den som save. En är dubbel. Ja. Dubbel. Jag håller singel.
Molla mig.
Dubbel. Smaka fönster. Jag håller dubbel. Nu ute fönster.
Singel ute singel.
Jag är ute.
Under mig, ut under mig. Ut under mig. Han dämpar. Han fake. Det är bra plan
för mig eller?
Ja, fake. Nice, en vän. Vänt.
Nice!
I said it's B, man.
Oh no, Torzy nowhere to be found in that 2v1.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. The bomb's planted for back decon. Torzy wasn't moving fast enough. Maybe they didn't know exactly where the bomb was planted.
The heck?
Before they got there, but you can't let it go down 5v5 and go for the retake. You're not.
That's crazy.
You're not winning in that position unless you got lots of damage, full control of everything. But they were not in a position to do that. They still brought it really close, but I don't actually know how that happened. I won't lie. I don't know how they got all down into the site without any kills. Houdinis, a lot of them.
Just a bunch of Houdinis, man. Some black magic. Young Ninjas back to the lead that they had just lost. MOUZ, economically, okay, last time they were in a situation like this, it was in the first half, and they prevailed. They had a one-off loss. They bounced right back into it. They made sure that it wasn't Young Ninjas to run away with anti-eco easy round wins. No, sir. But this forward aggression from the CTs into lobby, it's got Young Ninjas kind of timid. They got to wait out these smokes at the very least, and Shui's going to lock into a corner. Will he be left on his own? No.
Clearing this.
JDC's coming over. Oh, JDC's got to be careful because this angle from ladder.
This feels like a demo moment almost. Maybe they expect them to come back into lobby. It looks like they're about to.
Oh, he just missed them. Drops down on top of it. JDC looking for his chance to strike. Shui's got one. Devo's able to trade it. Sapek as well. So lobby is returned back to the control, but Shane could make an absolute difference.
And Devo had no gun? Not sure. They were broke. Well, things come to a calm. Low health for Sapek. 34 seconds. And they don't really have time to walk through everything, but there is a timing on ramp where, I mean, they can get downstairs. They just have to start running now.
Damn, that ramp. If anything, you know, lobby play just burns down the clock, pushes this one into a pressure cooker.
Rotates are coming down, and there's still a chance for a plant. I mean, they're not completely out of this yet.
They got to kill Exertion. He's just going to swing the doors.
Door open. That's so much pressure.
10 seconds left. Molotov prevents it. Bomb's been dropped.
So
Shane's got a second. It's all Shane. He dies out, but so be it. This is a win for MOUZ NXT.
That's such a small thing, but such a smart move by Exertion. He opens the door, but he doesn't fight.
Yeah.
They have to deal with it, and that's the problem with the time. If they had more time, they could have slowly approached, got rid of control, kept an eye on Decon. Right there, it's like, oh, we just got pants in the middle of Times Square.
Yeah. And everybody knows. Who's this?
And it's cold outside.
Whoa, Maui.
Okay.
What's he doing? He's out here surfing, man.
What a Wahoo snake.
Wow, classic. Just living that island life, brother.
Look at that form. In jeans, too.
In jeans, man. Who goes swimming in jeans?
He's always at work, that guy. You know, he watches demos so you don't have to.
If he falls in the water, he's got no change of clothes. And honestly, don't go in a river that's right next to a nuclear facility. I just don't think that's a good idea.
He's so confident he's not going to fall in. What a match we've got.
Yeah, this is fun.
Oh, my God.
What a crazy round, dude. That lobby control that just took so long for Young Ninjas to regain, burned away the clock. Like, what an unorthodox way to win one. And huge moment for Shane, right? If you said yesterday, like, oh, my team had to play 3/4 of the match, 4v5, he's up there. Tied for most amount of frags. Everybody contributing on the side of MOUZ, and even if it's not in kills, it's just an impact. Fun stuff. Tied game back-to-back from 10-10, 11-11. Now the pressure falls to Young Ninjas. Fuzi dropped to 55 health as he looks to work the solo op. And he's dead. Torzi, I hate when people play up here. It's like it's just like the worst thing you can do. Oh, and he's gunning for a third as well. ZTR trying to get his paws back on the op. Will find it.
Do you hate like going up against it, or do you hate using it?
I just hate the people who use that spot.
Oh,
man.
okay.
It's not an actual
It's becoming
hatred.
more and more popular.
Yeah. You just throw it in once and a half.
Honestly,
you know, it's
in the last year, like obviously the spot always existed, but in the last year, people have started going up there a lot more. I noticed. And it used to be a spot, I was like, you can't fall back from here if you die. You also have this tiny little, you know.
So just don't die.
Yeah, just don't die.
Ace instead.
Oh, he's got all 5. Okay.
Easy peasy pickups. Obviously just versus some armored pistols, but he shaved them down one after another and walks away with a nice ace. Take what you can get. Oh, he aced from, and it all started from that position.
Oh, you hate that spot so much.
I hate
but you
that
know,
ace.
the reason why I think people are using it more is because the outside smokes become so perfected, like either diagonal smokes, L smokes, cross smokes, and that sees over every single one. So if you take the risk of going up there sometimes, it's too much information to deny. If they throw those smokes and they don't show anybody, that guy's just staring.
And really, as long as nobody peeks you off silo, like you're good, man.
But it is true
Take that high ground duel.
It is true. If you know someone's there, it's kind of a nice fight. It's hard to fall back from.
But just know if you go up there that I don't really like you. I don't like you that much.
In the future, I'm just going to think twice about getting excited about your ace.
I'll still shake your hand, but maybe not twice.
No shoulder ropes for you, sir.
All right, let's see. Close play from Young Ninjas. Going to get right behind that wall of smokes.
Mickey Mouse smokes.
Could be taken away by Torzy.
Yeah, they're actually not even mollying secret here. Whoa.
Shui good for one. Shane as well. Trying to get into this A site, and Torzy times it nicely. Ooh. Comes in with 1 kill, JDC as well. This is MOUZ NXT starting to pull ahead on the CT side.
I think they desperately needed a molly there for secret.
Yes, they did.
That 7 seconds would have been huge for the Rap to come through and wouldn't have got shot in the back. They still had further problems, but also I think Torzy's communicating. There's no pressure on secret right now. There's no threat that they're going to take it in a second. Keep your eyes peeled upper. Tough one.
Yes.
13-11 with a half buy. We're at that point of the game.
Tech-9s, Deagles, 4 sets of Kevlar. Couple nades.
Oh, this is cool.
Oh, fast A play. They're going to burst, try to get down the vent. Rolf takes half damage, and Zeter, well, he sees nothing but death.
See you, leader.
Just looking for the bomb plant, and it looks like it's going to come through. JDC looks to sprint in. Torzy's already got the back end of it, and there we go. Flank to the defuse, instantaneous. And that's theirs every day of the week. Fuzi, what you going to do about it?
Let's do it, baby.
No. 14 for MOUZ, and a death right thereafter.
Wow.
It's a quick burst down to the site. Just get that little bit of cash. Inject the coffers with money. All in all,
MOUZ a two-way team here.
Yes, sir.
Super solid on the defense as well. A couple of cool rounds, though, from NIP. I think they've got a little bit more to give.
Torzy's starting to take ahead as well.
Game, yeah.
That anti-eco ace definitely inflates his numbers somewhat.
Mm-hmm. I feel like Shuhei has made some very, very key plays.
Yes.
Some of his lurks and moves and stuff like that, though, just look straight tier 1, honestly.
They're
very
just so
impressive
comfort.
stuff.
It's that fluidity.
Yeah.
Ooh, and confidence, apparently. Gonna go for that immediate double ramp push, combined with the hut challenge. CTs love a little lobby control. Ooh, yeah. It's ugly, but it works, man. It's okay. Ooh, it's okay to be ugly. ZTR trades it. Man, advantage here for Young Ninjas. This is a tantalizing moment for the Young Ninjas T side, and Shane is just beneath the mini player, goes unchecked, exertion with a kill, but Fuzi shuts down Shane, so they know that this is the last piece, and he has gone back to B.
He's got to do something crazy, but he's got to make noise at the same time.
Meanwhile, Bomb's still just stuck outside, right? They don't know if he went back towards Secret at the moment.
There is
So
options for him then.
There's a little bit of timing for him to maybe catch up, but if he wastes no time and gets to hell, then maybe he still has a little bit of stock in this one. But unless you can afford to lose it, don't invest too much in Exertion's 1v2.
He has a smoke at least, so if they make a mistake, he might find a way in, but for the most part, this is going to be a hard sell. See what he can come up with.
There's a player behind him. Yeah, he's done.
All the way up.
See ya! ZDR sends him flying down to the A site. We've still got a little life in the Young Ninjas. Still a little fight in them.
Yeah, definitely.
Crucial moment outside as well with the mini play.
Shut down the ramp push with Fuzi.
Yes, sir. That was it, man. Aggressive one, eh? From the CTs, trying to go for that 4-man lobby split. Gets denied, but here's the thing, is I feel like MOUZ can comfortably fall back onto some more passive setups.
When you got
too.
rounds to play with, I mean, you don't want to be doing the aggressive plays when you're on the buy save. That's how you snowball. You go into a position where you have a lot of money, throw in an aggressive round, you win that, and you still got the rest of your playbook you haven't shown. And the economic stability to fall back on, it's a good time to do it, but it's also, of course, going to be understood that that's an option.
This game ain't over. Money's starting to get somewhat low. They'll still have something to buy. We'll get like halves out of MOUZ NXT. They're not full saving anytime soon. But this is the one where Young Ninjas could just suddenly make MOUZ sweat. You know, if MOUZ felt like they had this one in the bag, this is the round that's going to kind of take that confidence away.
Oh, interesting. So I think Torzy's fully aware of a timing because of how he's just scoped in the entire time here.
Very cautious.
Making his way, and he's got a very powerful angle here if they try to keep walking.
Oh, he goes more? He wants more? Oh,
he doesn't even get a kill. Oh my
That's
God,
crazy.
Apex fast as hell.
Leg shot into Sapek. Thought maybe that was going to be a collateral, but just off of the mark. Had he been a bit more passive, somebody would have walked right into his crosshair, but he tried to go a little bit more forward, and it doesn't bode well for Torzy. Now, Rolf's going to find his bomb plant. No other CT down here, really. Shui's coming around from Secret, and they walk right into Fuzi. Debo ready for the Secret play, and this is iced out. Young Ninja's 13th round win, easy.
I was thinking, man, they should maybe save off that. You lose the op in control room, and then that op turns into a frag versus you. You know, 5v5 retake's hard enough. 4v5, no op. I don't know. They got that established on the full, you know, on the full site with control. Nades down on the ramp as well. Nice frag from Sapek, man. He did get hit, though. He did get hit, though.
Imagine that. Exertion covering his teammate's T-spawn save from Silo.
I need a teammate like that. Assassinated.
2 players up. Bomb pops. Young Ninjas within striking distance.
Love these graphics, man. They look incredible.
Yeah, that glass and diamonds. Cyclone getting his input in.
Everyone's already proved they're here to play, so now get the back rubs just for morale.
Yeah.
Even on losing rounds.
This is fun. I like this. This is a good match. This is what I was hoping for with
Don't
these
give them out too early, though. Yeah.
This is what I wanted.
Oh, I mean, this opens up the series, too. I mean, if they can take Nuke, wow. Wow.
Wow. Because then they themselves will want to take this series into Ancient, which is curious just because of how much of a blowout we had between Navi Jr. and MOUZ NXT yesterday. Quite a statement to try and take the series to where you just saw this team dominate. Especially so if you can come off of the back of this upset. It was something like a 15% win rate, I think, for Young Ninjas on Nuke. Maybe it was a little more than that, but it was still very skewed to the favor of MOUZ. And by no means is this a blowout, man. Very close game, very exciting match. And praise to be given to both ends of it. But here we go. 3 rounds left in regulation. Nobody's secured OT just yet. Anybody's game. And just the way you want it. Nice full-fledged buy.
Just has seen a good amount of success waiting for the aggressive options from the CT side. I don't think MOUZ are so one-dimensional that they need to rely on those. So we'll take it to level 2 of the round. This ramp pop is coming in fast. JDC is going to have someone crossing out on the left as well. Oh, shot comes in from Torzy. Quick one. Will he get out? He does escape.
Yep. No
one presses up. JDC also safely into lower. And op coming in his direction.
It's tested. Can't manage.
Support from upper as well. Actually, rotations are quite slow. This is a mistake from MOUZ. They don't have anyone supporting.
Bomb now committing its way in as well with those 2 other players. Exertion on this side of the double doors. Doors swung open. 2 players about to peek the wall bang. Of all things, Shui gets a team kill. At least able to follow up with a double, so he's recovered from his error. But what a chaotic moment, and Fuzi almost caught with a nade in hand. Now he's going to go hunting. We've got 3 CTs on the other side of Vent. We've got 20 seconds left, and CTR dies out. Shui's going to fall. It is on Fuzi. 2 CTs to take, and it's MOUZ with a 15th round win. After a questionable situation with that slow rotation, they're still able to succeed.
They did. They pulled it off, yeah. And they get the kill Torzy at least, so they make it a 5v4 when the lure hit comes in. But as soon as they take down JDC and lore, I'm like, man, we've seen this situation before with the lower site. We've been solid in the post plants, expecting NIP to take full control of the situation, but instead they come in and try to take over control, and Shui is here to cover both of his teammates' frags. Not only killing Exertion, but turning it into a 3K. 2 players from Young Ninjas dying to that M4, and that leaves options open. So failure to take over control side. And they choose the scarier approach. They could take over control side by breaking through the window. Instead, they try to explode on the CTs who they're hoping have passed that point, maybe flank them at the same time. And that risk maybe was not worth taking. But still with full money here for Young Ninjas. Slightly lower on grenades, but overall still good. There's a strong chance they could bring this to OT if they think hard enough.
Got to think hard and hit harder. Who's it going to be to claw this back for Young Ninjas? Very passive garage hold. Kind of allowing for them to play this outer area. Wallace smokes up. Ooh, that could actually allow for somebody to slip around into Mini. He'd have to push through smoke, though. It would be very awkward. So I think Exertion's going to have to turn his attention, aware of it.
Yeah, he only has an MP9 as well.
Shane just waiting for the hut play, and it's only the one. Quick trade from Rolf. Sapek also able to nail one. Fuzi's looking for the kill up into heaven, and Torzy won't be given anything to shoot at. Not yet. 30 seconds left.
Waiting for this Molotov not coming into heaven, actually.
Smoke at his feet's going to deny vision. JDC very worried about some kind of a lobby lurk. Not to mention, we've had this moment. Oh, he hit him. He hit him and he heard it. Shui tries to follow up. He gets the kill. Now he's got players stranded. A wallbang into Hut. Just a bit more damage onto Fuzi. He's going to come back around from doors. It needs to be JDC, and he goes down. And it's Shui left, but that's also not going to connect. And this map goes the distance.
Let's go. ZTR, that he ends up bringing those 2 kills in at the end. A successful upper take. It's slow. It's uncomfortable, but they're still the champs of it. They trade 1 for 1 versus Shane on the top of the hut. He's got a strong position looking directly into the hut. That sometimes can net you 2, even 3. You know, typically what happens there, you get those kills, you drop into hut, then the T's don't have any way to kill you in there and the round's over. So it's supposed to be a catch-all solution for defending upstairs, but very, very nice trade. And they're careful not to give up any material to Torzy inside of heaven as well. And now the guns are just terrible here for MOUZ Sports on round 30.
Come on, you've gotten it this close. That last round, that was the one you needed. This is just, you know, this feels like just a technicality, but it's the most important technicality of the map.
They lost an eco already this map.
Yeah, good call, man. Don't let them forget.
It all started with Shane as well inside of hut.
Ooh, getting flashbacks.
Taking the amount of focus right now, knowing that someone can just shoulder peek him at any moment, but he's got to hold that focus for as long as he's in here.
And while the outer play is in question, the lobby setup has to just hold strong. JDC not going to be looking to join them just yet. He is coming a little bit closer. They're going to clear this close corner. Debo gets the headshot, but Exertion's got the answer. And they know there's another one close. Exertion, oh, he nearly nails it. So much damage done that JDC's able to capitalize, and we are into the 3v3, but none of the guns have been picked back up.
Oh my God.
And JDC's going to stick around.
He's actually going to make it to the guns.
And even an exit.
Oh my God.
A chance to walk away.
30 seconds, and now I don't know if there's a chance for them to get lower. 2 CTs still up here. They're waiting.
JDC's head's turned. Oh, Rolf, easy execution. There's still a player here inside of the A site, but Sapek gets that kill. And in this 3v3, the whole situation crumbles. They lost track of where the Young Ninjas had gone. These other 3 players were so silent that the CTs were just desperate for information. And instead of ending their map pick in regulation, MOUZ will have to chance this in overtime unless Torzy, the top fragger, who has 8 bullets in this AK at the moment, can somehow pull off a miraculous 1v3, and he gets caught off guard by the peek from Sapek. Overtime inbound.
It's a perfect map to get overtime. It's been such a great map through and through in both halves. Wouldn't have it any other way. This is going to be tough for both sides. I'm honestly shocked that Ninjas actually did it. They pulled off the 2 rounds. That round was even scarier, but the late hut re-aggression, or the late lobby re-aggression, was the key. JDC, once he got the kill, got the gun, got out, didn't see anybody, 30 seconds crossed. They didn't think any chance that there was going to be a play this way. Instead, he was so certain it was either going to be a mini wrap and the rest of the players were outside, or they were already working their way down secret, but that was not the case.
Which makes tons of sense, you know, that was so open for Young Ninjas to do, but they were slow, meticulous, and went back for control.
Man, full money here.
Let's go. Overtime. This is what we like to see. This is the challenger. Young Ninjas stepping up to the plate.
Start off this match 7-2, but at this point, I mean, they don't care how much of a lead they had. Taking a win on Nuke versus MOUZ would be a huge statement.
Don't forget either, right? Young Ninjas is the team that knocked MOUZ down to the lower side of the bracket at the first LAN finals. Trying to do it again. Torzy, strong start, even stronger second. Sapek pirouetting as he tried to come through that garage door. 5v3, solid start.
Yeah, 8 ZTR's flash. That's a layup for Torzy. Good timing for him on that first pick, and Shui's here to make things worse. Going to see some late pressure. Bomb dropped out in the open. I don't know if it's on radar for the CTs, but they might. Oh, he's going to take it and try to lead. No, no, he's going to keep eyes on that bomb.
Oh,
you
Torzy
are tethered to it.
Looking for another ace, but this time it's just the full-fledged gun round, and
might be a 5-shot ace as well.
Nowhere more important than to pull this off in OT. JDC closes out, so just 4 for Torzy, but hell, that's a message. Full-fledged economy, full force. Torzy, killer shots outside.
Yeah, we're excited about that one. Exertion's reaching out to give the props first to the coach. He said, Coach, come here.
Come here. I got something.
I'm giving you props this time.
I'm going to rub your shoulders. Torzy, 400 damage. 4 shots. That op hits hard.
Smoke to try to activate the lurk, open up some angles outside, give Shui some advantages. Of course, a position that you will quickly fall back from if you don't see anything fast crossing. There are so many things to think about when you're sitting in this position, the way that the T's can approach. But he also has support from Torzy. Finally, a late smoke will plume, and Torzy takes a Sapac out. That's a quick one.
Right now, it's Torzy putting his name all over this overtime. From top to bottom, outside is shut down. What's the answer? A challenge towards JDC. He's tucked in. Good for 2. And he's almost got it all. But 3 frags, all he's able to find. I say that like it's no big deal, but god damn, man. Total shutdown here in overtime.
Maybe he's the ROPS.
You know, Cyclone gave the team a look when overtime was starting, right? He was over at the end towards JDC, and he just kind of looked at everybody. Just kind of like, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. The game's not over.
I love his energy.
It's not over at all. And sure enough, that's kind of translated here to the first 2 rounds. Like, oh, you got OT, but if you get blown out of the water with a 4-0 overtime, then whew, so be it, man. Let them have their few more rounds. Let them play this out like they've got a damn chance.
Gotta love the confidence on how JDC approaches that. First kill, just a couple of bullets. Second one is spray, but no panic, spam, crouch, spray into a transfer, anything like that. It's pure calculation. It's on the Texas Instruments.
Square roots and whatnot.
Friggin' parabolas.
Smoke. Yeah, Shui's going to hear that utility usage, so he times his peak. Ooh, he's going to get pinned in, though, man. He's got 3 players all around him, but he also has cover.
Goddamn.
Torzy takes the player off at the top rope. Shui looking for the spray, dives back around red, and Torzy's just killing everything and everyone who steps in front of his crosshair. Exertion's got a player locked. ZTR trying to fight tooth and nail to get out of this position, but a little bit of patience could... He just got wallbanged. He got wallbanged by Torzy.
Oh my god.
For the total overtime sweep. 3 rounds from MOUZ NXT. A rock-solid CT side.
The Torzinator.
Dude. And he's just chill. He's like, I'm so bored of Nuke.
Damn, that's crazy.
Wow.
Only gotten better and better. He's happy to get to overtime. He said, you haven't even seen my final form.
Look at this.
So ridiculous.
Yeah. See, suddenly overtime doesn't feel so bad, huh, MOUZ NXT? Suddenly this is a real feels-good type moment. They've got overtime number 2 locked in already. 3 map points to close out on Nuke. They recovered from a strong start from the Young Ninjas, and it looks like they're about to recover from an overtime bout. Trade frag instantaneous from Torzy.
You hate that spot.
Oh, he's got himself a second.
Bro, I mean, this is a clinic.
Overtime is his playground. And so is outside, it seems. Trying to challenge into this A site. Confirms there's a player back site. Predicts the position here towards Fen. And the pistol swap's going to cost him. But a 3v2 still for MOUZ is a decent enough position. They know that somebody was in the back of A.
Yeah, they know where Rolf stands.
But he's also been able to push past over towards the side of Hut. but it's not going to be enough to make a difference. JDC with the headshot, and it falls to Debo. He needs to be everything. If not, we go to Ancient with MOUZ surviving Young Ninja's test. 100 health, frag and a flash. Now JDC is wounded, frag grenade could kill him, but it's a distraction, so Shane executes on the peak.
My God.
And MOUZ NXT lock in nuke. Now it was a test, it was a challenge.
Yes.
But it was also a clinical performance once we got to overtime.
Yeah. Everyone's giving their props to Torzy, the Torzinator.
Damn.
Outside. The Tors clone. He's coming through. That was wicked.
The Torsmentor.
The Torsmentor.
I love it. And all the while, Cyclone just keeping things calm, keeping it cool. He reassured the man overtime was going to be no sweat, and it wasn't. I mean, unfortunately for Young Ninjas, awesome showing until overtime.
Dude, that's one of the maps. So Sponge tweeted us and asked about, you know, are these teams, how close are these teams to like the tier 1 teams like in this Academy League? Because some of them, or just threw players together, made them play, and some of them, like MOUZ, have like a significant amount of tier 3, tier 2 experience now outside of actually being in the Academy. And I look at a match like this, NIP were playing so damn well, and MOUZ still beat them. And I say this is one of the games where it's, you know, damn near indistinguishable from some of the tier 2 matches that we watch, and you can see so much talent. You can see such a deep playbook and some great defaults, some great CT sides. A lot of confidence, and it's all on land too.
Yeah, that's the best part.
And here's a moment where I'm like, man, you can really believe in these rosters. They're looking so strong. Got to be the best map so far, at least in the LAN finals here.
Oh, hands down. That's that's it. That's the one. And the best part is that it's not even over. We're taking this one to Ancient, where the Young Ninjas decided to push this series, and Ancient, just yesterday, MOUZ NXT, 16-3 Navi Jr. So for them to go up against this challenge, oh man, I'm so curious as to how this is going to unfold. We'll have a word from the desk, however, before that action begins.
Yeah, that was one hell of a map. The Young Ninjas taking them all the way through the distance. And then, you know, the Torsnado attacked and there was just absolutely nothing they could do.
Yeah, some great nicknames coming up for Torzy throughout that cast. I'm not going to lie.
I knew you'd hate that, so I decided to. That was the only reason I did it.
I mean, fair enough, fair enough. He was a Torsinator throughout that overtime, or whatever the hell they called him.
Keep it going.
Keep it going, yeah. He played one hell of a game. Finished on 34 frags, and yes, I think London summed it up pretty well, saying that, yes, Young Ninjas, they played one hell of a Counter-Strike game right here. Got off to a good start. We talked about that being a win condition for Young Ninjas as well. Up 6-0, up 7-1 on the CT side, and they still lose to a well-playing MOUZ NXT. I felt like this was the chance, this was the shot of making the upset, and I mean, now I'm sitting back with a feeling of, okay, we're going to return to normality where we're going to see a different looking MOUZ NXT coming into next map.
Yeah, this was, I mean, this was supposed to be a punish pick from MOUZ, though. The fact is that Young Ninjas didn't really have a great win rate, and the last time they faced off, it was not looking that good for Young Ninjas' chances in this one. But they still brought it to overtime. Then once OT hit, though, it was the Torzential downpour of frags. Yeah, keep the puns going.
Make it stop. Make it stop.
And honestly, though, Torzy played incredibly well once OT hit. It felt like once the game, some of that tension was lifted in terms of trying to close it out in regulation, and he knew he'd have the op because of the 16K start money, I think it is. He just seriously started peaking everything, and I kind of prefaced this series with Torzy maybe being, when you play better opponents, a possible lose condition, but right now, when he's hitting everything like this, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, I almost want to say as well that, at least in regulation, there were a few rounds here and there that I feel like Young Ninjas definitely should have won Pimp, and looking at the overall scoreline, that really could have been the difference.
It could have been the difference. It was one of those games that really had a nerve to it. It was going back and forth, and as Londa said as well during the cast, it was a good Counter-Strike game. It was a well-played game from both of these lineups. Of course, you're going to be in positions where you will lose rounds you're supposed to win. I remember the Young Ninjas one losing to a Zeus force buy, or Zeus buy. Can't even call it the force buy. There was USP and Zeus on the server. That's one of the rounds they're going to look back at and think, Jesus, had we won that, then maybe we could have made the upset here in Nuke. So no questions asked when Young Ninjas are going out from the server right now feeling a little bit disappointed, but that's what makes a good Counter-Strike game. You know, two teams battling back and forth, almost going into a fist fight, and then of course you had the one player in Torzy making the difference in the overtime. I think it was a very enjoyable game to watch, and again, Londa said a lot of cool things throughout this cast. Without a doubt, the game of the tournament so far.
There's a lot to get excited about this one. Young Ninjas playing what I would say is probably above the form that they've shown lately. On top of that, I think that some of the ways that they broke down mid-rounds as well were pretty impressive. But it was MOUZ that got the better of them. And I'd say that I'd say who really got the better of the other team in terms of defaulting and all that, like Young Ninjas did a really good job. It's just that some of those close sort of 3v3 ones ended up going the way of MOUZ. So there was no real clear better team. I mean, obviously it had to go to overtime to decide this one, but until it got there, like this was such a back and forth affair. And I mean, these highlights now though, it was seriously a Torzy show once the 16K start money hit.
Yeah, I think as well, Pim, from an in-game leading perspective, it almost looked like a chess game for the majority, like each team trying to maneuver the other. We saw one of the late 3v3s with a re-aggress on the lower bomb site as well. Like, it was a pleasurable game to watch from pretty much all stances.
I would agree, and you saw a lot of the protocols coming in for both teams as well. You know, when you're in a 3v3 and you don't have lobby control, for an example, you saw the CT side pushing in through hot, pushing in through door, and you saw, on the other hand, you know, the T side being aware that, okay, right now there's a scenario where that's the only right thing to do, so we're going to anticipate that to happen. So it was back and forth, it was a chess game, as you said, and again, man on your screen right here, someone had to make the difference when we got into overtime, and it happened to be Torzy absolutely killing it with the AWP. I think he had, probably around 150, 160 ADR in overtime rounds, you know, he's just killing people left, right, and center. It was insane.
Well, yeah, I think got 4K at least one of them.
Yeah, and he was hitting just shots that it was like any opportunity presented to him was seriously, he was taking advantage of it, and that's what you want to see of a rising operator such as him. That he's fine. One, just hits the shots. Two, also he's creating some of those opportunities for himself. He knows that he can get aggressive, and I personally, even though like I think there's a ceiling to this kind of play, I also think that it's really cool for him to test himself in such a manner to see how far his own individual mechanical ability can carry him and his team in these kinds of moments, because there needed to be someone that separated these two teams, and Torzy was that X factor.
Yeah, I think as well throughout this match, we've had a few of the stats coming up. I think in most games we've seen so far, there's been someone maybe missing or someone underperforming. Wasn't really the case in this one, Pim. But I think we've said it a few times. It's just a good map.
It was a good map. You know, overall, you look over the entire scoreboard. You look the way the game unfolded, the tactical aspects into the game as well. Firepower coming out of Torzy. I think Sapek as well had a couple of rounds where he got to show the same level he produced yesterday. Overall, just a very pleasant Counter-Strike game to watch. I'm for once, you know, very thrilled by watching an overtime game like this, because the quality on the server was apparent throughout the entire time. And again, I do sit back with a feeling that MOUZ were the stronger team, right? You got to see that in overtime as well. They had that extra gear to put up with. But Young Ninjas, they deserve some credit, because as Maui said, this was supposed to be a punish pick. This was supposed to be the easy game of the two for MOUZ NXT. So what happens when we go into Ancient, which is the next map?
Well, that's the worry for me, Maui, is looking at Ancient now. After you've just played a map like that, you've just lost 1960, you bring it all the way back to OT, you had a huge start as well. Do you now look at this for Young Ninjas and say, okay, they go into their choice after a close map, that's a positive thing that it was so close, or that's going to take the life out of you and now you have to head into Ancient?
If they have the mental resilience that they should, they should think that that was supposed to be the MOUZ's map in a way. The fact that they played it so close, they should be proud of themselves for it. And then if they go into Ancient and say, hey, if we just play our normal level on Ancient, what we provided and showed on Nuke should be enough to actually take it. And the only question mark for me, though, is going into Ancient is that it does feel like this pick from Young Ninjas is a little bit of a surprise pick, that they maybe didn't trust their normal level on a map like, say, Inferno or even Vertigo, and they wanted to do something that would surprise MOUZ a little bit, catch them off. And if they can show a similar level that they did on Nuke, and if they have a game plan that indicates, yeah, we picked this because we wanted it, and we knew how to beat you guys, then I think we're destined for a map 3. But we saw such a strong MOUZ yesterday.
And that's the problem. We saw MOUZ NXT being super, super strong yesterday on the CT side of Ancient, and they get to start on the CT side of Ancient. If you look and revisit Nuke, the whole game right here was sort of like kicked off by Young Ninjas starting off very well, getting up 6-0, 7-1, and winning the first pistol, converting, etc. That's much harder to do on a T side like Ancient, and I feel that's a win condition. I feel like Young Ninjas will have to start out the game in a quick fashion, because the sooner I guess the later we get into the game and the more we get into the nitty-gritty, the overtime scenarios, etc., MOUZ NXT just have more experience. They've been there before. They have played better opposition, better teams, and seem like a better core of a unit right now. So if Young Ninjas want to push this one to a third map, I again will say a win condition is a strong start to the game, and they have to do that on the T side of Ancient now, which is 10 times harder than doing that on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, I almost want to touch a little bit on the victory we saw yesterday when it was MOUZ NXT on this map. Do you think they'll be able to get away with as much as they did versus Na'Vi Jr.? Because I feel like it almost just turned into a steamroll. I'm hopeful that Young Ninjas will do a little bit better on that T side.
Yeah, I look back at that one pretty closely to see how they were able to just dismantle Na'Vi, and it was, you know, some good early round aggressions, but even when MOUZ were disadvantaged a couple times, like 3v4s, for example, they always had a plan to get back into a round, and that's where it gets really scary for Young Ninjas, because there's multitudes to the level of play that MOUZ showed yesterday on Ancient, that sure, they were winning a lot of the opening fights, but even if they didn't, they knew how to, the contingency plan in order to get back in the round. So ZTR is going to have to call a hell of a game. He's going to have to do an excellent job, not only find the openers, but make sure that those re-aggresses coming out from MOUZ, that he's going to stop those too. And right now, I feel like there's a couple players that need to really step up for the side of Young Ninjas, and that's probably Fuzi. You know, he's got to get that op posted on some of these angles for the re-aggresses, and I think that Debo too, he's going to have to play just a little bit better if they really want a chance, because if you have any weak links, if they re-aggress into Debo and he gets 0 kills, you just gave MOUZ a new entrance into the round.
Do you think Torzi will be as successful on this map? Like, is it as workable when it comes to Ancient?
On the CT side, yes, I think he can be super explosive. I think he can get posted up on a lot of nice angles and shut down a lot of the stuff Young Ninjas want to do. But on the T side, it's much, much harder. So I'm curious to see how well he's going to play on that T side. And I guess that's the one question mark we have coming into Ancient. We don't know how good MOUZ is in the T side at this lane. They didn't get to play it yesterday because they were so good on the CT side. So if I'm Young Ninjas, all I'm hoping for here, at least to make the game competitive, is if you can get up 5, 6, maybe even 7 rounds. So you force MOUZ to play the T side. You force them to go out there and have to win 2, 3, 4 buy rounds in order to win the game. Then we get to see the real strength of MOUZ NXT. And that is the big question mark right now. We don't really know.
Do they make it, Maui? Do they make it to Mirage? Do the Young Ninjas pull this into a 3-mapper? Are they going to win their choice? And also, how many kills is Fuzi going to get?
Okay, Fuzi's going to get 19, and we're getting a map 3. We are getting a map 3.
You're banking on a map 3.
I think map 3
only 19 kills?
Yes. Yeah, I think the Rifler's going to show up. I think the Riflers are going to show up. I think Rolf is going to lock it down. That's right, Rolf. You're going to lock it down.
Any rebuttal, Pimp? You didn't seem too happy with Maui's statement.
I mean, if we're going to Mirage, if we're going to a third map, then I would say Fuzi needs at least 25, maybe 27 kills to pull them over there. So I don't believe in this, 19 kill and going to a third map. I think that's a little bit too cheap over here from Mr. Maui. But I expect a close game. I expect a competitive game. I expect a good game of Counter-Strike, and I want to see MOUZ being pressured once again. Because what we just saw here in Nuke, as Scorny and Londa said, that was probably the game of the tournament so far. It was a really good game of Counter-Strike, had a nerve to it, back and forth, and it could have gone both ways. Let's hope Ancient will be the same story.
I almost want to press you more. Saypak, how many kills is he getting?
Ooh, I think
say 12 and they'll still win.
20. He's going to get 20.
Okay.
He's actually going to be better than 50.
Do you want to just do the whole team? Rolf, how many is he?
Rolf? Well, I told Rolf to lock it down, so he's good for 16 right there. The thing is, Debo's only going to come up with 12. ZTR, he's going to call a great T-side, though, but he's only going to have 13.
So the top frag is getting 20, the next one 19.
Team win. A lot of saving. It's going to be a lot of saving.
You're basically calling NIP to win this 16-4.
It's going to be like Gambit Navi. Everybody's going to save every 5 rounds.
Man.
Okay, so Maui might have lost his mind. Hopefully the Canadians over in the booth are a little bit more sane of mind. Where do you gentlemen think this one is going to go?
I think ZTR is going to get... I'm going to go with 15, 16 kills.
Okay, I'm going to go 17, just to one-up you.
How many deaths?
12.
Did they win in that situation?
I don't know. It's not for me to,
pretty
not
low.
for me to decide.
12's pretty low.
It is.
Unless it's a quick loss.
It'd have to be a very quick game.
Could be a quick
loss. Or a quick loss. Yeah, maybe that's
loss.
it.
Could be a great game, quick loss.
There was a point made up on the desk there where it's like, this is almost feeling like some kind of... Wait, where are you going? It's some kind of like, potential punish pick, like maybe we're going to catch them off guard type situation. Listen, Na'Vi tried that exact same thing yesterday. Na'Vi didn't come into their match versus MOUZ and choose Ancient because it's something that they comfortably do all the time. There was that little bit of like an X factor with the decision. Now, if that same decision is being made by NIP, you've got to realize you're coming off of the back of a previous team failing to do anything in this environment. You know, I try to, like, in my mind, I compare this to, like, where G2, for example, main roster G2, there's no cat, I want to be clear, the G2, felt like people were trying to test them on Ancient for a little while, and in reality, they turned out to be a solid Ancient team.
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes these underdogs or the, you know...
The other thing is you give them reps.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? Even if you're bad, you're constantly making them better.
Yep. Think about what Navi did to Exertion's confidence yesterday as he comes into the server yet again on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean...
You got to fight against that, man.
No, yeah, he's definitely probably the best rifler in the server and also just really good on Ancient in his spot. On the B site, definitely going to do... I saw something in the green room. I was like, I'm going to do a Lucky or Godlike on you because you got the 29 kills.
Yep.
And he immediately said, please.
It's such a genuine emotional reaction.
Yeah, that's it was.
Please, I'll be famous.
And just
forever.
thinking back on some of those rounds, it was godlike. They were just it wasn't like
it was.
some one-dimensional lucky spray downs and eco kills. It was like a lot of cool rounds where he made the right moves. You heard some of his comms on Nuke, dude. This guy has a good understanding for the whole map.
What you said just now, he made good moves because all of MOUZ were making moves across the entire CT side. It was such an active and aggressive defense that we saw coming out of MOUZ, and we never got to see their T side because of the lopsided nature of the game. That's the thing for me. If Ninjas can somehow halt that level of aggression and that confident play that was coming out of MOUZ so successfully, then we don't know necessarily what it will look like for MOUZ NXT on this map. But this map, Train, this thing's out of here.
No.
Okay, it is an ancient relic. We like to party in the jungle nowadays, baby. This is Pimp on his one vacation a year.
I'm with Pimp. He's probably still streaming.
He always is. Grinder. Let's go. Young Ninjas, MOUZ NXT, Map 2, after an overtime matchup for the record books. Exertion, he plays B, and he plays it well. Him and Torzi, good for the first 4 kills. Torzi going hard.
Oh my God.
Torzi, hot damn.
There's not enough food to go around. It's just too quick. It's too easy. It's too clean. It's too Torzi.
He's still playing overtime on Nuke in his mind.
Dude, if they didn't go to overtime, maybe he's not so good right now, you know?
Yeah.
Imagine what the confidence is like coming off that overtime.
Whew. Look at them try to get up this ramp, man. Exertion gets the first one. Torzi's over here on the back lane. Just there, I mean, they're all turned away from him, right? So, other than Rolf, who fights last, that was just slaughtering guys before they even saw him.
Yeah.
Hit him on the side of the head with a quick rock.
Damn.
There's probably plenty of rocks here on Ancient.
Bad way to go.
Who needs a knife if you have a stone? Quick play out from Long A. This is, of course, Mac 10 in the equation, but he deleted pretty quick. Torzi, he's over here now all of a sudden. He's everywhere and always.
Instant transmission.
Shane?
Wow.
Oh my God, what have they done? Why did they pick Ancient?
They picked Ancient, dude.
Why did they do it?
They picked Ancient. Did they not watch the match yesterday?
Of course we're...
They said, we're better. We're better than MOUZ. Copium.
Big inhale.
Damn. No bomb plant. That's all they wanted. I know we see those fast rounds, and it just feels like so much confidence. But it's also the fact there's no kills, no bomb plant. No kills, no bomb plant. No one had to upgrade at all. So already starting off on a bad foot. Let's see if the mood is somber in the Young Ninjas team speak.
Låt dem tabba, låt dem tabba.
De lägger den här mollon.
Jag är med.
Jag kollar när jag ser smoken. Ifall jag ser den. De lantar in någon smoke. Du, flasha.
Flashar porten där framför er.
Ser inget, bygger upp.
En Attila.
Jag pekar upp. En är långa. Långa en. Jag på han.
2 Attila.
En är långa. Lång. Nu kör vi. Det är bra.
Chill boys, nu kör vi gubbar.
These are some fast rounds, man.
Yeah, some quick
and you know
ones,
what's great is like Young Ninjas play fast T-sides too, which is fun to watch. But they're just jumping in the wood chipper every single.
That's what Young Ninjas.
Yeah, every single round.
That's what they've offered us so far.
They're jumping in the MP9 sized wood chipper.
Yeah. Damn thing packs a punch. Okay, well, listen.
Now they
first one was fast, you know. Then the second one was fast.
Third one was fast.
Yeah, but the third one they also only had Glocks, you know, so it's supposed to be.
That's true.
This is the one where we got to see something, man. Young Ninja, show me something. Oh, they're showing me something, but I don't like it. JDC 2 kills up close off the FAMAS. Torzy's flash. Oh, and Shui's going for the third.
Jesus,
Demo
dude.
turns it back. Blink and you will miss it.
They didn't even know they liked Ancient.
Oh, boy. This is a gun round.
Lesson from day 2: don't pick MOUZ. Don't pick Ancient into MOUZ.
Yeah.
Maybe
no,
don't.
no, excuse me. That was lesson from day 1.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah, Young Ninjas, they didn't go to school yesterday. You know, they didn't get the homework.
Slept in. That play right there, it's towards these flashes, so he did that yesterday as well on a couple of rounds. So JDC waits inside the donut, towards the flashes from the inside of the smoke and snipers out to mid, and then JDC will come out. And JDC's been bouncing a flash off the ancient wall, so they're layering the flash with the immediate one from Torzy, and it's just this tactic, catch anybody running out mid. Multiple times they've used that to deny mid control, and I think, you know, we will see shades of Hampus, I believe, on Ancient with ZTR and his T side plays, and some of the aggressive lurks that we see a lot of the IGLs doing. I'm sure he's going to try to pull that off. We see Shuhi try that as well. On T side, that's just what you do these days on T side Ancient. Try to walk out mid, get into snipers on some rounds, or combine with a split via donut late, but. So far, I think, yeah, what's been key, what's been pivotal for MOUZ is denying the mid control early. Fighting it is a big thing.
I mean, that close-up FAMAS kill doubled last round, man.
Yeah.
Also, just, you know, not dying. We've got 4 kills for Young Ninjas in total across the first 4 rounds.
Damn.
That's 1 kill per round.
Some would say that's not enough.
It is definitely not. I would say that's not enough. Oh, dude, Exertion just going to barrel stuff with the MP9. Oh, and get a second one as well. He loves to get wild over here towards this B site, and I love to watch it.
Yeah, he's on their side of the map now. They could peek him. They don't realize he's pushed all the way through. Maybe they have, but they're just scared to deal with him.
It's a frag bottom mid, so all they have left is the Jaguar control. ZTR, good damage.
Damn.
Managed to get himself a second. That's going to be weapons picked up as well, so something more to work with.
Yeah, at least an AK to take home.
Now what? Go grab bomb. Yep. You'll need that.
2v4 T-side Ancient.
You'll need that more than you need the AK, to be honest.
Not jealous.
What do we got for the utility? They've got an additional smoke, so double smoke exec into the B bomb site in a 2 versus 5 turn 2 versus 3. Tucked in JDC. He's always over here in this corner, man. He's a little corner rat. I love it. Yes. Torzy out from the smoke, shuts down everything just to remind Young Ninjas that this ain't going to happen easy.
Damn. Real clean with it. Real clean with it. No progress whatsoever. I mean, they haven't had to defuse a bomb, have they?
No.
Barely coming close to it, honestly.
At least they had, on average, more kills in that round than all the others.
All the others, yeah, 2.
There you go.
Doubled it.
See, I can find silver linings.
Yeah.
I can feel silver linings, and soon Young Ninjas could have a silver medal.
Yikes. Not elimination, just to be clear.
Yes, of course.
We got to, the loser of this game will play against Navi Jr. Not a fun game. Not a fun game.
MOUZ already having a victory over top of that team. It would set up a Young Ninjas versus Navi. Who gets their chance at revenge over MOUZ? So all the storylines are coming together quite nicely here. The WePlay Academy League LAN Finals Season 2.
Day 2.
Shane opens up. Here we go. A man advantage for MOUZ already. And not to mention, that's the bomb. Kind of not in the secured eyes of the CT side, but if they keep pushing, they'll find it.
Yeah, they haven't even gone back. Oh, but damage.
Awkward spot for Torzy. Opping up close. Misses his shot. And so ZTR trades this out. The man advantage is lost only for a moment.
They got the bomb, though. They saw it. Crossed it.
Yeah, they're on top of that bad boy.
They're so comfy with it now. Look, sitting in spawn. Here's where it gets sweaty.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at this. Look. Oh, that's weird. JDC just went past on this. Oh, dude, that's weird.
Yeah, it's so weird.
That's a weird one.
I mean, this is a chance where if they make some kind of weird mistake, they can get caught off. But as soon as they try to go back for the bomb... Oh, well, are they super aware of this? Oh, I guess they have Shuhi all the way here.
All the way in. And now
just
Fuzi,
resting.
Who was able to get behind the CTs. This position's not going to get him anything. No bomb. And nobody to take down with him by the looks of it.
Tough one.
Doesn't even really have the time to go grab it, so you might as well just make sure you save. There's an op somewhere. There's definitely an op somewhere. Torzy died here inside of caves, so that could be grabbed for the next one. or he just holds on to the AK. Those are his only options.
No, maybe he should go back and save that if it still exists. It should be calmed, and that'll give him a chance to. Oh no, he's gonna die now.
Oh,
he's not gonna die now. He won't be dying anytime soon.
Excuse me?
Doesn't get the op. Nice shots. Okay, that's the WePlay of the day for him in this map.
How is his accuracy reset that fast?
We play the map for Young Ninjas, at least.
Yeah, we're watching you too, Shane. I'm watching you too.
Fuzi kind of looks like their coach.
Okay, sure, yeah.
And they're both kind of hench, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Still just the MOUZ NXT show. Torzy had to buy his op.
Ugh.
Get that
first
thing
world
back
problems.
Yeah, right. Why now you guys save that, man? Why are you guys dying to a jumping AK? This is gonna be a fast one. Let's see if they can handle the heat inside of the B site. Exertion, good for an easy first frag. Is he gonna push through that with the flash?
My God,
What a madman! Shui right into the site,
bro.
2 kills already. Bomb drop down. There is a terrorist. Oh, but he got no scope.
You can't even do anything. You can't do a damn thing.
No scoped.
He actually just right-clicked the flash and jumped through it without exertion. After exertion got the first kill, they're just trying to establish.
He's like, yo, Exertion, watch this. Exertion's like, watch what? I'm gonna smoke.
Yeah, right.
Ugh. Whoa.
Young Ninjas picked the map.
Yeah. Yep. Well, listen. Both Young Ninjas and Navi Jr. have to learn the hard way.
Maybe they're looking forward. You know, some people are into it. Just getting stomped.
It hurts so good. But I don't think this feels good at all.
No, yeah.
I don't
it's
think
like a regret moment.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't actually like this that much.
There's no way out.
But it's too late.
It's like a roller coaster, man. Once you're on the ride, you can't get off. And this ride is full force ahead. We're going to jump into the MOUZ TeamSpeak. They've got to be feeling good.
You can shut them down the face. Hubert, if that round happens, I will smoke out of donut and play in the smoke, alright?
I'm molly deep, John. Can I say hi to the fence? Oh, fast mid maybe, John,
Yes,
I'm ready.
I smoke my molly, yeah.
Flashing.
Flash. The money main.
Feeding.
Nothing out. Watch out.
I execute. I'm going A, yep.
I don't see anything else at V.
He's
That's
dead
okay.
I
have no smoke anymore.
Then coming. I'm not very close.
Good.
He was close to B?
Yes. They're popping. It's A.
Flashing over default. He's out. 2, 1 more out. Nice. Last as well.
One more.
Oh, Lord.
Holy smokes. Okay, we heard the JDC comms first of all. Again, he's the guy who jumps out mid and goes towards Donut. So he says, I'm going to smoke against the wall, play in the smoke, and they come out. They do the same mid nades. He jumps out through the smoke, sees no one there. They immediately smoke A main. Shane gets full blind, but drops the smoke and plays right in the corner. They're not clearing that.
Dude.
They run right by him, and everyone gets mowed down.
He just shot like...
Dude, oh, that's so ridiculous.
And the best part is he doesn't even die. He's so desperate.
Yes.
He's covered, dude. Torzy's got your
Tor's
back.
got your back.
Oh, Shane having just too much fun. Now we get that aggressive mid play. This is the one that JDC said he was ready for, but he dies. No assist because of the top mid smoke, and his grenade didn't pop fast enough for him to just jump within. So, a P250 kill to start for Young Ninjas, but it is still an 8-0 lead. And Shane, oh, it worked last round. Why not? Oh, this is going to fade the right here. Shane's only good for the one.
He sees him take the bomb back with 2 up. No counterplay here from the CG side. So they are down numbers, so they can't push B or anything like that. Torzy out in the temple. They can leave him alone. Just make sure there's no lurks.
There's a second gun here. Where'd it go?
You know, the easier part of the map is probably the B site.
Well, an electric start.
Oh, yeah, there was JDC's and his.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There should be an AK somewhere, but we got 2 Tech 9s instead.
Map's too green.
Yeah, can't find it, man. Can't find it. They're too afraid that Shane's hiding in another corner somewhere, even though he's already dead.
Well, it's the right site. There's some pressure here. They're trying to defend this plant if possible.
There's the headshot from Rolf at the very least. He goes for the reload. Shui's going to take the position of his dead teammate, and that's an easy pickup.
So hard to defend that plant.
Now, unfortunately for ZTR, he's still back, and what, are you going to do wallbang with the Tech 9? I don't think so. Got a smoke that could just, block this off. Flash within. Now that flash hit Torzy, so things get a little awkward. And ZTR, ooh, he's going to have to run through. He finds the offer and the defuse. He sticks
he's
it.
literally sticking it. Are you serious?
How dare you?
I can't believe he stuck that. The absolute balls on him. The absolute balls on him. ZTR could have just run him down.
Dude,
he was in
ZTR
full
staring
view.
at him.
ZTR just decided, like, he's going to get off that for sure. I'm running into the smoke. Like, if he gets off it, then yeah, we can just do the 1v1 again. That smoke will be done by the time, and then, you know, you're not going to get an easy diffuse off. I'm shocked he didn't get off it. He was literally diffusing in full view.
Who doesn't get off that bomb?
Who doesn't get off that bomb, dude?
There's a guy shooting you in the chest with a Tech 9. You're still 3 seconds away from the defuse. You hold E with one hand and yawn with the other. That's ridiculous, man. The nature of these moments for MOUZ NXT.
But I think we can definitely see where the huge value is with JDC.
In mid, yeah.
In mid, yeah. That was the closest they got, and that was with killing JDC right off the bat. But the number of times he can just freely peek.
I can't believe that defuse. I just refuse to believe it.
That's absurd.
You can ask me to, but I won't. I won't.
Believe it.
Shane gets one, loses his teammate here inside of the donate, comes in for second servings, and is able to get back within cover of the bomb site. Oh my god,
just imagine.
Had to have been close. But Rolf will alleviate a bit of this pressure off of the A site. It's still a health advantage, and now man advantage. No, excuse me, evened. 2v2. Torzy, dude, he just comes in. He comes in through the smoke, kills him, and leaves.
Literally walked up.
And Rolf's just left chasing ghosts. But he does have the right read. He's going to push into the CT spawn. Second player's going to come and try to clear this. That's a clean headshot.
He thought Torzy wrapped all the way around.
That's it. Torzy's still sticking around for the clutch. And a 10th. I said it. 10th consecutive round win from MOUZ NXT.
A couple of bomb plants. It's getting closer and closer, and there's a direct correlation between how close they get and whether or not they get donut or mid control. They found a way to get out. I mean, JDC is only going to be comfortable. I mean, how many times are you going to do that before you expect them to be able to counter you? So he doesn't play in mid this time, and they take donut, which is smart. But even with that, they can't do it. They're getting pulled apart like an old teddy bear.
I believe the kids say, sheesh. That's nuts.
The only way you could describe it.
That's nuts. But it's also very entertaining.
It
so
is, yes.
let's keep it up, man. I'm down to watch.
Like in the way that live leak is.
Yeah, I just can't stop. I just can't stop enjoying this moment. Thank you, young ninjas, for your sacrifice. Another 5v4 straight out the gate. This time it's Exertion to get it over towards that B site again. You know, he hasn't been tested nearly as much as he was versus Navi Jr. Young Navi.
Young Navi Jr.
But whenever they do come towards this B site, he seems to be good for impact nonetheless. Currently 11-5. It is Torzy, the top fragger, 14-2. Excuse me, I just punched all you guys. And unsuspectingly, Shane also having a game and a half, 11-3.
I mean, look at the CTs on B right now.
Yeah, all of Jaguar control. 3 players about to push. Rolf will kill JDC towards mid, so that's one thing. But Shui just has a shooting gallery and cuts down 2 players. Exertion frags ZTR as he desperately tries to get up the ramp. So, I mean, like you said, right? Like, look at this setup. They just had all the control they needed. Rolf will reveal himself in the 1v3. Still has 30 seconds or so to play off of this. And right now, a 1v1. Shane hasn't gotten into this position fast enough to fight, but because of the walk play from Rolf, Shane is dangerously close now. Exertion's been found out. Shane's going to come walking down ramp, and he's going to fall victim to the distraction, you'd think. Okay. Rolf running away for bomb. Shane up close hits the shot. Ice cold, baby. Ice cold.
And then every time you thought you were done with the CTs, there's one more.
Another one.
Horrible part is they were there the whole time.
Yeah.
They were there the whole time waiting for you. I mean, the only thing I could say is, you know, they could try to, I mean, they need to win a default, first of all. They need to win map. They need to win mid again like they have been. Get donut control. Maybe don't turn that into an exec right away. Also, take over cave a little bit better. If you play it properly on the T side, you have an advantage eventually getting the CTs out of the cave, and then they're forced to have to re-aggress, but Young Ninjas are not pushing them to do that, and this is the JDC play. He always does this. And now he gets some damage, but he does get traded. This is the, you know, best case scenario for Young Ninjas. He's actually there. He dies. It's a rifle. And ZTR lives with 4 HP with Donut threatened. Let's see how MOUZ NXT play from this position.
Site looking pretty damn open. Oh my god.
Oh, he walked.
Shui could not have been more blind.
Yeah, but he walked, so he didn't even give it away. Oh, doesn't matter.
Woo, swinging for the fences.
That's a sharp one. Oh,
Apex making a difference.
Yeah,
He's got
mid's
2
open
kills.
now. ZTR, perfect time on the lurk to push through.
Yep, nails it. Looks like Young Ninjas are going to break this curse. Can they get on the scoreboard at the very least? A 2v5 turned 5v1.
Damn, all because Sapek with his 3 frags.
Shuts down JDC to start in middle, then gets that very crucial and clean kill towards Jaguar. Now all Torzy can do is try and run and hide, but they're going to hunt him down here. They want blood. After these 11 rounds in a row, they want blood. And more importantly than that, they've secured themselves at least the 1 win.
Super nice round there from Sapek, and once again, there's just this direct correlation between what JDT can do in mid, how aggressively he's playing, and whether or not Young Ninjas can either get that bomb down or actually, as we can see here, actually win the round. It's not like everyone else isn't doing work, but it just feels like there's so much here to do with Donut. They're just expecting to get mid control, so they could I mean, not a single time has ZTR been able to just like think about going into snipers.
Yep. And if they can figure out this JDC situation in middle, then I think Young Ninjas still have a chance at bringing back some rounds in this one. It's just scary when you get your first and your maximum is 4. Oh, JDC. The patience, man. He just waits on the other side of the smoke. ZTR doesn't even contemplate that close play. They will, however, kill the forward A player in Shane. Rolf looking for the challenge within Donut. Ah, but he turns his back to Torzy, and that's a lethal mistake. An easy cleanup on the A site for MOUZ NXT. Not even a bomb plant for the offense.
And that's where there's levels. Didn't even get to push them to level 2 until this round where JDC's finally in a new position. They have Torzy freed up to go clear out the B site. Shane gets his kill on A, and JDC finds that lurk frag real early on as ETR. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised he walked through that early, but obviously it looks silly when we see JDC waiting for him. It's just that there's been so much emphasis from Young Ninjas on mid, and they have never gotten the point of doing that. So you're expecting it's going to come eventually, I would assume. And some teams do play without, they play with a completely open spot on Ancient on the CT side, but we haven't seen that from MOUZ ever so far. They've been just kind of even about like 2 players on B. They never really overstack in that regard. They keep eyes on mid at all times, which I think is great. So it feels like the #1 way to break open the CT side is with those mid lurks in a very hard map. ZTR says, Debo, I believe in you, man. You can find a way in.
Ooh, Shui. Oh, man, this is dirty, man. Just play it inside smokes.
Oh,
but Fuzi was up
Fuzi
close.
turns around.
Yeah. Fuzi had that gap between the 2 smoke grenades. Works it wonderfully. Flashes over the top. It's a man advantage in the post plant. You'd think it's enough. Bomb planted over towards the ramp side. Shane's able to clear out Cave. 4v3 now. That man advantage is lost, and they're desperate to try and get away. Quick trades. 2v2 left over. Debo's got the crossfire set. ZTR on the other side of the smoke. Good kills again in from Shane. 66 HP for ZTR in time. Time's the biggest issue. Oh, the spam's not quite there. The knife is out. He's lost it. Not again. Another stick from Shane.
Oh my god. The humanity of these sticks, man. The humanity. I can't believe it. He had to have no other option there. The last time was pretty audacious. This time was just what he had to do, and he had that extra smoke as well. Oh my god, that's brutal.
That was desperate, dude. It still works.
That's so brutal.
Oh, and ZTR, he lined up the spam so well as well.
And they had the, they did, and he got the damage in.
1 more bullet, man. You pull out your sidearm, you're good. But they're scared, Launders, and they're scared because it's 13-1. Because it's about to be 14-1.
There's another CT.
Oh, all right, hold on.
Oh,
Sapek's got a little life left in him. And what an explosive round yet again. What an explosive half, dude. It's just fighting. Time and time again. JDC with 2, Shui in with, oh my god.
No way.
I don't, yeah.
How far ahead are they, man? How far ahead are they?
Oh, this is just jubilation.
They're on a ladder that's forever at the moment.
This is just foolish.
Levels.
This is wild. 14-1. After an overtime clutch, they go 14-1.
It's a pretty accurate 14-1 too.
Young Ninjas making Navi Jr. look like an ancient team. Oi.
They love these angles.
They love this map.
They love this. They're comfy.
JDC's having so much fun.
Dude, he's been an absolute star, man. He's been an absolute star. That's, I don't know, the way they're playing mid is so good. I feel like I'd love to see, obviously, you know, better teams push them, but right now, wait, what?
What?
Oh, no, this is last map. This is last map for sure.
Okay, yeah.
I had to be, I was like, first of all, way too many deaths. Because towards the end of the 34 coming into OT, but yeah.
All right.
JDC will be up there. He will be up there.
That's a throwback. Just a little throwback.
If you missed it, first map was an overtime win on Nuke. That was just the Queen sweeping overtime at the 4-0.
Wow. Not nearly as close this time around, huh?
Something else. That was quite a half. It was fun, dude. It was a fun half.
It was?
For some.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. For some, at the expense of others.
Yes. Sweden.
Well, we're gonna jump. I'm calling it beforehand, so I'm not entirely sure, but we're gonna jump into somebody's team speak for the second pistol.
Okay.
And it's gonna be MOUZ. Okay. I was gonna say I hope it's not Young Ninjas. It's just gonna be sad, man. So here we go. MOUZ is up.
Oh, let's go.
Oh! I got the fish!
I got the fish. Let's keep it up. Full focus. It's not over, right? Let's own them.
I don't hear anything.
I'm holding it, John. You can.
Yeah, let the Adam go first, please.
I will search.
So close.
Yeah. One more. Big.
Dead. Maybe plat.
Cooper smoke tempo. Smoking now.
Dead.
Chill. Plat. Nice.
Dead.
Wait. Low. Last maybe if there.
I will check I will check I guess.
Big box. Let's go.
Yeah, big box.
Insane. Man.
Okay.
This is so amazing.
Okay. I love
LAN. I just like to say I love LAN.
Yes, exactly.
Love
dude.
LAN.
Yeah, this online would just be so much less satisfying.
They'd be just as excited, but no one would know about it.
Right, exactly. In terms of like from a spectator's perspective,
You can hear them all over the arena right now.
casters are just glorified spectators, really.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm having just as much fun as you guys
That's
are watching
crazy.
this bloodshed.
That's nuts. Unless you're
Again,
Swedish, then I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great time at the expense of others.
Sweden.
Young Ninja's not having nearly as much fun, but MOUZ NXT, I love it as well. GDC's like, guys, it's not over.
Yes.
Brother, it's over.
Yeah. No, but it's good, you know. Like
it's a good attitude to have.
Keep getting better. Like this isn't the hardest team you're ever gonna have to play.
Yeah.
So it's important to try to stomp them as much as you can. Basically, I mean, why not?
Yeah, grind them into the dirt, dude. You don't want to just beat them. You want to crush their souls. And I'm not talking shoes. Fuzi will have some kind of an answer for them. Little dual Beretta frag versus exert. Ooh, Torzy.
How far does he want
There's
to
a player
go?
to his left, though.
Yeah.
ZDR's like, bro, I'm going to bait the hell out of you, and it's going to work. Galil kill from Shui ×2.
I was not expecting another player late. Fuzi's waiting. Oh, now Shui's actually worried about this.
CT's a little bit split up, man. Fuzi's barely alive. Galil shots are good. The last CT's been seen.
Oh, Jesus.
And a 16-1.
Goddamn.
MOUZ NXT with the massacre on LAN.
Welcome to the clinic. These are your doctors.
PhD and whooping ass. 16-3 over Navi Jr., 16-1 over MOUZ NXT, and those are the two teams left in this event to try and challenge MOUZ to prevent them from getting the back-to-back LAN Finals championships. They're feeling good because they know they've got the edge over both the other competitors, and now our question falls to who will be that competitor in the finals, because MOUZ are waiting for Nip or Navi to knock one another out.
Yeah. They're going to have to put some ice on that one. This is the strongest team here, looking to make it a two-peat in Season 2. Put their stamp on this tournament so far. It's really made some fans.
Yeah. I mean, how can you not?
Holy.
The beauty of it too is like on Overpass, or excuse me, on Nuke, we just had like an actual legitimate, competitive, and high-level play. It was a great game. If this was your first match tuning into the WePlay Academy League, that was an example of how high the Counter-Strike can go.
And the two teams I think that picked into MOUZ's Ancient have got I think a total of 5 rounds now.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it hurts, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a tough one. Wow. But you know, behind that mask, I can see ZTR laughing. You got to laugh it off.
Laugh
man.
a little pain.
Yeah.
A little painful laugh, like a chest pain laugh.
Yeah, I bet you it hurts, but
like
you know what?
Rib.
Again, at least they've left room for improvement.
And they're not out.
Exactly. That's the beauty of this one, right? This was just to lock in our first finalist. I think it's only apt that our first finalist is the returning champions.
Yeah.
You know, again, everything kind of the stories are going par for the course, and of the two teams who are left to challenge. nice
JDC background.
JDC is eternal. That's my face when I fight JDC in mid-ancient. Oh man.
It's getting full flashed.
Too funny, dude. Too funny. What a fun game that was, huh?
Great. That's great.
But yeah, it's just it's building up the event quite nicely. Navi Jr. versus Young Ninjas to see who gets a chance at revenge. Yeah. And honestly, the beauty of it is I think with these blowouts on Ancient for both Navi and Ninjas, it's like they really want that revenge.
Yeah.
You want the revenge, and only one of you is going to have a chance to get it in this season. The other one's going to have to wait for next season. I can't wait, but wait we will. Passing this one back over to Mr. Bismeyer on the desk.
Bismeyer. Yeah, I got called out a little earlier for saying that I had nothing in my notepad, and although I will say that's a lie for most of the games we've seen so far, for this one, I'll give him it. I'll give him it. I really haven't written much down because that was a blowout. I don't think we've seen a game like that so far, even though we saw another Ancient that, well, didn't go the distance.
Yeah, once again, we just have to tip our hat for MOUZ NXT. The CT side on Ancient is absolutely spectacular right now. I mean, if you're Young Ninjas, you had a couple of rounds you could have won. You know, a couple of diffuses in a couple of smokes. You know, where certain players sticking it on the bump. But outside of that, it was just very, very dominating from MOUZ NXT. I am disappointed in the fact we didn't get to see them play the T side. But then again, if you're winning 16-1, 16-3 on a map like Ancient, then it's not even needed.
Just don't pick it.
Yeah.
The rounds ended up being straight up disrespectful. MOUZ just knew that they were better. They simply knew they were better. Probably 7 rounds into this one, I think the hallmark round for me in the disrespect train was the Ninja Defuse, the one that Shuhei pulled off. That was just. How do you not get off the bomb? Like,
sits there, looks him in the eyes like, I'm defusing right now.
Yeah, you're going to shoot me? Try to shoot me right now, right? Yeah, but Young Ninjas, it's not like these rounds were actually poorly composed. It's just that MOUZ were doing too many things correctly. The multi-frags from the players, the way that they were just fighting for the space, it was so effective. And even when they were pushed back onto the bomb sites, in the rare instances that happened, the retakes were good. On top of that for MOUZ, they rarely ever even had to give up the site. But yeah, a very comprehensive defense from MOUZ once again. I think teams just need to stop picking Ancient versus MOUZ. I think if this is the CT side that either of the two potential other finalists are going to be up against, don't go here. Just don't play this map against.
That was sort of the thing, Pim, when we were sat in the green room and I was, as someone who's been away from CS for a little bit, I went, is this Ancient meant to be like this? And Mai went, sort of, like it's meant to be CT-sided, but this has started to become a little bit ridiculous that they've been able to do this to both teams.
Yeah, we can take nothing away from MOUZ NXT. I think Ancient, you know, in the current meta is leaning more towards being... It's still CT-sided, but, you know, it's getting easier to play the T-side, I feel. At least the top-tier pros have found ways to run the defaults and pressure the CT side more nowadays, but we haven't seen anything of that during this tournament. MOUZ NXT have shown what a good CT side looks like, and also the way they did it. And you said disrespect. I agree, right? It was proactive, it was aggressive, and it was like they were in T-spawn after 20 seconds in some of those rounds. Like that was absolutely ridiculous. So if you can play Ancient on a CT side like that at this tournament, then I agree with MOUZ NXT. You may as well just remove this map against MOUZ NXT. There's nothing you can do. The one thing I do see that could be exciting though is that do MOUZ NXT now feel that Ancient is such a strong map for them that they will pick it themselves by then having to start on the T side and play the T side on the map. Maybe we'll get to see that in the final tomorrow. I'm not sure, but that would be fun.
Yeah, I want to look at the stats we just had coming up on the screen. Like, it was a pretty ridiculous series coming out from Torzi. Like, I was almost expecting a little bit that he might have slowed down after that first map because he basically won OT, like, just decided to kill everyone. It looked like we just extended the OT, but with a slightly different background.
Yeah, this was another excellent performance from Torzi. Really, it feels like against this level of competition, he is free to do whatever he wants, and he's incredibly fast. He's incredibly accurate. I think still, the jury's still out for me whether I think m0NESY or Torzi's better. I actually think Torzi might have a better map pool right now because m0NESY has gone silent on a couple of maps that we've seen from Na'Vi Jr. But I will say that really the system also helps Torzi immensely too. I mean, when you have all of these riflers that are covering every single angle and no one's giving up a death for free, then you can just hyper focus on the angles that you're trained to. Yeah. And because of that, it's so much easier for him to have these pop-offs. And it's a lot of fun to watch, though. I'll say that. It's so sick how quick he is.
Well, someone else we've been a big fan of throughout this tournament. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm joined by the Exertion fan club here.
Yes.
It's someone we also have on the line at the moment. And honestly, I think the first question I have to ask, if he is going to come up on the screen, there we go. Are you surprised people are still picking Ancient versus you? Do you think they'll do it again? Because this has been dominant now.
I mean, we kind of expected this pick. I don't think they had a lot of choice. I think it was Ancient or maybe Inferno if they wanted to gamble because they have not been doing well on it lately. Yeah, I think people should stop picking it versus us now.
Exertion, tell me, I mean, we haven't seen your T side at all on this map because you've been so good on the CT side. Are the T side as good as your CT side?
I would hope so, yeah. I would hope so.
Hope so.
Exertion, I wanted to talk about your improvements from Season 1 to Season 2 because you, in particular, have kind of stolen the spotlight from a lot of the other riflers on your team. What would you credit for how you were able to progress so drastically?
First of all, I want to thank my team and MOUZ Sports. I think the environment we created in this team is something that I don't even think some Tier 1 teams have in terms of chemistry. Okay. We all really like each other. We're all really good teammates. Nobody ever looks at stats here. And I think it helps a lot that I learned in this team to be really open-minded and listen to everyone and learn from everyone because you can always learn from other people.
Cool. Do the back rubs help? That's my other question.
100%.
100%. They make a big difference.
He's the best.
If you guys were always getting back rubs from Cyclone online, do you think you would be in the top 30 already?
That's a hard question to answer, to be honest, but I guess yes.
Okay.
Right. I am curious, right? Because we've seen you recently play against some of the better Tier 2 teams out there. You beat Dignitas recently. You killed Gorillas a couple of months ago as well, and killed Flush's career for good. I mean, what is the goal for you guys like for the rest of the year? Can you break into the top 20? You think in 21?
I mean, we don't necessarily have a goal. We actually have never spoken about goals. I mean, we go into tournaments wanting to win them, of course, but like ranking goals, it's really hard to do because you don't get to play in so much tournaments as an academy team. But I mean, I would really like to be top 25, top 20 by the end of the year. And I think it's possible. I think we're playing great. I think we're improving really fast. And yeah, we just have to keep this up.
Exertion, we've been singing a lot of your praises and MOUZ NXT's praises, but it is an academy league, of course. If there were any players in this league that you think should or maybe have a chance of getting a call-up from other teams, it could be even ones that are not even here at the playoff stage, who would you tell fans to look out for?
I want to say that I think ZTR has a really good mind for the game. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for him. He's very nice as well from outside the server. And I think for sure one that everyone knows is m0NESY. I think even if he didn't perform versus us, I think he's a really, really good player. And I don't think there's anyone that can deny that. So I think these two probably are the ones that I would say that could play Tier 1.
Well, interestingly, you've just picked players from the two possible opponents tomorrow. So I'm curious, you're in the grand final. Who do you want to be playing against?
Oof. To be honest with you, I don't really mind. I have a lot of respect for both teams outside the server, but when you're in the server, it's something different. You know, you can't respect your opponents too much. If you see the names and you get scared, like that's when you lose confidence and start choking.
Well, a truly brilliant performance, a great way to, well, I guess a great way for you guys to close out the day. Thank you very much for joining us once again, and of course, best of luck in the grand final.
Thank you very much.
Oh, again, just a ridiculous performance. I think it's very difficult to almost comprehend that sort of map because it was like the first one. Again, I wanted to lean into this earlier. I said to you, like, do you think that playing a long map like that can get in the heads of the team that lost? Do you think it played any part in that map, or do you just think MOUZ NXT are so good that it really didn't matter?
I don't believe momentum carries over from one map to another, but I do think that you easily fall back into the same trap of thinking the same negative thoughts you did on the map earlier. The thing is, they got off to a good start, right? You're down 5-0, that's when NIP is like, not again. We just lost Nuke, we should have won it. We're down 5-0 now, Ancient, T-side, yada, yada, yada. At that point, you lose control over your thoughts. So I do think there's something to it, but then again, you can't take anything away from MOUZ NXT. They were just so much better than... They never gave NIP a chance of even getting going on this map.
Yeah, I think it definitely starts with the game plan. I think the way that JDC was controlling middle, for example, was so hard for NIP to deal with that if that's not going well for you, if you're unable to even find space towards mid, or if you do, you're dying, then, I mean, then it doesn't matter if you have emotions, momentum, or anything, because he's just simply better than you at that spot because of the nades he's throwing and maybe the lack of nades that Young Ninjas weren't.
Well, of course, this is the end of today, but we can actually have a look at the schedule coming up tomorrow because it's kind of gone how we expected, I guess. Like, especially with how close that first map was. I think Young Ninjas have proven that there is definitely a possibility. Na'Vi Jr. as well, taking a map yesterday off MOUZ NXT. I'm curious, Pim, who do you think is actually going to make it to that final, though?
Oh, that's a good question. I think Young Ninjas, we maybe have overrated them a little bit after the win against Big Omen Academy. As we saw, they couldn't really fight for them today, and I was disappointed in Young Ninjas on map 2, but let's be honest, right? Map 1, Nuke, that was probably one of the better maps we've seen all season long, so there's still something left in it. I can't really tell you, to be completely honest. I think that's going to be a good game, and I'd be highly surprised.
On the fence, Pim?
Yeah, but I feel we're going to 3 maps in that one. I think both teams have shown weakness, both teams have shown strength, and when it comes to the final, then no matter who MOUZ NXT is facing, they are there.
Do you have an opinion, Maui, or are you gonna?
I think Na'Vi's gonna make it. I think Na'Vi's gonna make it to the grand finals. Actually,
why?
Right now, I feel like they're individuals. I see some weak points for Young Ninjas right now, but for Na'Vi, it really feels like the heavy hitters have come to play. m0NESY has established himself in this LAN environment, and then Flamey has been he's improved from his online performance, and that's something that I think we had a lot of questions about going into this event. Was he even going to care? Is he going to show any kind of level of form? And he is. He's definitely playing better now. So I think that Na'Vi right now have a slight leg up for me.
Okay, well, you've basically got the predictions for tomorrow. One thing you might have noticed, the more observant of you, is that there has been a lower third, or maybe a piece popping up every once in a while that I think might have caught the fancy of a few. There is, of course, the WePlay collectibles, which have been sort of going around at least recently. It is the NFTs. I'm sure most people at this point know exactly what those are, but the point is basically it's some unique style artwork, and of course it is the shooter from A to Z, which I think is like a collection of like memes and different style artwork. I know actually, Maui, you were having a little look at it earlier. Anything that caught your eye?
There's some pretty funny ones, some interesting ones. If you want your to like buff up your OpenSea collection, I think these are on the Ethereum blockchain, and you can buy a little bit of WePlay history. It's unique, and it also, I know it supports the runner-up team. It'll help their prize pool get boosted a little bit. So you're supporting the tournament, you're supporting the team. You know, people like these NFTs. I know Launder's a big fan. We probably should have got him for this. He's really big on it.
He's currently buying them all.
Yeah, he's actually.
You've got to get there.
So you got to get it fast. You got to get it fast.
I think it's WePlayCollectibles.com. So if there's something you're interested in, make sure to check it out. But that is the end of the show, at least for today. We will have our decider match and our grand final coming up. Only one team can lift that trophy, so make sure you join us to see if MOUZ NXT are going to be back-to-back champions.